Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Howdy, hoes. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. And joining me tonight are these lovely gentlemen.
Sup? Hello.
Oh,
Hi.
I guess you weren't prepared for me to just introduce you all at once to save time, huh? Sorry, my share screen button is behind my stack of pickups.
Who's this guy? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, seriously. The imposter returns. All right, let's see. I'm going to do this one. Welcome. All right. Try something new tonight. I'm going to do something a little different than normal. I want to start with a opening monologue. Let me first switch to the correct mic.
I'm gonna mute.
Like it never happened. All right. So we're going to be talking about a lot of interesting things tonight. Among them is Gamergate, which seems to be fizzling a little bit. But I want to look at this topic here from the perspective of what if DEI actually stood for didn't earn it, which seems like an apt interpretation of the initialism, right? So Scott Adams said, whoever came up with didn't earn it as the description of DEI might have saved the world. Normally, the clever alternative names people use to mock the other side's policy are nothing but grinworthy. This one could collapse the whole racist system. It's that strong. So, what he means here by the clever alternative names and whatnot, when Trump was running for president against Hillary, he nicknamed her Crooked Hillary. And when he was running in the primary against Ted Cruz, he became Lying Ted, Little Marco, all the nicknames, the deriding nicknames that Trump had. And the idea behind it is that when you frame somebody as something with a name like that, it reinforces anytime Hillary is caught having done something a little crooked, like, whoa, smashing her blackberries with hammers? There she is, Crooked Hillary, right? Anytime Ted Cruz gets caught in a lie, well, lying Ted, you know what I mean? It reinforces, the title reinforces the attack on the character, right? Now we see here, we've got this person who says, I've only seen white male rage against people of color succeeding, but never against nepotism! 4 exclamation points. I wonder why. Scott Adams replies, no one opposes people of color succeeding. I'm sorry your news sources have turned you into a racist. Damn. Now, that's accurate, I would argue. DEI was originally intended to sort of level the playing field, right? It was meant to, is it this one? Is this, no, that's, who set that up? Oof. There we go. So DEI was intended to level the playing field, right? It was meant to lift up marginalized people in an effort to sort of like reshape the demographics within different industries to more closely reflect the demographics of the population at large, right? I'm sure you guys have heard the term affirmative action. We've talked about it on the podcast so many times, right? It actually originated in an executive order that was signed by JFK in the 60s in response to the civil rights movement in an effort to address discrimination in hiring, right? Now, the civil rights movement is actually not that old in the grand scheme of things. And on some level, an individual can understand or at least entertain the ideas being put forth that there may be some form of, let's call it unconscious bias that has constructed a workforce that is disproportionate to the population demographics, right? Like nobody is so far gone that they can't at least entertain that idea, right? But the issue with this is that the quote unquote bias does not rest solely on the people making the hiring decisions. It's not as though the people choosing who to hire are just simply racist and therefore they only hire white people or anything like that, obviously.
Something else to consider is that people are thinking that everything in society is like, okay, well, this is going to be a 50-50 split, right? But representative to their population, it's like oftentimes they actually are hitting, in fact, maybe even exceeding. And the DEI advocates want to be a 50-50 playing field when that's actually remarkably way out of proportion.
Yeah. So the sort of a good example might be DEI is only used to advocate for equality in fields where it would be advantageous to increase that level for minorities.
Yeah.
For example, CEOs, there's not enough women CEOs. We need to do something about this. But when it comes to white people playing in the NBA, that's not something we really need to fight for, right? Like nobody really cares about getting that demographic to more closely match, right?
There's
Is that sort of the
idea
you're putting forth?
How was it like Jordan Peterson will say like they're always advocating for the glamorous positions, like for women and stuff like that. They never go like, oh, we don't have enough.
We need to be sewer cleaners, bricklayers, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Not enough whale snot collectors,
right?
That are women.
So once upon a time, if you were in need of a college graduate with an engineering degree, you might find that your applicants are disproportionately straight white males, because before women's lib and before the civil rights movement, those were the people going to college and studying engineering, right? Like naturally, you can look at this hypothetical and say, yes, there would be a time where you would have almost exclusively straight white males applying for the position that would require those things, right? So in order to get a more diverse pool of applicants that are college graduates with an engineering degree, you need more than just straight white males attending school and studying engineering, right? Now, let's say you've had the women's lib and civil rights movement, and you've removed the barrier to entry to get into college and study whatever the hell you want. Then, theoretically, you've changed the trajectory, and in time, the applicant pool is just naturally going to become more diverse, right? The problem is, I think that we're seeing, is that it's not happening fast enough to satisfy the people promoting DEI. I mean, like, just because you let women into college doesn't change their predisposition to study something other than engineering, right?
There's also interests. Like, that's the main thing,
right?
Is that you have so many women in nursing.
Yes.
They're not advocating for, we need more men in nursing. Like,
right.
I mean, overall, nursing is like, I mean, at least over here, it's like, oh, we need more people in the field in general, because we're always like struggling to keep up with the medical demands and stuff.
I don't know why. I mean, aren't you guys killing your patients as a form of
right
dealing with that?
Yeah, but the states pay for doctors too high. Their pay is way higher. So all our doctors go to the states.
Yes, because if you pay everybody through government, universal health care. They're going to go where they actually get paid. When I was younger, I went on a tour. Holy shit, that's been sitting behind another window this whole time. Prepping for gay month early, are we?
The foreshadowing of sorts.
So,
I disapprove.
I completely lost. Oh yeah, when I went on a tour in Europe when I was younger, and the bus driver said that, or not the driver, the tour guide that in the front of the bus, pointing out everything and basically guiding the tour, told us that he had a friend who was a bus driver or a tour guide, and she made more money than her husband, who was a heart surgeon. And the reason why is because of socialism. They made the same amount, but she got tips. And that put her above the earning of her husband, who was a heart surgeon, right? Now,
tip your heart surgeons, people.
Yeah.
So this is where the real problem with DEI comes in, right? Because they aren't interested in equality of opportunity, which is what you effectively get when you remove the barriers that may have previously held people out of things they wanted to do. What they're pursuing is the equality of outcome, right? That's the equity, the E in DEI, right? Now, if you're applying to college, I don't think anybody here would have an issue with being passed over for another candidate who is equally qualified, somebody who had the same GPA or whatever, and all that. Like, you'd be totally cool with missing out on the spot when the person you were up against was, at your level, right? And regardless of race or gender, right? Like, easily, right? The issue occurs when you're passed over for candidates who are less qualified. Now, a different way to say this, like a slightly, different way to look at this would be like a female athlete has no problem losing to another female athlete.
Did you just say athlete?
When you have male athletes pretending to be females, that's where it starts to become a problem, right? When all of a sudden you're expected to compete with somebody who is on a completely different league than you are, who has, a height and weight advantage, who has more fast twitch muscle fibers, who has thicker bone density and whatnot. Like, all of those things create an uneven playing field where now it is not fun to compete anymore because you're getting slaughtered and you're just expected to take it in the name of equality, right? So if you let women into college,
that's effectively also what's happening, in college with the Asians. How it's like, oh, there's too many Asians.
I'll get to that in a moment.
Whoa.
So if you let women into college, but their predisposition to study things other than engineering means that the demographic of people getting engineering degrees barely changes, meaning it's still mostly straight white males, then you need to increase the rate at which women are accepted into the engineering program. This is how affirmative action comes into the college application process, right? By reserving seats for people who are not straight white males, you end up ensuring that the graduating demographic will start to skew away from being predominantly straight white males, right? Now, while unfair, this wouldn't be a problem for society at large, except that they are dramatically lowering the barrier to entry and simultaneously gatekeeping out the highest achievers in society, right? Like, this is the major issue. Now, coming back over here, the topic you were just discussing, why the champions of affirmative action had to leave Asian Americans behind. So Asians are among the highest achievers, just culturally, right? They put a very high value on studying hard work, those sort of things, to a degree that is almost cruel, possibly even overtly cruel to their children. And so Asians are achieving the level necessary to get into college with hard work at a level that is exceeding even straight white males. So when it came to affirmative action, they had to come in and say, look, you're effectively also white, so you're not included, and we're actually going to bump you out in order to give a space to a brown person so that we can appear to be making a positive change in the world, right?
Well,
and
it was
again,
also like
there would
just
be
straight up
nothing wrong
because-
with this. Just to reiterate, there would be nothing wrong with this if the brown person being given the spot achieved at the same level as the person you're not giving it to. Nobody would have an issue with this, right? But if you are lowering the bar and gatekeeping out the high achievers, you're effectively bringing the output down to a lower level, right? So what were you saying, Footnum?
I was gonna say, like, I think I don't know if this was an actual representative that was describing it, but they said that, like, because it's not diverse enough, right? It would be majority Asian, so that's why they're doing it.
Or
which is still a dumb reason. It's
Indians historically are like right behind Asians in terms of like their
success,
achieving and success rate. Yeah, dramatic, right? So the other thing is that as if it's like a punishment for working so hard, Asians have also been branded with the dreaded white adjacent label and kept out of universities to make room for those lower achievers in society, right? So people achieve success through effort, right? Not mythical systemic barriers and privilege. You can have all the nepotism you want. Getting hired and not even being able to perform, you'll never succeed in that environment. Because in the real world, where companies have to provide a service people want or value, you sink or swim on the merit of the people that make up your company, right? It's not like Hunter Biden, who gets a multi-million-dollar position on a Ukrainian energy company board and doesn't speak a lick of Ukrainian, right?
Something else is that it adds imposter syndromes to those
exactly.
to get in. It's like, did I achieve this?
Or so people, especially people who work hard, and that's the worst of them, because there's a lot of people who are benefiting from affirmative action who know that they aren't really high achievers, but are still taking the handout and like making it work for them. And on some level, honestly, you kind of have to admire the hustle of somebody who is going to play the cards they're dealt and still try to win, the best hand based on, however they're being given them. But yeah, that's definitely a big problem with the imposter syndrome, because the people who did work their ass off, the people who do have a predisposition to hard work and studying and sacrificing, delaying gratification in order to, get more hours studying or whatever in, those people do get met with a doubting spirit that tells them, like, did I earn this, or is it because it was handed to me that I even got it? Like, if I were white, could I even compete in this world? Or am I only here? Am I the token person that they put in place just to appear not racist, right? So again, people achieve their success through effort, not mythical systemic barriers and privilege. Now, you cannot lift underachievers to the level of society's most successful individuals if they are not willing to put in the effort, right? Like, if you give somebody an opportunity and they're willing to work at the level that opportunity requires, they can climb out of poverty and they can become, some of the wealthiest individuals on the planet. There's a guy, I think he's the president of High Point, Nito Cobain, who basically came to America with like $50 in his pocket, and he's now a multi-billionaire. You know what I mean? Like, it is possible, but it requires effort, right? So you can't lift underachievers to the position of the highest levels of society and expect them to stay there unless they are willing to put in the effort required to stay there. But what you can do is legislatively punish or prevent the success of people who otherwise did put in the effort and deserved it, right? And the dirty secret of equality of outcome is that it's not so much about bringing underprivileged people up as it is about bringing the rest of society down to the level of the bar that you lowered to get them in, right? So we are seeing this with DEI right now, where rather than correcting the problems upstream and letting it sort itself out naturally over time, i.e. removing the barrier to entry, opening up the funnel for everybody instead of filtering out people, and then letting it over time start to germinate, a more reflective of population demographic output, right? Instead, because it's not happening quick enough, they're sort of putting their thumb on the scale and constantly lowering the bar and creating all these new initiatives and all these new grants and all these new things in order to try to forcefully change the demographic. But again, only in places that is advantageous, right? Like never, like you said, never trying to get more women in bricklaying. That's not on the agenda. Only affecting areas where it would be advantageous to be there, right? So let's see. In doing so, they're granting preferential access to unqualified candidates because of their arbitrarily marginalized status over what would be qualified candidates. So currently we're experiencing this where we've got Boeing is just in shambles right now. They paid $160 million to Alaskan Airlines in compensation because a door got sucked off the airplane in mid-flight because they are passing their 757s or whatever those are, 747, 37. This was a 737-9. But they're letting them their maintenance lapse, right? They're not actually taking care of them to the degree that they need to be, and we are seeing the effects of that, right? We're also seeing engines bursting into flames outside the window. You get that window seat, you get to watch. Oh, come on. What the hell? There we go.
I guess we don't get to watch.
No, you can watch it there. You see that freaking engine completely in flames on that little tiny screen there? Yeah. So then we've also got we've got footage like this. This is a different plane on fire, lighting up the night sky over Miami. Oh, we're starting with this, are we? Podcast? another awful. Okay, you can understand what I'm conveying at least. Internet sucks. And let me remind you of the debacle here with the Titanic sub who refused to hire 50-year-old white guys because they weren't inspirational. How'd that work out for you? Right? So right now, industries are crumbling due to DEI. Worse yet, the people receiving the preferential treatment are constantly being told that it's racism or sexism that was keeping them down, and they are celebrated for merely holding the positions that they're being given, because by merely holding those positions, they're doing their part in combating racism and sexism. So they're constantly fed this narrative that, straight white males are effectively evil and antagonistic to them. And that's partially why, instead of receiving feedback from their customers, these people typically double down on whatever they've done because the consumer is just racist or sexist or any istophobe type. And listening to their feedback would be ceding grounds to the people who, you're attempting to paint as, inferior or in ways of thinking, let's say, right? Like,
the
or
thing
bigot,
that's also
right?
funny is that everyone will say, like, don't, make fun of people for their immutable characteristics and whatnot, which that makes sense. But then on the other hand, they're also going to jack off people for their immutable characteristics. Like, wow, this is the first woman and the first woman of color on whatever this field is, or something like that. It's like, what's the point in addressing it? Like, the more you talk about race, the more racialized people are going to think.
So when you are convincing people that, like, there is some grander, like, point to their position than just simply doing their job, that they are effectively crusaders from the DEI Lord. And it's not lost on me that DEI is de, the Latin word for God or deity, right? So because we've convinced people that their position has this cosmic intensity behind it, this like importance, we see that this is partially why they hold so much disdain for and are deliberately making decisions that antagonize their customers, right? So, for example, not too long ago, we got this article here, the companies that hate their customers. This is the marketing VP for Budweiser, right? Bud Light elevated a marketing executive here to a position that allowed them to hire Dylan Mulvaney for an advertising campaign. Now, the literal first rule of advertising is to know your market, right? Your customers. Well, she thought of her customers that it's my duty, my job, to replace the brand's existing out of touch and fratty appeal with something new, meaning the customers who she would determine are out of touch and fratty got to go. We got to get something new in there, right? Absolute disdain for the customer base.
That would be like Crunchyroll transitioning to Western cartoons only. It's like, why would you do that?
Or OnlyFans choosing to ban porn, which they tried to do for a moment, right? So a deliberate choice was made to antagonize the customer, right? Disney bought Star Wars, right? I recently saw Asmongold made a point that basically every young boy growing up played with those plastic retractable lightsabers all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And although there were girls who played with them, it was basically one for every 10 or possibly one for every like 50 that would play with them. You know what I mean? Like for boys, it was like, it didn't even matter if you were playing Star Wars or not. That made an appearance. You know what I mean? Like you would whip that out in the middle of a Nerf battle. Like that shit was like boys love that, right? Now, then Disney bought Star Wars and Kathleen Kennedy comes out with the declaration that the Force is female, right? Completely missing the point, right? Now, without getting off into the weeds on this, this article here claims that it was actually Nike who was responsible for this campaign, The Force is Female. It was from Nike. The t-shirts were part of a marketing campaign by Nike. They had nothing to do with Star Wars, except I've got here, The Force is Female wasn't a shoe promo. Kathleen Kennedy sat on the board for this event along with Disney board member / Nike CEO Mark Parker. This was a coordinated effort, and Kennedy's keynote speech tied this slogan with her management of Star Wars, right? So again, it is a deflection attempt to say that, oh, no, it wasn't Kathleen. That wasn't even Disney who did that. That was something, like that's just a deflection attempt, right? So just sort of reiterating my point, disdain for your customer is the quickest way to lose them, right? And you don't replace them. Fans of Star Wars that were built since the 70s, right? You don't just overnight find an especially when they already effectively are the majority in the country, you know what I mean? Or even in the world, effectively. You don't just like swoop in and overnight replace them with a new group that's even bigger, especially a new group that's even bigger and pays money, So, let's see. So over and over again, companies are attacking their customers out of spitefulness for them. And this is a compounding problem because it starts with a media that is constantly demonizing white people, straight white males even more so, on every level. So the baseline programming is that white people are the enemy. At every level, this is the messaging that's being delivered to people from birth. So people grow up with this messaging, then they are accepted into universities that are notoriously left-wing and activism-focused, where the messaging gets amplified. Then these people graduate and get hired into DEI-focused HR positions, right? And these are the people in these positions who are ideologically bent and activism-driven that get to hire within the companies. So you get hired into DEI-focused HR positions, then you get to be the one to hire the next person. So now effectively you are the gatekeeper. And this creates a filter that makes the demographic shift even more rapid, right? And I would argue that we're beyond the point where the demographic shift has slid right past reality and is now at the stage where, well, we've always wanted equal or greater representation. And we're way past greater, right? We can all agree on this. So leftism, activism aside, this wouldn't really be that big of a deal if the people being hired were competent and qualified. But what we're seeing is a dramatic and exponential lowering of the bar that is crippling society at large. As we've seen with, we had the frickin' Baltimore, Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse and all that shit. Like we are at end stage DEI right now. So tonight we are going to look at several topics that sort of touch base on DEI. And I want to continue to look at it from the perspective of DEI could mean didn't earn it. And we sort of see how this applies directly to the groups that we're discussing, as well as the pre-programmed belief that any criticism is a result of a form of ism, be it sexism, racism, or phobia, right? So, and then they get hostily dismissed. So that's our way too long opening monologue to set the stage here. The other major topic we're going to be looking at is how the West is infiltrating anime in order to, although they won't admit this, censor it before as it gets created, so there isn't any claim that they're censoring it after the fact. So, right. If you would like to support the OCA podcast, what's that? You can support us on Patreon. I am not screen sharing. Cool, thank you. You can support us on Patreon. You could also support the Anime Collector on Patreon, or you can support us at ocapodcast.com/support in various different ways. Or you can buy yourself a Tenga, and you can support yourself in this trying time. All right. So before we jump in, I have a video I want to play for you guys. It's 3 minutes long. Can I do that for you?
I don't know. Depends on
the answer is yes. The answer is bring it on. Right. All right. It's about 4 minutes. Here we go.
They made a game with a hot girl, I'm upset. As far as I'm concerned, she's unrealistic, 'cause she doesn't have a flat chest like I do. He's gonna coom, it's a typical Goons Day night. He's stripping girls and the kind of games I don't like, 'cause jiggle physics are Holocaust Part 2. She wears short skirts, I look like yogurt. She gets attention and I get my feelings hurt, dreaming about the day when I wake up and find that I was a different gender this whole freaking time. If they could see that actually I'm what's beautiful, there is more to life than Sydney Sweeney's titties. Sydney Sweeney's titties. Sydney Sweeney's titties. Stupid male gaze and photoshopped magazines. Filters should only exist for people like me. Tweeting in the girls' bathroom, thinking to myself, I make them all queasy. Her body, my choice, cover your femininity. I'm saving you from objectifying misogyny. Gratuitous displays of jiggling boobs have ruined my whole freaking weekend mood. I am right here, love me or you hate queers. Heterosis normative behavior has me in tears, dreaming about the day when I wake up and find that the capitalist patriarchy go bye-bye. You stupid sexist bigot coomers just love porn. That's the only reason girls get you horny, but never girls like me. Stop resisting our pronoun gaslighting. Big stupid boobs are not that exciting. You harm society. Jerking too pretty. Stop jerking too pretty. Have you ever thought that pretty is me? It is, ma'am. It is, ma'am. Oh, I'd have sand in my vagina if it weren't a cock and balls. Gonna infiltrate your media, give women massive jaws. Mandate butch and gay, no titty masculinity. Ugly reach into your dreams, Freddy Krueger on his knees. Can't you see the modern audience demands you change your standards of beauty, diversity? Not token pandering. Shaved head, dyed hair, piercings, androgyny. Everything will suit my sensitivity. He's only bigots disagree. Right side of history. Accept my conditioning. Frick Sydney Sweeney's titty. I identify as pretty. Identify pretty. You identify as pretty. A padded cell in a straight jacket. You hear that? Straight jacket.
How fucking amazing is that song?
Taylor Swift got a deeper voice, man.
So I want to give an enormous shout out to Kyle. That is from this video. I'm going to link it in chat right now. Please go and give this guy a subscription. I have listened to that effectively on loop nonstop for the past 2 weeks. Truly the greatest song ever written. All right, so let's address some chats here before we continue with the show. So apparently I said if they made the Force's male line of shoes, that would be problematic, just like it would be a problem to say the first white male in X thing. Yeah. Doesn't it kind of seem that way? Like the first white male.
Well, like I said with the mutable characteristics thing, it's like praising someone for it. Like they're like, yes, the first black female in this, but if you said the first white male in something else, they'd be like, that's white supremacy.
Yeah, the first white male to win, I don't know, some distinctly foreign competition, right? Like, or like the woman who won Miss Japan, the Ukrainian woman.
This is white supremacy.
Yeah,
and then gave it up.
Well, yes, yeah, she gave it up because
from her because she was cheating on her, or she was a homewrecker.
She was a homewrecker. There you go. So anyway, yeah, I guess let's jump right in here. Let's move on from here. Put this over here, and I'm gonna go back to this. Okay, I got some news about Vic. So let's watch another video. All right, so Vic put out this video.
Hey there, everybody. I have a message for all of my friends in the UK. You know, I've done dozens of events all around the UK over the years. London, Manchester, Birmingham, North, South, Scotland, Ireland. And I'm very, very excited and honored to let you know
God, if I get a
that I'm now being represented by Davidson Co Talent Agents. They're based in the UK, and they're going to be working to help me get back there to some of those events. So, Keep your eyes and ears open for that. Spread the good word. Maybe even drop the events near you a message. And together with you and Davidson and company, we're going to get back to the UK, and I hope to get to see you really, really soon.
Did you just say Post Malone?
What?
What did you say? Yeah.
Here Comes the
that's
Sun.
The Beatles.
Yeah. I said, I hope I don't get a copyright claim for the Beatles song.
Oh, it sounded like you said, I hope I don't get a copyright claim for the Post Malone. I was like, what the
No, I mean, it might have sounded like that because I was jamming a pizza down my throat.
Oh, you say you got
professional.
So, Vic said, I'm so excited to announce this new partnership, right? Now, I love you, Vic, but we all know what your detractors are already saying. Oh, I see. Canceled in the U.S., try to sneak off to the U.K., right? So he tagged Davidson Talent, a Utah-based vocal talent agency. Everything that they share has to do with Mormons. Okay, so I actually found the real one. We want to make our clients 1 million? 10 million?
10 million
What?
pounds a year.
Pounds this year. Here's how we got on last year. Fuck! Missed the mark. Now, here's the thing, though.
They're just starting out.
Yeah, so this is, I did find, they, on their website, there's like a thing here, follow us on Twitter, but the link goes nowhere. So I did find this guy, founded my new agency, Davidson Co Talent Agents Ltd. It's going to be a long ride, but so worth it with a great team and great clients. If you're seeking management for a personal appearance, get in touch, right? So this is from November of last year, November 10th. So if that 140,000 pounds is from, let's say, November, December, like, that's not bad, right? We could give him credit there. So if we look at his, if you look at his thing, I scrolled through his thing to see what we're sort of dealing with here. And this is the caliber that Vic is among.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that I am now on Cameo.com. So I can wish you a happy birthday, happy anniversary, or just remind you, no running in the hallway.
Wow. What the fuck was that?
That was cringe.
No one wants this person to wish them a happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh, all right. Anybody have any other thoughts about what we just experienced together?
Oh.
Okay.
Really?
Let's do some pickups. So, I guess I'll go first.
Picked up that pizza.
Some pizza.
So,
that was weird how you slowed that down. Like, oh yeah, look at these swallows.
I know you can't believe it's been that long, Reese, but it's time for me to show my new pickup. Doom, the Slayers collection. My good friend Reese sent it to me in the mail. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the Doom Slayers collection. It features 4 intense Doom games. Doom, Doom 2, Doom 3, Doom 2016. But what it actually contains is the cheapest manufactured PlayStation Hits disc version of Doom 2016. That's it. And then there's a code that you can use, a digital code, to download the other 3 games. Games that shouldn't require more than a megabyte of space, probably.
Yeah, which is what they did with the Metal Gear
Doom
Collection
3
on
takes like
Switch.
8 gigs.
The Metal Gear
On
Collection
Switch?
on Switch didn't have any games on it.
So,
you just had a blank cartridge. At least you got a game on this one.
So in a similar vein,
oh god, your game haul.
I picked up, because I'm trying to get all the Resident Evil that are available for PS4, PS5. So I picked up the Origins collection. Thank you guys for suggesting that last podcast. I made the horrible miscalculation of ordering Resident Evil 6 on Amazon. And wouldn't you know it, they sent me the cheap-ass PlayStation Hits version. So that's Patreon exclusive tipping happening soon. And I also picked up for PlayStation 5 Tormented Souls. I think Manga Lawyer recommended it on Twitter. If anybody's played this, pull your copy out and let me know if it has French and Spanish all over the box, or if I maybe got the North American version instead of
Sounds like you got the world version,
the standard USA version, which I'm going to try to get next. But
I mean, usually any of the import versions have the English audio and stuff, right? Like a foreign film.
Oh yeah, it is. It's just the packaging is kind of annoying to have French and Spanish all over it instead of more content on it, So in actual media that's not games, I picked up Berserk, right? Yeah, that arrived in the last 2 weeks. And then I finished Dead Space, the remake for PS5. Awesome experience. Could have been better in some ways, definitely, but
well, you have
better than I ever expected.
2 and 3 to look forward to, even though your third one is completely
2 and 3 are still only on PS3, right?
And Xbox and PC.
Okay, well, where it matters to me, it's only on PS3, as in it's not on PS4/5. So I picked up the Dead Space Downfall Blu-ray.
Oh, right.
And I forgot, but there's actually 2 of these because there's also Aftermath. So as I understand it, this one takes place before the game, and this one takes place after the first game. And then as I was doing my research trying to buy those, I found out that there's a 1970s movie with Bryan Cranston that has almost the same plot as the video game series of the same name. And I was like, fuck, man, I gotta watch that. It says, on the planet Faben, a controlled research facility has been thought to be safe until a breach unleashes alien terrors unknown. It's Dead Space the game, right? So
where do
sounds
you think
good.
it possibly came from? I don't know.
So I'm looking forward to checking it out. Anyway, that's my pickups. Who would like to go next? Putnam, you have pickups, right?
On Discord.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought. You were gonna make me go to Discord. All right. Okay, Reese, would you like to show us your?
So I picked up.
Itadori's?
I saw this at what's the name? Nanoblock Yuji Itadori, and I'm never buying Nanoblocks ever again. These are
Reese, I thought you were done with Legos, and now you go.
These
to
aren't
Nano.
Legos. They're
Legos.
the size of Legos. Holy
Legos were the gateway drug to his now crack addiction.
So this one doesn't say on the box compatible with other brands. It's incompatible with the other brands.
These are a quarter of the size of regular Legos, and they give you practically half of another set because they expect you to lose every single fucking piece that you need because they are so fucking small.
Look at how big it is. All the way back here in the background is just Sharpie, right? It's still bigger than him.
So is that better than a Funko Pop? I mean, it arguably has less face than a Funko Pop.
It's probably more fun to throw at the ground than a Funko Pop.
As you can see in the background, I only have the one Funko Pop, and that was gifted to me. So
Is that a Funko Pop Mini?
No, All Might in the background.
How big is that mug?
That's just a regular coffee mug.
I clearly have a problem with my.
So this is the
mentally
same. Okay, so
size.
So you see the Squirtle back there? This is the
Mhm.
same height as Squirtle.
Wow. So Bobby Hill picked up the French live-action City Hunter. El Parfum de Cupido. I'm waiting for Discotheque to license it. I'm hoping they dub it with the English dub cast. Mega Mug picked up Geisters. Master Keaton, Rip, the voice actor, and Excel Saga.
Wait, did you Oh yeah, what was there an old dub for the OVAs of City Hunter or something?
The movies got dubbed.
Okay, I was gonna say because isn't there only like a new sound cadence dub for that new movie? Or something?
Yeah, but I'd be okay with that. I just would rather watch that than
the subtitles in French.
Although the French one, like, don't get me wrong, it looks good. Like, I will watch the French one. I just would also like to have the option. Like, if I'm gonna buy this, my most likely scenario would be that I would buy the Japanese release that has the anime dub cast dubbing them or something like that. This came with a sealed thing. Geisters has an ovary phoenix. That's what that is. Don't look it up. Random 11 also picked up Berserk.
He copied you.
Damn it. Reese picked up Doom Eternal.
Oh, another copycat getting Bioshock.
Yeah, how dare you?
I was thinking about it before, and I was like, "You buying?" I was like, "Yeah, maybe I'll look into it." But,
We're gonna be Bioshock buddies.
so I also picked up the Doom soundtrack, which you just skipped.
Wait, hold on. I need to know, how big is this compared to All Might?
I'll have to send you a ruler picture.
It's like, hold on, I have to do some math.
It's bigger than All Might for sure. I almost want to say maybe All Might goes up to the shoulder. So that's a Doom guy figure from Doom Eternal. I wanted to get the one from Doom, but they were a lot bigger and a lot more expensive because they were a lot more limited, apparently. And I also picked up.
Is this a vinyl or a CD in the sleeve?
Wow.
It's a CD. 2 CDs.
It's back when Mick Gordon was in charge. Rip.
This is from 2016, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love the vibe of Doom, but so far I'm not loving the actual gameplay of Doom, except for the glory kills. Like, I really like the idea because I've been playing those survival horror games, right? So, like, when all of a sudden there's a jump scare and it's like, fucker, I gotta turn around. You're too close. Step back so I can aim. You know what I mean? It's like with Doom, it's just like, hit that button and glory kill him. You know, like, I like that. I like that a lot. Reese also picked up Hot Wheels Unleashed Digital Edition and Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace.
I'm with Random 11.
I've shown my digital copies before and it had no problem.
Yeah, and someone showed their sandwich before and started a problem.
I figured it was relevant because Steins Gate this time, okay?
I think you've gone too far.
4K Ultra HD Doom.
And
were you happy to watch your copy for the watch party?
I haven't watched it yet.
Did this get an LE?
No.
No.
Okay. Watch Club after Paprika?
I guess we could.
So
why don't we put a
for the
poll
audience
on board with our new polling abilities?
For the audience, we didn't talk about Akiba Made War as it was coming out. I had numerous articles and I wanted to talk about it, and some of it is really fucking funny, involving like sheep and stuff. It just is silly, but it's also too sexy to show on YouTube. So we're just gonna have to watch it on our own time and discuss it at our watch club. back when he was just The Rock in movies.
Yeah, just The Rock.
Yeah. Mega Mug picked up Berserk Deluxe Edition Volume 1.
Mm-hmm.
Nuxie picked up The Eclipse. Seb picked up
40
cartons
eggs.
of eggs.
40 eggs. Do they not have dozens in Sweden? Or what's
Obviously
like
they
10?
don't.
Carton of 10 instead of a dozen, and then apples and.
Look, man, American hens are just superior.
No. Those are imperial hens, okay? You guys use feet, just 12 inches, so therefore you have an egg per inch.
I have an egg per hour. Okay. He also picked up Daily Lives of High School Boys, which this is a dude, yeah?
I would assume all of them are.
Yeah. So, I do have a distinct memory of being in high school, and there was in my weight training class, there were these two guys who were friends because their girlfriends were best friends, right? So like they got to know each other by going on double dates or whatever. And I distinctly remember them having like a sleepover and discussing trying on their girlfriend's cheer skirts. And I just like, what the fuck? Like,
Trying on their girlfriend's dildos.
It's like, look, man, it's one thing to do that. It's another thing to do that with your homie. It is a completely, entirely different universe to broadcast that in the weight room while everybody. What are you doing? Anyway.
Damn.
Yep.
Thanks, Seb, for the pickup.
Lance picked up. Is it wrong to pick up Girls in a Dungeon?
Both
Season
parts
4,
of
parts 1 and
season
2.
4.
Nobody cares about that. There's too many of them, and nothing new has happened. Look, all I'm saying is they used Hestia's string boob thing. They used that up before season 1 even came out on disc. If you're not going to come up with something new, then I don't even want to see the box.
The question still hasn't been answered clearly. Is it wrong?
Yeah, right. We're still debating the philosophical conundrum of
The
whether or not it's
ethical
okay.
Concerns.
Yeah.
I also picked up Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz. I saw it on for like $15 at Walmart. I was like, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Seb picked up Your Name 4K.
German.
The German edition, which has the reversible cover that doesn't have the waffle.
Or as I put in quotes, "wend cover," because if you zoom in on the picture, it says that like above the age rating. It's like they know you want to flip it.
Yeah, it says it right here.
Wend cover.
Danny picked up Magi.
Moggy.
What am I fucking looking at? Are those robotic legs? At first, I thought he was riding a horse. I'm like, no, not a horse.
That's his giant robotic horse dick. And then below the robotic horse.
It bends at the knee.
How silly of me. Yeah, it bends at the knee and then again at the ankle in like a...
Maximum pleasure.
Yeah.
For when you gotta go knee deep.
Knuckled for her pleasure. All right. Also picked up Utawar Ramono and Aim for the Ace. Another match. Bobby Hill picked up Avenging Spirit.
For Game Boy?
Which kind of looks like... what am I fucking looking at? There is a lot of like knockoff Inspector McGuire, knockoff Godzilla, knockoff...
These nuts.
I don't even know.
Knock off Casper.
Yeah,
look, we don't need to linger too much on just pickups.
And Arya, Bobby Hill picked up Bell, the last Bell Blu-ray at Target.
No slip cover, rip.
Rip.
Ozymandias mini DVD. Any mini DVDs play on most DVD players. Mega Mug picked up Big Trouble in Little China and the Secret World of Arietti. Footem picked up JoJo Part 6. Is that what we're at? Part 6,
Part 1.
Part 1. Random 11 picked up The Eclipse.
The Eclipse.
Well,
Thank you.
I figured if Nuxie could, I could too, right?
All right. So I saw this. Mars Girl's husband tweeted out, if you go online or to your local resale shop and find a used copy of Age of Ultron's Collector's Edition, the red case is perfect for switching out Berserk. Credit where it's due. We all know that that's the next thing I will be looking for when I go to Book Off.
I believe it's a 3D edition.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it for pickups. Let's go into Kickstarter news. Footnum, I'm going to let you talk about Eiyuden Chronicle while I run out of the room for a minute after we get through
just
this
scroll
part.
down to the relevant part before you do that.
Cool. That sounds like a plan. All right. So Godshard Chronicles is over. Believe it or not. What the fuck? Come on. Give me a goddamn... You whore. Holy shit. We're an hour in already. Come on. They got the dog. Here it is. Okay. Yeah. So
and it's all thanks
new
to
DLC. Theron and Dog
episode.
did not get, we didn't hit that level, but it doesn't fucking matter because new playable character Dog was achieved at 200k. Anyway, there you go. All right, let's go to Eiyuden Chronicle. Let's decry how awful this is. So you guys recall Eiyuden Chronicle, guy who was like the driving force behind Suikoden and Eiyuden Chronicle died recently, and they cucked us with what's the other one called? Not 100 Heroes, but the other one, Rising. Yeah. So anyway, here's your updates.
Down to the part that says that start with shipping will be an additional cost.
Okay, I'm gonna run.
So
I'll be back.
Okay. First of all, we deeply apologize for the misunderstanding and confusion caused by all the different explanations about shipping. At the beginning of our campaign, we said that shipping would be calculated later as an additional cost. It was difficult to determine the shipping costs during the 2020 campaign, and our policy was always to determine shipping costs at the time of actual shipping. We are trying our best to keep shipping costs at the lowest possible level, but there are issues with the shipping source and the arrangements to ensure delivery before release. So I'll just say this. So I got the digital copy, so I don't have to worry about shipping at all. But if I got the physical copy, and then only now I found out that, oh, I have to pay the shipping now, I'd be pretty annoyed, like especially with all of the setbacks, creator dying before the thing even came out because they took so long, or releasing that spin-off game in the middle of the campaign, whatever. That would just be more friggin' salt to the wound. And right after that, whoever took that off, I need to put it back on. It also says physical versions will be shipped separately from other rewards. Now the whole thing isn't there. I mean, I guess I can read it. I don't think it necessarily explicitly states that you're going to be paying for shipping for two separate things, but I'm kind of confused. Wouldn't it be more efficient for them to get all of the goods assembled in one place and then send it out together? But I don't know. We could be proven wrong. So in many cases, the country of production and the country of shipment for physical games and rewards, excluding digital rewards, are in different regions from the destination country, and non-game rewards vary in size, shape, and production time. Although we have made adjustments to minimize the number of shipments to avoid high shipping costs when shipping rewards. However, there's a possibility that there will be more than one package shipped per backer. For example, Rounded. Damn. Oh, quite the cliffhanger. So yeah, Oh, I just realized I completely missed about the message on the Discord. In the early days of Eiyuden Discord, there was a statement made claiming that the developer would pay for the shipping costs, but this was misinformation. We are still investigating where this information came from. So that would be interesting if they did actually have that message. I don't think that would make any sense, though. Why would they pay for the shipping? It's just that every single Kickstarter I've ever had, they've charged you shipping right as you back it, and they show you the breakdown. And I've had cases where that was the determining factor of like, okay, I'm not going to get this because like the shipping cost too much in addition to the main price. So once again, like if you just suddenly pull up that, oh yeah, we're going to charge you for shipping now. That's pretty annoying. Not happy. Not happy. Any thoughts? Have you guys had this arrangement on your Kickstarters?
Nope.
None of my Kickstarters have done that, but I don't really Kickstart a lot of stuff. But obviously, you want to know the cost of shipping before you buy things, right? Like I know Ami and
Ami.
What did I say?
Ami, not Ami.
Whatever. Ami. It's anime, right? Ami. I don't know. Anyway, whatever.
Anime is spelled A-N-I-M-E, not
Look,
A-M-I-M-E.
both of you idiots. In Japanese, you pronounce A's as ah, not ah.
Whatever. Footnote.
Like how
right.
Mike Jewell explicitly says anime.
All right. So Ami doesn't let you know what the shipping cost is right away, and so you always get surprised with it if for pre-orders. And same with Big Bad Toy Store. So I hate those kind of orders, and I specifically avoid their stores because they do that. So I'd also avoid a Kickstarter for doing that. But it's not like they didn't know that they would, like, if you buy something on Kickstarter, or quote unquote buy, and they don't charge you shipping, then they're gonna charge you shipping later.
Sure, but 4 years after the fact, I straight up would have forgotten, and it would have been an unpleasant surprise.
Although I am stepping into this kind of late here, I feel like what they did is, due to COVID, they couldn't ship things out or even get the job done on the timeline they had budgeted for. So in order to fulfill things, they basically are just like, we need more money. We ran out of money to do this because we had to pay for a warehouse for God knows how many months because of COVID or some shit like that, right? And so now they're just trying to be like, maybe half of them died of COVID. Let's ask for money. And then we don't have to send all of them. That's what I'm guessing.
No. When they started, when you checked out back in the Kickstarter, it was like shipping will be charged later. But it's like 4 years later, someone like me, even if I did remember, or if I did do that, I wouldn't remember, and then I'd have an unpleasant surprise of like, oh, you're getting charged this.
So, but I think typical Kickstarters, what they do is
they charge you at the checkout.
Yeah, well, they charge at the checkout, but they will figure out where the most expensive place to ship to is, basically, and they'll basically just charge everybody that.
Huh.
Or like slightly less than that, knowing that they'll make the money back.
They make out by average.
Yeah.
I know Animego, they had different shipping rates for like US and Canada. But now,
well, so if your Kickstarter is only available to, like, we are only shipping to US and Canada, then yeah, they can easily separate it out.
Maybe that's true, yeah. So the other thing that I think is in that update, but we can't scroll because we're not you. It says like the minimum shipping,
just say please, please, damn it.
The cheapo shipping's $10. The expensive shipping's it's $50. I thought it was $45. Okay, so it's $50 shipping if you want tracked and consumption tax prepaid. It's like, I think I'll take the gamble with the $10. I don't care. And here's the kicker: You can buy the game on Amazon.
Mhm.
This game, partway through, got funding from like Microsoft with Xbox and stuff. So then it's like, okay, well, this is going to be even more commercially like available. So you can get for PS5, Switch, Xbox, PC, and all that good stuff.
So you know how gaming companies are like releasing games that are clearly unfinished, and then they're charging you out the nose for, DLC and things in order to make the game even playable and like just horrible tactics and stuff. I feel like this is the least of your problems, but it does seem like we get taken for a ride, and then we get put on the worst. We get the raw end of the deal by making the game even exist, by funding it.
So
and then other people get to have it early because they just buy it from Amazon, and you're waiting for the version you paid for 4 fucking years ago,
Well, this is what you'd call the early adopter tax.
Yeah.
So it's like you pay for it up front, you pay maybe even slightly more to make it possible, and then you get it late. Or, oh my god, I don't even want to think about like the people who got that Island campaign for the visual novel.
Yeah.
Or was it? I don't remember if it was a visual novel, and one of the stress
an
points
anime.
was you get the Blu-ray.
I think it was an anime that didn't come with a dub. There was a version that already existed
it cost way more than the English version that came later.
Yeah.
The thing is, it did come later, but it's just been so long that it's got an Essentials edition now. So there's 2 releases, way dirt cheap, has a dub. Like, oh my god, and it's still not out to this day. Like, we don't have that Phantom Trigger or whatever for Grisaya yet. So it's like that's another like early adopter tax. Like you get taxed, you get the worst part of the equation for backing it. And then you have to be fair, Sea of Stars, actually no, it was like day of release, you get your code, wasn't it? So
well, I haven't gotten mine yet.
Well, that's because you haven't asked or filled out the form. But I think they did say like I forget which platform here, or maybe it's just the physical edition. It's like, yep, you get sent later. So it's like, okay, which I guess kind of makes sense, but it's still like you'd think that you'd get all these perks for being the ones that make it happen. To their credit, when I looked on Amazon, it was like the full it was $80 for the Switch version. But that's $10 more than the PS5 version, which was $70, which makes sense because Switch cartridges cost more to make, which is why they take the hit. But that being said, it was like, I think roughly $35 or something when I backed it. So me getting that isn't the worst value. But if you theoretically did pay like the $45 shipping, it would cost more than if you just got it on Amazon. So there's kind of that. It's like if you're digital only, you get an okay deal.
Regardless if it's a game or a show or whatever, we're always used to getting the raw end of the deal on Kickstarters.
Yep.
Mecha-Ude is coming for October 2024 premiere. This was originally a Kickstarter. It's a Kickstarter that nobody wanted. But because it had a physical tier, you're like, fine, I'll back it. Then the physical tier was an arts and crafts assignment they did at their own fucking home, where they glued the box together and like did it all like, oh, look how creative I am, and it barely fits in your collection, Didn't have a dub, although later on it got dubbed.
A dub did come out, but you just got the Vimeo link, and now the Vimeo link's down. They actually had an update saying, yeah, the link's down. So there you go.
I wish I'd never backed it. I wish we had never talked about it, and at the last second we convinced people to pull out.
You should have worn a condom when you backed that.
All right. Let's take a look. Nintendo event threat maker caught in Ibaraki Prefecture. What a great photo. They couldn't decide. Well, So the person who directed threats towards the Nintendo staff, which caused the Nintendo Live and Splatoon Koshien real-life events to be delayed from December last year, has finally been caught by Ibaraki Prefecture police who traced his internet connection. The 27-year-old man, who was revealed to be an office worker in Hitachi City, Ibaraki, Hitachi City, you say, made a total of 39 threats via anonymous messages via Nintendo's official website. The nature of his threats has also been finally revealed. He wrote messages like, quote, "If you hold the Splatoon Koshien, I'll kill everyone in the stadium, so you'd better watch out. And even if you increase security, a bomb will kill everyone at once. Die!" Stunning. After receiving the threats, Nintendo postponed the event for safety reasons. I'm just now realizing, I think we covered the event. When was this supposed to take place? December last year. I think we covered this. After receiving the threats, Nintendo postponed the event for safety reasons while also handling the case, handing the case over to the police, who traced the internet connection history of the site back to the man. The live concerts were meant to be held on that day were later streamed online from an audience-free venue. The man admitted to his crimes and is currently in questioning in order to figure out his motive. Why? Who would have done this? In other news, welcome to ErotikaLand, the sex theme park with penis-shaped bumper cars.
Well, no, you'd have to have one of both shapes so it could insert, right?
Maybe that's where you park it.
Or maybe
why is it all in Spanish?
Maybe each bumper car has a hole in the back, and that's the game.
That's how you get the points.
I like it. They have a sex shop right across from the luncheonette. Oh, God. What am I looking at here? Look at
AI.
Are these vagines?
Whoa. Whoa. Can we
Why?
show that on YouTube?
Theme parks are full of thrill seekers, but potential visitors to a planned site in Brazil will be seeking a different kind of thrill. Businessmen want to open an adults-only sex theme park near the city. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Close to Sao Paulo. Complete with genitalia-shaped bumper cars and snack bars serving aphrodisiac food. Is the goal to create an orgy in the park at all times? Is that the vibe we're going for? It's like when you turn 21 and you go out drinking, like, Timmy, he's finally 18. Let's take him to the orgy land.
Actually, what you mean is when you turn 19?
The park will be called ErotikaLand and could open in 2018. What the fuck? Where's this from? Mirage from 2016? How?
Man, if only some idiot vetted the article and saw that ahead of time. No.
So you open in 2018, and then like 6 years later, you have based Cabrutus saving gaming. Like, that's all it took, right?
So do we have live footage if it's already open?
I bet there is. I'm afraid to find it on there. However, concerns have been expressed about the plans, with one politician voicing fears about it attracting debauched individuals, even though actual sex will be forbidden at the park. We cannot be known as the capital of sex.
That's Las Vegas.
Listen, man. I love erotica as much as the next guy, but Brazil cannot be known as the capital of sex. Like,
that's going too far.
Matthias Erler from the Christian Socialist Party told the New York Times, wow. The businessman behind the park, Mauro Morata, said he is searching for a suitable site and hopes to create 250 new jobs. And jobs, maybe. He also pointed out that ErotikaLand will take a healthy approach to sex and will include a museum on the history of sexuality, while staff will promote the use of condoms. I need your staff to promote the use of not shoving locks and headphone jacks in your dick. Like all theme parks, there will also be traditional rides, such as a Ferris wheel and bumper cars, except they're going to be shaped like genitalia. And there will be no sex on site, just like a regular theme park. Example says, I want to go on a ride. Insert coin where? This won't be a place for nuns, but it's not like we're trying to recreate Sodom and Gomorrah. If attendees want to take things...
Adam and Eve.
Yeah. All the best parts of sex in the Bible, not that one part. If attendees want to take things to another level, they can go to a nearby motel, which we will operate. Yes! Money all around. Oh, hey, no sex in the park. You go to the Love Motel, conveniently located in the park, across the street from the sex playground. Wow. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing, Mirage. Honestly, I don't even remember. I might have found that one randomly. I might be giving Mirage more credit than he's deserved. Love you either way, Mirage. All right, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 has wrapped up its filming. Friendly reminder that the script was written in gold ink and delivered to Jim Carrey by the Angels and deemed important for them, for the world to see. So don't get hype or anything, right? Also, somebody said, I spoke to the person who leaked Sonic 3's credits song and the international logos, and here's what I found. The movie's runtime is around 2 hours and 26 minutes, and 2 Sonic characters will debut in this film, one of which being Shadow. So I wonder if they're actually going to have 2, or if they're going to have Shadow, and then the post-credit scene will introduce Rouge or somebody.
Probably Tails.
Tell me you didn't see the first and second movie without telling me.
Okay, fine. Sorry. Wow.
Lol.
What's his name? Is it Big or Biggs the cat?
Or Silver? I think Silver would make more sense.
Resident Sonic fan 06. Who is it? Is it Big or Biggs the cat?
Biggs the cat, I think.
All right. Well, that's.
But I might be confusing it with Biggs from Validate. Hot singles in your area. Anyway. In live action anime news, first announced as an April Fool's joke, the Bobobo-bo Bo-bobo Twitter account later confirmed that it's real. Bobobo is getting a stage play.
Then it wasn't an April Fool's joke. God damn it.
No, that is a
April
common
Fool's
occurrence
joke.
in Japan. They will make a gag that is so popular, like, fuck it, we'll do it for real.
That's the April Fool's joke, is that it's not an April Fool's joke.
If it's an April Fool's joke and they're like, wow, this is getting a lot of traction, maybe we will do it, then that's fine. But if they're like, let's do the April Fool's joke and then, oh, it's real, haha. No, that's not an April Fool's joke then. That's a marketing plan.
April Fool's fact.
Haha, I really killed your family.
All right. So we talked about this last podcast. Big West announced that Macross, the Macross franchise is going to land exclusively on Disney Plus and Hulu,
It's
which I find
still missing
crazy.
The key ones, like the first one, and is it the movie?
So I forget, did we discover that this was, except for the US, right? Where it'll be expected to instead land on another. So they're going to put on Hulu. I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, because I honestly don't give a shit enough about this Big West stuff. I've already owned the only part of Macross that matters, Macross Plus and the original Macross. And I've already watched it, so I don't really think about this. Did Funimation obtained it, right?
No, they scattered different things around different licensors. Animego has the was it
Macross 2.
Yeah, Macross 2. Nozomi has a lot of them. They have like Delta 7, Frontier. Funimation has Robotech. They don't have the first one. They have Robotech, and I don't actually know if they have any.
Okay, so it was Robotech I'm thinking of then. So effectively, Crunchyroll now owns all of them, though, except for Macross 2, right? Because they obtained Nozomi, right?
Yeah. But what are we
anyway?
doing?
It's not that important. It's more about the Disney Plus, right?
Oh yeah, I think they also have Macross Plus Nozomi.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll
So
be nice.
focus on Disney Plus, right? That's the point here. We're pointing out this anime, super important anime. So this is effectively like Evangelion going on Netflix, right? Remember we read Gun Fukunaga said that Netflix will overbid for a show, and then it'll just go up there. There'll be no fanfare, right? He nailed it. He was 100% right when he said that, right?
Well, now to be fair to this, I guess the importance is that we're getting all the other ones unleashed and on our platforms to be viewed for the first time. Whereas
but the point
Macross,
is, what I'm getting at is that
Macross has been on Amazon Prime for a while, like the non-Robotech one.
But the point I'm getting at is that we have repeatedly seen beloved shows that have been stuck in like licensing hell forever just get scooped up by companies that want a piece of the anime pie but don't actually want to invest the time to build the fan base, so to speak, right? Like they want to buy access rather than develop it naturally. So Netflix got access to Ava. They agreed to do Studio Car's horrible script. They redubbed the whole show. They didn't get Fly Me to the Moon. Sentai Filmworks gets Legend of Galactic Heroes, but rather than release it in a reasonable box set, they sell it for, what was it, $600, $800, right? And there was only 1,000 of them, so they could only possibly make $800,000 off of the sale, and that's not even counting the cost of producing the sets, right? Which are also a hunk of junk.
So the difference between this and like Netflix on Evangelion is all of these have basically been acquired. I feel like maybe one or two have not, but they've already been acquired for like physical media distribution. So there's only so much they can do. They'd only really hinder themselves. I mean, if they go ahead and do their own dubs, that might be a different scenario, but I don't think they're going to go
I
that
hope
far.
Disney will dub them with Disney Channel stars or some shit. That'd be fucking hilarious.
They have way too many episodes to.
They localize it, you know, like so they all have like
they have the old Robotech names or whatever.
Rick Hunter, right? Yeah, except
but yeah, either way, like the point is that like they can't really scoop these away from us, preventing us from getting the proper treatment from someone else. They don't even have the ones that are missing still. Like I said, the first one and the Do You Remember Love movie.
Yeah.
Though, like I'm just on the edge of my seat waiting for some company to be like, we're finally going to release it on Blu-ray. I'm just waiting for it. And we still don't have it. We don't even have it on this stupid Disney Plus thing. But that also means they can't ravage it.
So the point is that Disney is swooping in, obtaining and putting out a pretty beloved anime onto Disney Plus. Disney Plus, I read somewhere that 29, I think, % of their viewers, or 29% of what's viewed on all of Disney Plus. This is the company that holds the vault. They made the concept of coming out of the vault and all that shit, right? 29% of the content viewed on Disney Plus is the show Bluey. A show that Disney didn't even make, right? So so they seem to be interested in getting into distributing anime because the shit that they're making in-house ain't selling, right? Now, Bandai Namco has confirmed that Code Geass Rosé the Recapture is also going to be popping up on Disney+. So if you were expecting there to be some hot... what's the girl that Green Lines... What's her name again? Callan, right? If you're expecting something nice there, think again.
Do you think they're gonna like 4 kids over her suit and all that?
Yes. Okay, so I'm moving past this just so we can make up some time here. The Funimation website, as of 2:30 a.m. Central Time, directs to Crunchyroll. I can now finally make this thread. RIP Funimation, May 9th, 1994 to April 2nd, 2024. The company still exists as Crunchyroll, but the Funimation branding is officially retired. R.I.P. Funimation. Good riddance. I loved this take. R.I.P. You weren't the best company, and in fact, at sometimes you were the worst. But your branding will always be something I associate with watching anime in my early 20s.
Amen.
Like, well said, right? You are often the worst thing to happen to anime, i.e., interspecies reviewers. All right. So, episodes of anime from Crunchyroll's spring season leaked online ahead of the official premiere. They said they're currently investigating the source of the leaks. So, the first episodes of the upcoming Sound Euphonium 3, Chillin' in Another World with Level 2 Super Cheap Powers, Unnamed Memory, Konosuba, God's Blessing on This Wonderful World, Season 3, God's Games We Play, The Banished Former Hero Lives As He Pleases, As a Reincarnated Aristocrat, I'll Use My Appraisal Skill to Rise in the World, and Astronaut have leaked online ahead of their official premiere dates. All of the anime are streaming this spring season on Crunchyroll. In the case of Sound Euphonium 3 and Konosuba, the first 2 episodes have leaked online. Crunchyroll shared with Anime News Network that it is, quote, aware of some content leaks ahead of the spring season. The company added, quote, we are currently investigating the source of the leaks and can't comment further at this time. Wow. That's it.
Coming from
That's
inside the house.
News. Right? Yeah.
They're coming inside?
All right. So, Mobile Suit Gundam Requiem for Vengeance is coming to Netflix. Wow. There's nothing to see here. So, yeah. So, Gundam coming to Netflix, huh? What could it look like? Surely it won't be a trash fire. Oh, no.
That CG looked pretty good and well rendered last time, didn't it? Oh, wait.
Is it the same character designer that made
Cyberpunk?
Ghost in the Shell Arise? So Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper says, during the development of Netflix Gundam, director, okay, guys, we are handling a beloved Japanese IP. Let's create some female character designs. Artists, yeah, I need some inspiration. Sees an Andy No tweet about Antifa woman being arrested in Portland. Yes, that's it. Honestly, visited women's prison might even have been an accurate description. Gundam getting the Andromeda treatment. Which one is the one from Gundam? I think it's the one on the right, right? Oh, no.
I think so, too, yeah, because left looks more like the Andromeda aesthetic, but I could be wrong.
I sure do love how long it's taking these tweets to load. That's not a indicative sign that things are going to go horribly wrong later on in the podcast.
You can tell by the dead eyes on the left that it's Andromeda.
Oh, that's great. Okay, anyway.
The haircut.
I don't think it's a coincidence that all the marketing for Netflix Gundam in Japan is focused exclusively on the mechs, whereas in the West, it's focused on the butch lesbian women.
And if you think about it, though, like Gundam over time, I don't know if they're just degrading in general and going that direction, because we know how the Witch from Mercury, it had all that like shipping stuff, like, oh my god, they're lesbians and all that, right?
Well, that's so. What was the Gundam right before Gundam Wing? Was that 0083? Or was that G Gundam? So
G Gundam was before it.
Yeah, yeah. Tomino said so supposedly the urban legend is that Tomino bet someone that that his next Gundam series, he could make all the male characters be shonen and it wouldn't hurt the sales even a little bit. And in fact, what ended up happening is the sales skyrocketed because all of a sudden women were interested in it as well. Right? So Troa Barton, Duo Maxwell, Hiro Yui, all of those characters were designed to be, pleasing to the female audience, right? And it worked, right? So the Witch from Mercury thing. The Witch from Mercury thing, I'm not really sure. I haven't watched it. I do know about the controversy where everybody's like, they're totally gay, and she's a woman of color and all that shit, and it's like, she's from Mercury. So I don't know, but I do remember all that. I don't know. I'm not sure what the development side of that was all about, but anyway, let's move on. Reese, I'm going to give you the floor here to talk about My Hero Academia. You're next.
He has pupils.
This is not All Might. This is the villain in the movie called Dark Might. And why did they call it My Hero Academia You're Next when they could have easily called it My Hero Academia Dark Might Rising? Come on. Right fucking there.
He's in a fucking bow tie.
They wanted the Your Name reference.
You're next.
You are name.
Oh God, cringe. Oh, anyway.
I'm sorry, but why they have so many friggin' designs that are like variants of All Might? Because isn't there that other frick?
In the first movie,
sorry? Are you really sorry?
Yeah, come on, man. Don't give Canadians a bad name with your fake sorries. In the first movie, you saw All Might's eyes too, because they were from back before he was decrepit.
Right.
All right, I want to talk about this. I think it'll set us up for topics we're gonna touch base on in a second. So, Ghostbusters star Ernie Hudson rejects the idea that being black led to his reduced role in the first film. Says, quote, "It's very tempting sometimes to blame anything that doesn't work in your life on racism, but it's not quite that simple." In offering the latest counter to Hollywood's incessant need to blame literally every problem on some form of bigotry, Ghostbusters franchise star Ernie Hudson says that not only does he disagree with the idea that his being black led to his reduced role in the first film, but that leaping to blame anything that doesn't work in your life on racism is nothing but unproductive. For context, a quick trip down memory lane. Originally, as confirmed by Ghostbusters co-creator Dan Aykroyd, the role of Winston Zeddemore was originally intended to go to comedian Eddie Murphy. I assume this is right after Trading Spaces? What's the name of the movie again?
Spaces.
Is it Spaces? Yeah. So, because Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy starred opposite each other in that. So I'm guessing they had a relationship, a working relationship. And so he wanted to include him in the next thing because they had a good energy. They liked working together, all that. However, thanks to scheduling conflicts related to his work on Beverly Hills Cop Eddie Murphy ultimately had to decline the offer. As such, the role would eventually go to Ernie Hudson. But despite the fact that the character was seemingly intended for a celebrity as big as Murphy, as fans who have seen the final cut of the film can attest, he is barely even a presence in the first Ghostbusters, having easily the least amount of screen time by far among the core team, and even being noticeably absent from the film's domestic and international release posters. Not only is he not featured, his name is not even included. According to Hudson, this dissonance is due to the fact that, at the very last second, the film's production studio, Columbia Pictures, decided to reduce his role in order to give co-star Bill Murray more screen time. Quote, "When I originally got the script, the character of Winston was amazing, and I thought it would be career-changing. The character came in right at the very beginning of the movie and had an elaborate background. He was an Air Force major something, a demolitions guy. It was great. In light of finding both the character and the potential chance for recognition to be appealing, Hudson said that when the Ghostbusters team, quote, came in at only half of my quote, because they said this role was going to make my career, rather than rejecting the offer, he said to my agent, I don't care. Just take it, because I believe that, meaning I believe it will make my career. And it kind of did. Just saying. I can't think of a single movie he's in other than Ghostbusters, to be honest. but I wouldn't even know his name had he not been in Ghostbusters. Unfortunately, despite having agreed to his reduced rate under the assumption that he would have played the original version of Zedmore, the actor noted that the night before filming begins, he got a new script and it was shocking. The character was gone. Instead of coming in at the very beginning of the movie, like page 8, the character came in on page 60. Oh, sorry, hold on. Instead of coming in at the very beginning of the movie, like around page 8, the character instead came in on page 68 after the Ghostbusters were established. His elaborate background was all gone, replaced by me walking in and saying, if there's a steady paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you say. So that was pretty devastating. I'm panicked, Hudson elaborated. I didn't sleep that night. It was like my worst nightmare is happening. The next morning, I rushed to the set and pled my case. And director Ivan Reitman basically says the studio felt that they had Bill Murray, so they wanted to give him more stuff to do. I go, all right, I understand that. But can I just be there when the Ghostbusters are established? And of course, he said no. There's nothing to do about it. It was kind of awkward, and it became sort of the elephant in the room. I see this differently now, and I don't mean any kind of animosity or anything towards anyone, certainly not towards Ivan or the guys. I was a single dad, and we were struggling to kind of hold on and pay the rent. I still needed to do this job. 30 years later, I look back at the movie, and it works very well the way it is. I think the character works, and with what he has to work with. But I've always felt like, man, if I could have played the original character. And it was in reference to this debacle that when pressed by said the actor's Louis Chilton, I think that's the name of the show that he was talking on, said the actor, following the premiere of Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, as to whether he thought racism played a crucial part in the shrinking of both his role in the film and his paycheck, Hudson sought to make it clear that he found the entire line of argument to be entirely reductive. Quote, being a person of African descent anywhere in the world, we're all just learning how to live together and get along together and realize that we're all connected. And it's very tempting sometimes to blame anything that doesn't work in your life on racism. But there are a lot of things that play into it, so it's not quite that simple. This is important. We can say it's a racial thing, but I think if Eddie Murphy had played the role I played, he would have been paid very well. I think studios are in the business of making money, and they pay what they feel they have to. So basically, you can claim that it was racism, but the problem is that the person they wrote the role for was black.
It was all about star
and
power.
they probably wouldn't have cut the role if Eddie
Yes.
took the job.
Yeah, because and again, he had just been in Trading Spaces with Dan Aykroyd.
Places.
Right? How dare you keep correcting me and changing it on me? Is it Places or Spaces?
It's Trading
Changing
Places.
races.
I
Anyway.
didn't correct. Reese got it wrong earlier. I
dare you, Reese. So I think Eddie Murphy was already a big star. You know, people aren't going to the movies to see him because they fucking hate him. You know what I mean? Like, that's absurd. So, I think we're going to see more and more of this. We're not going to cover it, but another thing that was in the news recently is The Rock has come out and apologized for endorsing Joe Biden.
And he's basically said, I'm not endorsing anyone now.
Mm-hmm. So I think we're going to start to see slowly more and more people coming out and decrying the racial, critical race theory nonsense, right? And they're going to pretend like they've always been advocates of reality instead of that nonsense. But regardless of whether or not they're lying or not, it's indicative of the pendulum swinging back the other direction. We should hold everybody's feet to the fire effectively, but I think we're going to see a lot more of this, and it is going to rapidly shift right in front of your eyes. So, jumping into anime news. Last podcast, we talked briefly about a character from Re:Zero being censored. Well, it turns out it is actually two characters. So Re:Zero anime character designer confirms Liliana and Capella are censored in season 3 due to international standards. Quote, the field is doing its best to deliver the best possible product under the many restrictions. So the upcoming third season of Re:Zero has been forced to censor the original designs of two new female characters, Liliana and Capella, in order for it to air in international markets.
So for clarification, do they mean like at the source, or is it just outside of Japan?
No, at the source. This is exactly what I've been talking about. Okay. They are censoring things in the production stage so that it isn't a censorship locally. It is a censorship at the source.
Yeah.
So Liliana is a petite 22-year-old bard who, upon crossing paths with Subaru and his crew, finds herself fighting alongside them in their battle against the villainous Sin Archbishops. In service of her profession as a traveling performer, Liliana's standard outfit consists of a small black bikini underneath a sheer cloth wrap, and flowing harem pants, all of which combines to leave her with a general appearance reminiscent of a Middle Eastern belly dancer. Meanwhile, Capella could not be any more the opposite. The lust representative of the Sin Archbishops, Capella is shown to be an absolute terror of an existence. Her brash and selfish nature, as well as her propensity for treating humans as little more than bags of meat with which to play with, making her a pariah among her fellow team members. To this end, wearing little more than a bikini, thigh-high leggings, and extremely short hot pants with a whale tail to boot.
Man, she's got balls.
Yep. Unfortunately, both women have been covered up. Said changes were first discovered on the trailer for Re:Zero's third season, viewable here. Therein, rather than her bikini, Liliana is shown to be wearing a more sporty variant consisting of a sports bra and gym spandex. Her pants are also no longer sheer. Capella received a similar treatment, her original purple bikini top instead being replaced with a more sports bra-esque top featuring a small chest window.
That looks like it's been for kids for sure. Like,
right? Curious as to the reason behind these changes. Let me ask you real quick. Did Angewomon or Lady Devilmon get censored for 4Kids?
I don't actually know.
I don't think they did, right? Just like real quick, Lady Devimon. Let me just pull that up real quick. Oh, I guess she's significantly less lusty.
I can tell you this: the Try
No.
movies are absolutely uncensored.
For some reason, my internet is slow.
Now, season 6 is censored with like Lilithmon, which rip in peace. Those Lilith titties.
Holy shit! Some of these cosplayers. Oh my god. Hold on.
Do they work at ErotikaLand?
I'm just trying to open this in a new tab. Okay, so here we got. Like we're entering an era that is effectively worse than 4Kids. Wow, the smallest images known to man are about to grace your presence here. There's our Lady Devimon. That doesn't. You can't hardly even tell. Let me go to the next one. All right, there's our Angewomon. I mean, they didn't censor that shit.
Zoom in and enhance.
Yeah, but this isn't from season 1 either, so I don't know.
All right,
it's hard
fine.
to tell.
Curious as to the reason behind these changes, in response to his sharing of a promotional illustration on Twitter to celebrate the trailer's release, fans pressed the aforementioned Sagawa as to whether or not he could provide any insight on the production team's decision. In turn, the character designer sadly confirmed, quote, "It's not limited to ReZero. But in order to reach as many people as possible, each country has its own broadcasting code. And in order to reach as many people as possible, the field is doing its best to deliver the best possible product under the many restrictions."
In other words, we have to...
lowest common denominator.
Yeah.
Right?
We have to capitulate
We have to
that.
reduce the most oppressive regime in order to be accepted everywhere.
Yeah, so now we're going to have to cover up her shoulders and, put, what are they called? The burqas on her or something?
Hijabs.
Hijabs, yeah.
Yeah. So, to this statement, the title of the article we just read, quote, "International standards. You mean the West standards? Under the many restrictions." What restrictions? Is there some kind of anime code authority?
This is even airing on TV. Like, what?
Anime will die if you don't give Western Puritans the middle finger. Fuck the West woke colonialism. Also, Raging Golden Eagle said, "The ReZero anime character designer sure has a lot of excuses for why they had to censor down to global standards. Meanwhile, looking through random anime airing next season and seeing designs like this, which are apparently fine for global standards."
And then Crunchyroll's going to see that as, you're right, we'll censor that too next. No, no.
So I saw this. Oh, no. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute.
You're in,
I'm in,
a
I'm
different
in my altered persona mode. Hold on.
your fursona account.
Let me go to my my non-gay profile. For fuck's sake, just load! I want to see some titties.
I'm making a song for
Hold on, I gotta reopen
the anime collector next.
You're gonna what? You're gonna make a song for me? That's so nice.
Yeah, I made one for Random 11, and now your turn's next.
Yay!
And then Reese can be after that.
I'm not scared at all.
Random 11 loved his song, isn't that right?
Right, Randall
He's
11?
muted.
No,
Mm-hmm.
no, I did
Randall's
not.
like, mm-hmm.
All right. So here's what they're doing in penance for censoring the lolly characters.
Dora 1.
So this was season 1. Season 2, they nerfed her.
Are you kidding
what?
me?
Oh, what?
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 Tempora Dora 3. Oh.
Yeah. So apparently, Amelia's tits just keep getting bigger, which I think makes sense because you wouldn't buy that he'd choose Amelia over Rem unless they they continually got bigger. See, they didn't need him in season 2 because Rem wasn't there. All right. Delicious in a Dungeon anime reveals new trailer and visual. So as I was saying, anime is changing at the source to skirt past the criticism of why the fuck are you injecting that? Why the fuck are you changing that? Right?
Yeah, because we had that egregious example of like Bleach changing at the source in real time, where they're like, "Oh no, redo the lines in Japan," and then they kind of can't complain. Oh,
yeah. With the "you smell like you masturbate too much" or whatever line.
You smell like semen.
Yeah. So let me just show you some of the ladies that you can expect.
But this one's
Oh,
kind of
God.
different because it's an anime original, isn't it?
What do you mean?
What?
This
isn't
is a
based
Studio
off of
Trigger.
It's based on a manga.
Yeah.
Oh, is
it's
it?
based on? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just showing you the type of women that we're expected to enjoy this season. So you got your furries, your birdies,
You got your featheries.
your ninja. You know, you got to have the classics. Your hot ninja.
Yeah, your ends.
Your monster.
Ogres. Your ogre.
Your
girls.
Chun-Li ain't got nothing on these legs. What's this character's name? Inutade?
Look how small that goddamn head is. Like, you know, the 7 heads rule when drawing? Like, oh my god, how many heads is she?
7 heads in that thigh right there.
I didn't realize it was based off of a manga. Now I'm disappointed.
Anyway, just pointing it out. We got this monster-legged safe horny over here. That's a concept we're gonna look at.
I've been putting up with the bad first few episodes to try and get through it. And I'm like, it's Studio Trigger. Like, they've got to get to a point where, it's
they can't let me down the whole season.
Yeah,
right?
like we got to have the aliens reveal. But if it's based off of a manga, did they do the manga?
No.
Then yeah.
If I scroll to the bottom here and read to you, nope. Wait. The original Dungeon manga by Ryoko Kui was serialized in 2014-2023. In Enterbrain's Heart to Seinen manga magazine, English language version is also available from Yen Press.
Yeah.
Yoshihiro Miyajima is directing it, so it's not even Imaishi. So just
be dropped off my watch list.
Yeah, I was gonna say bail out now.
I watched it and enjoying it.
Yeah. I'm being a little harsh on it just for comedy. But continuing, we spent way too much time on this. Baki-Dou arc gets an anime adaptation from TMS Entertainment.
It's always good to see more Baki nowadays coming.
Taking place immediately after the strongest parent/child quarrel arc, Baki-Dou features Baki Hanma and his fellow fighters overcome with a sense of malaise until the legendary swordsman Miyamoto Musashi is revived in the modern day through cloning and necromancy at a secret base located 364 meters beneath Tokyo Skytree. Further
Well,
details
just
about the
spoil
anime
all the good
adaptation
parts, okay?
have not been revealed. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's gotten so off the rails that they have to bring in like historical figures, to fight.
Nobunaga Oda.
It's just going to turn to
Genghis
what is
Khan.
it? Fate Stay Night.
Yeah.
King Arthur's been resurrected.
Oh, anyway, MAPPA minister leaves to create new subculture company Blue Rights.
Whoa, Blue Rights.
Why does
matter?
that look like an insurance company logo?
No, that looks like the cancer AIDS ribbon.
Right? MAPPA Planning Development Minister Kimura Makoto, who worked on some of the animation studio's most troubled works like Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 and Buchigiri, has left the company to create a brand new anime subculture-focused company called Blue Rights. Kimura first began working at MAPPA in 2014, and his departure seemingly comes as a blow to the studio, which has been struggling to make itself more commercial and profitable at the expense of overworking the animators that support the production of their works. Possibly as a jab towards MAPPA higher-ups, in the announcement tweet, Kimura included what seems to be a not-so-subtle jab towards his former workplace. Quote, I left my position as minister in MAPPA at the end of March and became independent. The name of my new company is Blue Rights Co. We'll handle things like anime, music, products, events, planning, overseas expansion, and more. We hope to restructure the schemata in a way the creators can also be happy, so that we can spread amazing culture created in Japan to all across the world. I look forward to working with everyone. What does that fucking even mean? Oh yeah, my new company. Yeah, we're this is what we're called. We're gonna handle all this shit. Okay.
MAPPA's really missing out on not opening up a hentai division called FAPPA.
Oh yeah. Change.org petition right now. All right, so the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero chief animation director says, quote, anime bankruptcies are coming. So on the one hand, we've got the pendulum swinging the other direction and the world becoming a little bit less insane. But with that less insanity is all the stuff you love dying. So Jujutsu Kaisen Zero animation director Terumi Nishi paints a bleak future for the anime industry, suggesting that more bankruptcies are on the horizon. Nishi said in a post on Twitter, quote, in the future, the capacity of each company will be completely exhausted. We expect to see more and more bankruptcies due to the fact that a production scheduled for 3 years will now be finished in 5 years, but the budget has been spent on another production. I wonder how many animators will be able to survive at that time. The careless ones will be cut off. Let's all study up. Oh, what does that mean? Major anime industry figures are concerned about budgets and production times. So other figures back Nishi's concerns over anime budgets. Anime production commonly begins around 3 years before airing. For example, Solo Leveling producer Atsushi Kaneko recently shared in the new Solo Leveling special that he received the project outline in July 2020. Given that animation typically happens at the latter end of production, an excessive number of retakes due to low competency means additional compensation. If this can't be accounted for, other projects that are also underway will collapse despite significant work being done, resulting in bankruptcy. So I think it's unwise to say that, well, just because Solo Leveling, he got the outline in July 2020. It's like, well, yeah, during COVID. Like, maybe that delayed it slightly. I don't know. Jujutsu Kaisen animation director predicts the anime industry's impending collapse. Nishi's comments were part of a thread where she spoke about NAFCA's upcoming book for animator skill certification. Nishi has long maintained that the anime industry's impending collapse owes heavily to the decline in the newer generation's skills. She also previously blasted the practice of hiring animators over social media, which she considers drafting in cheap labor who don't have the time or environment to learn from their mistakes and improve. NAFCA hopes to introduce an animator skills certificate, which will standardize skills and open a pathway to ability being commensurate with job prospects and pay. Man, it's almost like DEI is affecting all walks of life. I guess I should say the lowering the bar. Let me rephrase that. It's not DEI in this case, but it's the same problem that's occurring with DEI, which is a lowering the bar in order to fill the position in the case of the animators, because there isn't enough talent in Japan to fill the need of the industry. As chief animation director for the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero film, with similar credits for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable, Mawara Penguin Drum, and more, a core part of Nishi's role is correcting animator drawings that don't meet acceptable standards. She has previously spoken about the massive health pressures placed on animation directors who are integral to an anime maintaining a consistent design. Bleach, the 1,000-Year Blood War chief animation director Kiyoshi Komatsubara, opened up on this late last year, with the animator describing year-end health issues for 2 years in a row. Quote, I realize that I am getting older and need to take care of my health, so I will be more careful next year, he added. Wow. That's an article that almost
after Akira Toriyama died as well.
Who died of taking it too easy? So, reiterating a point to bridge to the next topic here, I was just saying that the demand for animators in Japan is higher than the skill allows, meaning they're getting stretched too thin to accommodate the demand, right? Well, hold on to that thought, because Warner Brothers Japan is going to produce over 10 anime titles per year.
Damn.
So the company's Japanese anime studio is going to double its output. So Warner Brothers Discovery president of Asia Pacific, Warner Brothers Discovery president of Asia Pacific, James Gibbons, stated to entertainment news website Variety last Friday that the company's Japanese anime studio will produce more than 10 titles per year, as opposed to its output of 5 to 10 titles in the past years. He stated that, quote, anime is one of the best ways to reach the 18 to 30-year-old audience, which is incredibly elusive. No, you don't understand. The 18 to 30-year audience is watching anime because it's not Warner Brothers trash. Like, that's the fucking point. People are escaping to anime because up until very recently, it has been anti-woke. It has been the thing that you can enjoy without having, getting preached at or having shit shoved down your throat. He went on to say that the company has strong anime audiences in the US, parts of Europe, and Latin America. The company's anime studio launched in 2011 and has produced over 80 titles, including JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Record of Ragnarok, and Spy Family. Yeah, I'm not sure where your involvement was on any of those, other than, spending money.
I mean, isn't that what producer does?
Yeah.
Spends money?
So, Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper said, let me get this straight. Warner Brothers Discovery destroyed DC Comics, destroyed the DCEU, and has just destroyed DC Games with live services and Sweet Baby Inc. And now they're looking at us in Japan thinking, ooh, anime is getting globally popular. Quick, let's get involved in that. So not only is that the problem, right? Like, that's obviously a big issue, that Disney is attempting to get stuff for Disney Plus. Warner Brothers is looking to produce anime such as Suicide Squad Isekai, right, and all that stuff, in order to supplant and sort of sneak into the audience that already exists, in order to have some relevance and have something not something be profitable to keep the company going, kind of thing. And the problem with this is that these Western companies are basically throwing money around in Japan to these different studios to bid for them to work on their projects. And for every Western project a studio takes, that's at least one Japanese project they're not taking. You know what I mean? So the talent, which is already being stretched super thin, is now also being stretched for a bunch of bullshit Western properties and Western, focus grouped, sanitized projects, So that's where I see things going. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on these topics.
I do, but you kind of said them all, so.
All right. We're going to start slowing things down just a little bit. So, Attack on Titan's Hajime Izayama and voice actor Yuki Kaji create a manga one-shot.
Attack off Titan.
Izayama and Kaji seek an artist to draw the manga debuting this summer.
I thought that was the whole point of Hajime Isayama being involved.
Yeah, it almost seems like there's no point in him being there at all. So Isayama is drawing the thumbnail storyboard draft for the manga. And Kaji, who's the voice of Eren in Attack on Titan, is writing the story.
Just watch. He makes it about a voice actor who's isekai'd into a world with titans or something.
It says it's based on... It's called... Oh, fuck. It's, they're collaborating on a one-shot manga spinoff of Soyogi Fractal, Kaji's project celebrating the 20th anniversary of his voice acting debut. Kaji's Soyogi Fractal project centers on the character Soyogi, which features voice synthesis software based on Kaji's voice.
Oh my god. Why?
Kaji envisions the software as allowing both amateur and professional creators to create interesting content without restraints. So he made his voice an NFT, just like Troy Baker, huh?
Oh, but I thought it was like, in this thing, he's gonna use a sample of his voice or whatever. It's like, don't you have your own voice? Why do you have to use that for your...
Yeah, and it's funny because it's a fucking manga. How much are you gonna voice act in it? Right? So, if you thought the idea of Isayama being reduced to just drawing thumbnails, storyboards, it's silly.
Get too hard.
Well, guess what? Captain Tsubasa's manga story is going to continue in storyboard form.
What?
Wow.
Dude,
remember
the
how
art
I was
looks
just
as
saying?
jank as ever.
Remember how I was just saying that the animators in Japan are getting stretched too thin?
Well,
Yeah.
the mangaka have been there since day one.
So Captain Tsubasa Rising Sun manga will have a new arc serializing in the form of storyboards on the new Captain Tsubasa World website. The website will post the 27-page first chapter of the new arc titled Captain Tsubasa Rising Sun Finals, not to be confused with the previous Captain Tsubasa Rising Sun The Final Arc.
Oh my god.
On Thursday. Shueisha previewed the storyboards on Wednesday. Takahashi explained that he had been thinking over the past few years about whether he would continue or finish drawing the manga. He calculated that it may take over 40 years to finish the story. As such, instead of pushing his body to the limit, he concluded that it would be better to just stop serialization. Takahashi is over 60 years old, and he considers himself to be in good health. However, due to presbyopia, the gradual loss of the eye's ability to focus on nearby objects, he is experiencing poorer eyesight and dizziness. The combination of his condition COVID-19 affecting staff structure, the switch to digital methods for drawing manga, and the death of Doka-Ben baseball manga creator Shinji Mizushima in January 2022 all factored into his decision. I don't fucking understand. It sounds like he just said, yeah, I'm 60. I don't want to be drawing this till I'm 100. I'm quitting.
I just want to say
we're doing the story, but like, where's that part of the story come in?
So
he just
I'm
hires
looking
his
on my
assistant.
anime list,
Mhm.
and he started the manga in like 1981. It looks like he's giving One Piece a run for its money. It'll take 40 years to finish this.
Yeah, at least with One Piece, it's like, okay, yeah, they're
he
looking
started
for
in '99, and
they're looking for the MacGuffin, the One Piece. Like, how many sports game? Like, seriously, think about this
literally
realistically.
wants there to be a lifetime worth of games.
No,
in it.
no, but seriously, think about it. Think about that realistically, right? So, if you are on a sports team, you start. Let's even say you start in middle school, right? How many possible games could you have in your sports career that would follow in the anime, right? So, like, you follow every single game that they do in high school, all the way through the 3 years that the Japanese have high school, right? Where do you go from there? To the championships, right? Like, how many times? Also, like, how many different scenarios can you do in the fucking manga? Like, you've got to have some other storyline happening simultaneously on the sidelines where, like, they look over and the girl he likes is, like, jerking off some guy that he doesn't like or something. How else do you keep the fucking drama going?
And then when he finally gets the girl, he becomes like this drug addict, sex addict who has to go to rehab and then fix
Just like
his life.
Ashitano Joe.
Wow.
So it says here, Captain Tsubasa, Rising Sun, revolves around Tsubasa as he aims to participate in the Olympics as a representative from Japan. If you ask me, where do you go up from there? Intergalactic representative of Earth for space soccer? Like,
No,
where else could you take this,
Mr.?
It's going to take 40 more years to finish the story. What? What story?
No, he's Ash Ketchum. He doesn't age. Well, I guess he ages, but he doesn't win. So he's just losing at the Pokemon League last second each season. That's all it is. It'll take 40 seasons to milk that out.
So it says here that he posted on Twitter on April 5th in English discussing his decision to retire as a manga creator and about the freedom he will have. The freedom he will have now without worrying about deadlines, number of pages, or set manuscript size, adding, quote, I think this will let me deliver entertainment to you in a more creative way.
Dude, it's going to go
That's
way
a
downhill.
story.
Hold up. It's going to go way downhill because he's not going to have an editor that's like, okay, dude, that's enough soccer. You've kind of like milked it enough. No, I need to keep going.
I like the idea that like people in Japan, they could up the speed of the production of their manga by taking every issue of One Piece, for example, and creating an AI generative thing based on the artwork you've already produced. And then you submit the storyboard art and let it just draw it for you, and then just make the changes where necessary in order to speed up the process, you know?
Reduce those titties in size.
So it says here, I think this will let me deliver entertainment to you in a more creative way. He also said the story of Captain Tsubasa is not over yet. This is for sure. Fucking make up your mind. It's going to take 40 years to finish, so I quit. But actually, I don't quit. I just quit the grind life of having to get it to you every week. And also, I'm going to entertain you by just doing some like napkin sketches and stuff. Like, right?
He quit the Sigma grind set.
Oh, in other news, LGBT activists threatening publishers and bookstores over anti-trans book. Oh. So the Sankei Shimbun Publishing, the Sankei Shimbun Publishing and multiple bookstores have been receiving arson threats from deranged individuals in an effort to prevent the sales and publication of a book deemed anti-trans by LGBT activists. The book, Irreversible Damage, The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters, written by American journalist Abigail Schreier, essentially spreads awareness through interviews and messages from girls who regret changing their gender through surgery and other procedures. While the book is more about the risks and dangers behind gender affirmation surgery, LGBT activists consider it a threat that must be stopped. The book has been translated into multiple languages and will be published in Japanese on April 3rd, 2024. However, since announcing plans to localize the book, the Sankei Shimbun Company has been receiving threats from LGBT activists. More recently, with threats coming from a German domain claiming that the content of the original work, quote, incites discrimination against transgender people. The activists have threatened the publisher and several bookstores by saying they would burn the books at the stores in protest if they were to be released.
No, they just need to localize it so it's actually all pro-trans.
Well, so I was listening to Tim Pool or somebody talk today about there was like a undercover journalism thing they did where they had somebody pose as like a 14-year-old girl.
This was in Montreal.
Yeah. Do you want to tell the story then?
I guess. Basically, the story was that the girl was an actress. She was actually 14.
Mm-hmm.
The CBC Radio Montreal hired her to go into this because in Canada we have public healthcare except Quebec.
Mm-hmm.
They have public and private. So I believe this was a private clinic in Quebec, and they hired her to go in there, and she basically just said, I think I'm trans, I have she didn't
heard online.
I don't think she basically I don't think she proved anything. She literally just said,
so if I recall, sorry, I don't mean to like take the thunder away from you, but legitimately as I was telling the story, I'm like I was really trying to remember it, and as you started bringing it up, you've jogged my memory. What I heard is that she said that she was depressed, or no, she had an eating disorder.
Eating disorder, yeah.
Yeah, she had an eating disorder, and she said that a individual she found online also had the eating disorder, but said that she
fix it by getting
cured
trans.
it when she transitioned, right? That it wasn't actually a regular eating disorder. It was anxiety induced from not being in the right body or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so effectively the within minutes of talking to them, they were talking to her about like cutting off her tits.
Within like 7 minutes, they said, do you want a hysterectomy?
Yeah.
Mastectomy. And it was like 10 minutes they offered the hysterectomy.
The hysterectomy, yeah. Like, do you want to remove your ability to have children? Right, effectively.
And the whole like consultation was like half an hour or something, and they prescribed her testosterone.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so the point that Tim Pool made about it, which is sort of the part I want to bring up, was that the LGBT activists will disregard how dangerous it is.
How
they firebombed the fucking CBC?
It was a firebomb. In that short you guys sent, it was like they broke the glass at the CBC. Which surprisingly...
Oh, you sent that to me, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
that
what
was the CBC. Cool. Yeah, it was
yeah,
the CBC
yeah.
who did
that's
it.
where that was.
Surprisingly, of all people.
Well,
it was CBC Radio, first of all, not CBC, the television station.
Well, the point that was being made was that any logical person could look at the fact that this girl was being almost like groomed into the decision,
without
Like,
like her parents being present.
Her reasoning for wanting to talk about it in the first place was simply, I have a problem, and somebody else that I saw online who had the same problem said they fixed it by transitioning. And then the conversation got steered towards, so when are we going to cut off your tits? Right?
Yeah.
Well, no.
And so the problem is,
yes, but it's also she walked out with testosterone.
yeah. And
No
so
parents
the
involved
problem,
at all.
yeah. So the issue is, any reasonable person can look at that and say, we've all been children. We've all interpreted the world in ways that weren't completely accurate. And it is the responsibility of adults to notice and correct that way of thinking, not reinforce and like,
especially a doctor.
Yeah.
Like, you go to the doctor for help, and then you expect them to like talk you through shit.
Yeah,
you
like
know?
sometimes you'll talk to the doctor and you will have self-diagnosed, and they will shut down that way of thinking right away. Like, no, that's like, we need to run a test. You're not, you don't have blood cancer. Let's reel it back here. Like,
Yeah.
some people, you know what I mean?
Like, you go to any proper doctor, and you're like, I've been on Google, doctor.
Yeah,
I've
been on
diagnosed
Google, and I
myself
heard
with
that a
stomach
lobotomy
cancer. I
can
need
help
chemo.
with my sadness.
Or a lobotomy.
And they're like, all right, well, let's get you penciled in. Let's get you that lobotomy. Like any reasonable person would look at the way that unfolded and say, like, well, we need to pump the brakes here. But the activists, they don't care that people are getting caught in the crossfire because they want the government to continue to pay for their trans surgery. And so, in spite of the fact that the policies are maiming, neutering...
Did you see the other thing in Canada with the fucking...
the double trans thing?
The guy wants to become a Fuda?
Yeah, like, so this is... I was going to bring
and
that
he
up
wants
too,
the
like,
government to pay for it.
Yes. So effectively what we have now, like, it's like... Occasionally, there's a massive disconnect between what the media has trained you to perceive something as and what the reality of it is. For example, when you see silencers in movies and they go, pew, 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 like, that trains you to believe that a gun can be fired without making a sound. In reality, when you shoot a gun with a suppressor, which is the best you can actually get, it's still loud as shit, right? What's that? Can I help you, young man? I don't have any crackers in here.
As gun tubers put it, it's the only like safety device that's banned or whatever.
You can take them and go to your mom and ask her. Can you do that?
Doctor, we have tests. Male patient. You mean I don't have a hysterical pregnancy?
Hysterical pregnancy?
Oh. Yeah.
I'm saying come in when it turns out it's your kid instead of your wife who you thought was coming in to ask you something. All right, so I forgot. I totally lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so
become a Fuda.
Yeah. So media has effectively trained people to believe that a silencer makes a gun silent, right? In practice, that's not how it works, and you still require hearing protection when firing a gun that has a silencer on it, right? In order to limit the damage to your hearing, right? So similarly, media has also trained people to believe that it is possible to get plastic surgery and look 100% identical to another person, like sci-fi levels of like getting plastic surgery and now you're indistinguishable from the president kind of thing, right? So I think what's happening with this guy who wants to become a Fuda is that he believes he's drunk the Kool-Aid. Oh, they can make vaginas and penises now. They can just make them. It's like I don't think you understand. When they give you bottom surgery, they slice your dick open and they turn that shit inside out and put it up inside of you. If they don't have that, how are they going to make your whole? You know, if you want to keep both, right? So unless you're going to get a pig vagina grafted onto your taint.
Also,
right?
where's the room? Like, where you?
Yeah.
Is he chopping his balls off? Maybe he's chopping his balls off. But
Yeah.
he said he wanted to keep his dick so that he
He
still
said
orgasm.
full package or bust. You know?
Can you orgasm without your balls? I don't even know. I don't think so.
Oh no! Well, hold up. I think the whole point is that he's saying he's keeping his native genitalia because when you get rid of it, you lose your sensation completely, right? So he wants to keep both, so he can still have his male functionality or whatever.
I don't know. I mean, not all, but most. There's a certain degree to where the hormones actually atrophy.
They do the sterilizing?
Yeah, I mean, not just sterilizing, but effectively makes them impotent or whatever. Like it.
Yeah.
No, what's the word?
Erectile
sensation.
dysfunction.
Yeah, like there's an erectile dysfunction to where like it doesn't respond the way it's meant to. Obviously, you're destroying it with the hormones that don't belong in a body with those sex organs. So anyway, the point is that this is how collectivism
And you
operates.
fuckers, this is your fault. He's getting Ontario government to pay for this fucking surgery only because the only place in the whole fucking world that does it is in the States. Someone offers this surgery. If they didn't get offered, we wouldn't have to pay for it. So I blame you.
So you're telling me that there is a place in the States where they advertise
Texas.
will turn you into a fuda?
Into a fuda.
Apparently.
Oh, no.
The guy wants the government, our government, to pay to fly him to Texas, have the operation done, and fly him fucking back.
Texas.
Get turned into a fuda.
Did they agree?
That explains a lot.
It's in the courts right now. One court said no, and the other court said, well, yeah, he's trans. And it goes to his trans identity because he is female, but he is not all the way female.
I identify as a billionaire. They need to accept my gender.
He
or
identifies
else
as a 60% female.
So, oh fuck! I lost my train of thought. God damn it! I paused for a second to think, and my kids started yelling, and that's all I heard in my brain. What were we talking about? So,
Fudas.
Fuda surgeries in Texas.
Well, no, but the overarching thing is about how. Oh, I was going to say, this is why you don't capitulate to mentally disturbed individuals, because when they say, you need to observe my pronouns, you need to, like, each step of the way down that slippery slope, you're opening yourself up to the, well, now I've convinced you to pay for it, and now it's not that hard to leap from you pay for it, you now pay for my flight to a completely different country where you also pay for it, and then, I mean, theoretically, the U.S., if the Canadian government's paying for it, they can start like tacking on extra fees to siphon off money.
Gouge the shit out of us.
Yeah, I mean, because it's just the Canadian taxpayer who's paying for it, right? So, yeah, it's fucked up.
Ontario taxpayers specifically.
Yeah, and it's it is a problem that is only going to get worse as we continually bend over backwards to capitulate people who see this as a path to power and will continually use it as such, So anyway, I need to get a water. I think I'm getting dehydrated and my brain not functioning so good. So I'll be right back.
Wow.
Well, the Nazis would be jealous of the number of gay and autistic children that have been sterilized, all in the name of helping them. Yeah, the trans stuff does seem to focus on mentally challenged people.
What software are you using, Random 11?
What, this? Ooh, yeah, you haven't seen this before. How do you like
I
it?
didn't know you made your VTuber debut.
Yeah.
With that avatar you were working on.
Yep.
So
Oh, you should go back and watch the first reveal. It was so.
Oh, you need to watch
awesome.
all the podcasts you missed.
Okay, I'll watch all. Was it 72 hours backlog?
No. Just the first reveal, where they find out. It's VTube Studio.
We have to have tests. Male patient. You mean I don't have hysterical pregnancy? Yeah. The Nazis would be jealous of the number of gay and autistic children that have been sterilized, all in the name of helping them. Yeah. It's a shame. So anyway, so we're looking at, just to remind you, because this is sort of combined, we're looking at the LGBT activists threatening to burn down the bookstores over that anti-trans book. Meanwhile, the Japanese Communist Party is encouraging members to report fan service manga to the UN. You know, the UN that recently picked Saudi Arabia to lead their women's rights forum despite their abysmal record.
I think that's a base move from the UN.
Where the fuck? Get out of here. Where did the date go on this here? This is from March this year. So, yeah.
That's an amazing move.
Right? So, the Japanese Communist Party has reportedly created a secret report form to spread amongst its members in order to report young adult manga to the United Nations. Japanese go-getter blogger Misato Nakayama reported finding the form as a QR code in the Shimbun Akahara, the daily newspaper for the Japanese Communist Party. The form asks questions such as whether convenience stores carry adult magazines and names manga magazines that carry seinen titles for young adult men, such as Young Animal, which is the one that serialized Berserk. Straight white males or just straight men in general are the most oppressed group on the planet. Their push to vilify anime and manga appears to partially contradict the party's statements in 2021, where the JCP affirmed their alleged commitment to free expression, but had reservations about how women are portrayed in creative works. What's even more surprising is in 2010, all 8 Japanese Communist Party Assembly members voted against a bill that would restrict freedom of expression. But a lot can change in 14 years. Oh, it is sickening to think that 2010 was 14 years ago.
Uh-oh.
In trying to provoke the United Nations into commenting on Japan's policy of free expression, it's evocative of the Vice hit piece on Japanese media, which conflated fan service in manga and anime with child abuse. Okay, so quick side note. I've been holding on to this topic for over a year because when it came out, it was a lot to go over and I was too busy like over and over again last year. And it never ended up getting talked about, but I do still want to eventually touch base on it. So hopefully we get to that. I don't know if we'll get to it this next podcast, but we'll see. After Japanese social media users discovered the secret poll, some pointed out the irony of a historically repressed political party wanting to use their authority to restrict freedom of expression. You can find a screen cap of a tweet thread discussing the Japanese Communist Party forum below. I guess to say, in the past, the authorities used to make fun of groups that were arbitrarily determined to be anti-government, including the Communist Party, and imprison them. But in the same way, there are no expressions that were arbitrarily determined to be harmful. The fact that the Communist Party is not even trying to hide the fact that it will report the matters to the United Nations, using it as a reason for regulation, Seems like the cause and effect is too deep. Well, to begin with, this kind of oppression is a promise of communism. Too true. In contrast to the Japanese Communist Party's goal of censoring manga and anime, Japanese politician and manga artist Ken Akamatsu has been an outspoken proponent of free speech and expression in Japan. He's best known for his work as the creator of Love Hina and Negima. Most recently, Akamatsu discussed his campaign pledge to protect artists and shared his concerns that international pressure could lead to censorship in Japan. Akamatsu is a member of Japan's Liberal Democratic Party, which is basically the Republican Party of Japan.
I have a hilarious Ken Akamatsu related thing.
Go for it.
Mother's Basement had like a retweet or something, like someone quoting Ken Akamatsu, or maybe it was just saying Ken Akamatsu, or like quoting him about like how he wants to push for like non-AI art or something like that, and it's like Giga Chad Ken Akamatsu take and versus like whoever the other person was. But the good part was in the comments when there's like making these comments like that awkward moment when you're supporting Ken Akamatsu when you don't look at his other takes or whatever, because obviously he had that like lolicon or whatever thing, and then someone else in the comments is like, yeah, it's like what's his name, Mamoru Oshii and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what all of his skeletons in his closet were. Oh, was he a piece of garbage? And then it's like, yeah, he like was it he supported like gun owners and like something else, and I'm like, what do you mean that's based?
Yeah.
Mamoru Oshii based?
Well, I'll remind you that years ago when Vic was first canceled, I had that conversation in that AniTuber group where Mother's
Everything
Basement...
that's the slightest bit right of center, you think is the most extreme whatever.
No. I decried the fact that we were being forced into untenable position where people would reasonably suggest that it was worth it to uphold innocent until proven guilty, and Mother's Basement fired back with, that is inherently a right-wing position. And I'm like, oh, gotcha.
And even if it was like, I'm just saying, even if it was like, they're acting like, oh, right is inherently evil. You're dead.
Yeah. Boy, I should not have tried to open this. Okay, cool. All right. So Arknights removes hand gesture associated with anti-LGBT feminist movement. Okay, hold on. I understand the feminist hand gesture. Now the feminist movement. So now they're removing a hand gesture that is about TERFs. Is that what we are? The trans exclusionary radical feminists, like what's her name, J.K. Rowling? Is that what we're doing here? Because it's the same hand gesture. Not sure how that works.
It's literally just the modern day this.
Well, yes.
The okay sign?
Not
yeah,
quite.
you remember how people said, "Oh, that's
because this
the
is white power
supremacist emote." Yeah.
Hold on, wait. Where's the? we have to do the proper representation, which is where's the overlays? There you go.
Yeah. All reliable.
This is where it says on Wikipedia, white supremacist symbol.
Okay.
All right, so mobile games. No, where am I? The mobile gacha game Arknights has altered a character to remove a hand gesture associated with the anti-LGBT radical feminist group Megalia. Jessica the Liberated is a unit in Arknights announced late last year. In her original artwork, you can see her right hand running along her hair while she makes a seemingly accidental pinching gesture. bringing her forefinger and thumb together. The new artwork has her hand pulled away from her hair with a more natural-looking pose. You can see both versions side by side below. It's a fucking postage stamp, though. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. You're a radical feminist in Japan who's a misandrist. Is this the same as this? If anything, this is the big dick hand, right?
I don't understand how that's even like anti-LGBT or whatever. It just means you have a small dick. How does that mean?
I think they're fixated on it, but they're actually saying they're just trying to rope into the title that the Megalia group that is radical feminist is also anti-LGBT. I think that that's what they're trying to say. I'm guessing. Because they say it's associated with the anti-LGBT radical feminist group Megalia. So literally all they did was just put the thumb behind the hair strands.
This is like, you know how people see the fucking swastika in like everything now?
Yeah.
Or the SS, like the Thunderbolts. It's like, oh shit, this innocuous thing is Nazis now because it has a vague representation of, a whirlwind or something, a ninja star. It seems like they're going down that route with this hand gesture thing.
So you're talking about, for example, Sarah Silverman tweeting, walking to get coffee and saw these all over a sidewalk in the town I'm in. Is this an attempt at swastikas? Do neo-Nazis not have Google?
Literally an X. Oh my god.
So it's a symbol that is marking like pipes and things underground. This is from 2017, by the way.
Like if anyone takes algebra, that's how you draw like a variable X. That's just
Random 11's the algebra expert. The savant
he did my son's 5th grade. He is smarter than a 5th grader.
Let it be known to all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway. So, I just love the yelling happening in the next room. Bless my wife's heart. Anyway, so mobile games have been the focus of Korean feminists in recent years. Late last year, they bullied a Japanese artist for Blue Archive off of Twitter. We'll look more at Blue Archive next podcast. You may be wondering what the pinching gesture means exactly. In Korea, the gesture is associated with the defunct feminist group Megalia. Megalia is largely known for doxing men and gleefully sharing images of botched circumcision for their own enjoyment. The pinching symbol is meant to represent mocking the size of men's genitalia. In a response, and if you recall, Korea has the smallest dicks, according to that very accurate article we read about the smallest dicks of the world. The pinching symbol is meant to represent mocking the size of men's genitalia. In response to Megalia, game studios and fans became hypercritical of artwork that contains the pinching gesture on the chance it could be a dog whistle for Megalians. I would just like to point out, when you mock certain people, the response is what gave us Stellar Blade. So thank you for your mocking us. Thank you for mocking the small-dicked Koreans and men in general, because it has graced us with greatness. Game of the year. So the pinching symbol is meant to represent. I already read that one. Megalia as a site has not existed since 2017 after site moderators implemented rules against homophobic posts. This caused the majority of the user base to fraction off into their own more extreme websites and groups. Post outing and doxing gay men, especially men married to women, was and still is a popular pastime in these groups. After the character was changed, there was a quick response from Western feminists spamming the new announcement with the pinching emoji. Cry more. I don't know. I like my smug anime girls, so you've made me more powerful. Many of the responders, ironically, have gender-neutral pronouns or self-identify as non-binary in their bio, implying they either don't know or don't care about the symbol's anti-LGBT origins. I think that's a bit of a reach, to be honest. Niche gamer. All right. The marathon is beginning. Microsoft publishes new inclusion guide for video game devs. Recommends against creating female characters with, quote, exaggerated body proportions. So Microsoft has released a new product inclusion guide for video game developers, which suggests that creators completely abstain from depicting any sexualized or unrealistic female characters within their works. Made public on March 20th as part of the company's appearance at the recent 2024 Game Developers Conference, Microsoft's new Gaming for Every Product inclusion framework calls on developers to actively consider 4 specific areas when creating a new title. Those being approachability, which ensures all players, existing and new, experienced and novice, feel safe and welcome. Representation is about reflecting the diversity of the player and creator community so everyone can feel that they belong. Globalization is about making global players feel at home and ensuring that their experience has local relevance and respect. And accessibility is about making games and experiences playable for people with disabilities and striving to make products accessible by design from the ground up. A completely unrelated thought has popped into my head of, I wonder where Greenline is. In service of promoting these values, Microsoft also released a product inclusion action guide for developers to follow in order to keep their titles sufficiently progressive and unoffensive. Quote, having your story told is a universal human need. But for many in marginalized communities or in markets outside of the US, it's rare to be represented in media, let alone games. And as a result, some people could feel like a secondary consumer for our content. Wow. That's a lot to unpack. Wow. So I was playing Pac-Man. I gotta tell you, man, I really felt like a secondary consumer for the content. Like, Pac-Man eats like ghosts. What about the yokai? You know, like, just holy shit. Can we get focused back on making entertainment and not like stroking off the whole world for how, like, seriously, when you reduce, if you've got 8 billion people on the planet and we need to go to the smallest common denominator of those 8 billion people, you can't make a game anybody's going to like. You know what I mean? To quote Pompo the Cinephile, make the movie for one person, and then it will be a success. 80% of media consumed by the world is created in the US, and yet most media, including video games, don't contain characters and content that align to that broad consumer. Who fucking cares? Make it your goddamn self! Holy shit! Anybody can make anything they want these days. You got a fucking internet connection? Go for it. Oh my God. Oh, this is the white savior complex to a T. Like, it's up to us to make the games that those Zimbabweans can play that will reflect their lived experience in Zimbabwe. To this end, Microsoft then presents developers with a set of 10 questions to consider when it came to their projects in order to ensure they were properly inclusive. Are you telling new stories or sharing new perspectives within the product experience? Do all of your characters / player depictions look the same? What steps have you taken to ensure characters are represented respectfully and authentically? Have you validated assumptions you have made about your audience to check for blind spots or unintended stereotypes? Would you feel proud to show a member of a community how their culture / character is depicted within your experience? What, like when you fight the Russians in GoldenEye? Is that the kind of inclusivity we want? Is we don't want the Russians to feel villainized? How were the wide range of customers depicted within your products, content portfolio, and communication? Like, no, but seriously, like we've got Helldivers right now that's pretty popular. But imagine in like 50 years when the alien treaties exist and they're like, this game, oh, we can't. The remake isn't going to include the whatever the alien species is called because that's prejudiced against aliens. Like now you just fight robots, and then the AI becomes sufficiently advanced, and they lobby for rights for robots. There's no fucking end. Oh, so how are the wide range of customers depicted within your products, content portfolio, and communications? What process have you used to validate how different groups of people or cultures are represented in your experience? What % of screen time, on-screen presence, speaking lines, heroes is held by different gender/racial identities? Do you have a process to review key decisions with the lens of helping customers feel seen? Are you reinforcing any negative gender stereotypes? In expanding on this last question, Microsoft presented 3 additional sub-questions for devs to consider, particularly in regards to their female character designs. Are you unnecessarily introducing gender and gender barriers into your code or design? Are you creating playable female characters that are equal in skill and ability to their male peers? No. Princess Peach can basically fly in Super Mario 2. So, no, she is superior in skill. Are your female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their tasks?
Hold on. Her flying is actually oppressive, feminine, anti-feminist.
Right, because all the enemies can look up her dress while she's flying over them.
Oh, I didn't. Clearly, that's also a problem. But what I was saying was the developers think that women aren't as good gamers, so they give them an easier character to play.
Yeah,
that's
like in what is it, Final Fantasy VI or whatever, where if you play as the girl, you're in a mech because she can't do it on her own, right? See, thank God Microsoft was here to save us from our from our misogyny. Are your female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their tasks? Do they have exaggerated body proportions? When the story allows, do you show male characters who display a full range of emotions, including joy, sadness, and vulnerability? So after Kratos is done banging the wenches, does he cry a little bit? Like,
what am I doing with my life?
Sometimes I want to be the small spoon. It should be noted that while Microsoft did cite 4 studies regarding representation in support of their arguments, all of them are extremely flawed in their methodologies. Though the Diamond Lobby study claims that there is a stark lack of diversity in the overall gaming sphere, its findings are based solely on a surface-level look at the 10 highest-selling games between 2017 and 2021. Further, not only does the report fail to specify which metric they determined the highest-selling games, amount of money pulled in, amount of units sold, but it also does not name any of the specific titles outside of Apex Legends, which it put forth as the most diverse video game that we looked at.
It is called Gay Sex Legends, so.
Yep. Then there's the Gina Davis study. Published in 2021, the study not only takes particular issue with the long disproven idea that video games can directly inspire an individual to real-world violence, but it's also extremely disingenuous in making its arguments. For example, in support of the study's claim that gaming communities are rife with identity-based prejudice, harassment, and bullying that are ultimately harmful to boys and young men, The Gina Davis Institute cites such facts as streamers use some variation of the ableist language crazy in 1 in 5 gameplay segments.
Damn, Crazy's ableist now?
So
That's pretty
insanity is a disability.
I think I made this joke the other day that's like, next thing you know, they're going to have something as like a reality show about like some guy, he's in rehab for rape addiction because I'm just addicted. Oh, so it's like his disability. That's what's going to happen. I predict it.
Dude, that's very insensitive to the migrants in Sweden. You need to leave them alone. They use what's the song they do? This "Don't Go Near My No Square." You know what
God. Jesus.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
My no square. Don't touch me there. Hold on. No, let me find the real one, not the remix.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Also, I linked you the what is it? Ken Akamatsu then Mamoru Oshii thing.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Am I gonna show it? No, I linked you. So you can show.
Nevada. Oh no. Oh shit. Hold on. Let me share this with audio for you. Where are we at in terms of quality? All right. We need to see this in full res.
It's gonna do the internet thing, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Melody, and my project was Please Don't Touch Me Here, This Is My No-No Square. What inspired me was back in my freshman year of high school, I had my own problem with a boy along with 4 other girls. We were all victim of sexual harassment.
He
And
touched my no square.
studying and afraid to tell like our parents. And so in the end, we just decided it was enough, and we went and we took care of it. My project was sustainable because
I'm sorry, hold on.
I made a pamphlet and I handed it out to all the middle schoolers and high.
We were afraid to tell anyone or our parents. In the end, we just went and took care of it.
And
you know, like
when she says "took care of it," it makes it sound like
I need a picture of a I need a picture of a guy in a coma in a hospital bed flash on screen when she says that. Like, I just love it. We took care of it by writing this song that will effectively make us so unsexy, they will run away in disgust. Right?
That does sound like it'll work.
Yeah. That's like when they tell the rape victims to try to shit themselves so that it will lower the arousal of the
Sex
rapist. You better hope they aren't into that because you've just made things so much worse. Like I was about to nut, but you've shat yourself, and now I'm diamonds again. Like this is such an amazing still frame for her. I'm so glad that we immortalized that. Come on, buffer harder. All right, we're gonna lower the quality a little bit.
That's rape talk, right there. Harder? Come on.
Stunning and brave, this internet connection. Holy shit. We haven't even gotten to the goddamn song yet. It would have been faster at this point to just download it and upload it as a.
You didn't remember it and you can't send it to us by yourself?
No, you need to see it. All right. 4K video downloader.
16K no square song. So does she wear like pants that have a giant square in the crotch or whatever?
All right, here we go. Back to 144p. the last ditch effort. Before I send it to Reese to stream.
Mirage Leonardo, did I miss the weird news? I mean,
Depends on your definition of weird. You missed ErotikaLand. Oh, hey. I'm going to send it here while I have one of you guys pull it up, since my internet is deciding to be a bit... And in the meantime, I will pull open this Jeff Thu and Mercury Falcon status. And we could talk about those real quick.
Pull out. Quick.
Oh my God. I am under 300 tabs. This should not be like this.
Got greedy playing with fire.
Yeah.
I needed that extra tab open.
Flew too close to the sun. Oh, wait, that's not the sun. It's my laptop overheating.
Every time a dude injures his penis in some weird way, an angel gets its wings. What's your source on that?
Reese, can you open that link I sent?
I do. It's not working.
Oh, 4K video downloader finally opened. Yes! All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this Mother's Basement tweet. All right, the Chad, Ken Akamatsu. We need to protect manga and anime artists from the encroaching threat of generative AI on their livelihoods. Reiji Miyajima, who is the creator of
Rent-A-Girlfriend.
Rent-A-Girlfriend, miraculously reclaiming his virginity with the power of technology.
Wow.
Wow. I have an article about this if you wanted to just
He's
talk
such a
about that.
virgin. If only he could have his wife or whatever go on OnlyFans, right?
I don't understand. So this was about what did Oshi do or say?
Yeah,
with Oshi recently, and I like Oshi, but I feel like people praising him for shitting on Miyazaki don't realize that they themselves probably align more with Miyazaki than Oshi. He's a gun right advocate and has complained about political correctness negatively impacting art.
Based.
Oh no. Yeah. These are all good things that you're describing here, John.
There even was a couple comments in regards to Ken Akamatsu that said, "Yeah, well, I'm not sure if you saw the initial response that was like, he praises him without knowing, probably doesn't know his other opinions, and then other people are saying, well, his other opinions are great. What are you talking about?" Right?
Yeah. This is a great sign right now, what is happening right here. I love you, Internet, for waiting until the Gamergate news to to destroy me.
I take it you guys covered that Rent-A-Girlfriend AI art thing, right?
No, I have that article pulled up. I didn't put it in the doc on the weekend, but he's using AI. That's the news. Like, we don't have to cover it now. How's that? Oh, good. It finished downloading. Cool. All right, here we go. finally, the No Square song. This was it's better be worth it. All right, let me go to the
better.
I just want to remind you that she took matters into her own hand to do something about it. And this is what she did.
This will show.
I spoke too soon. I haven't actually gotten to it in my file manager. Hold on, here it is. Okay, open. And now it's uploading. Hold on.
This better be the top 10 songs I've heard this year. And I'm telling you, I've already heard two great songs.
I've heard a really good song today. I don't know.
It doesn't. It's not a song about Sydney Sweeney's titties, so it can't be the best song you've ever heard.
I want my money back already.
Yeah, the worst part is we have to watch the opening part again. Here it is.
Hi, my name is Melody, and my project was Please Don't Touch Me Here, This Is My No-No Square. What inspired me was back in my freshman year of high school, I had my own problem with a boy along with 4 other girls. We were all victim of sexual harassment, and we were all afraid to go tell somebody and afraid to tell like our parents. And so in the end, we just decided it was enough, and we went and we took care of it. My project was sustainable because I made a pamphlet and I handed it out to all the middle schoolers and high schoolers that I went to. And also I went to a cancer run and I went to an abuse drive at Town Square, and also I handed out there. And I also made a video, and it was at the PowerPoint I presented to all of the high schoolers and middle schoolers, and I'll also be putting it on YouTube and the Girl Scout YouTube. What I hope others will learn from my project is that they shouldn't be scared to go tell somebody if something's happening to them, or if someone that they know. They shouldn't be scared to go tell a teacher or their parents, or even maybe the school police. They should always know that there's someone there to help them no matter what they're going through.
You are kidding me.
They didn't even play it, did they?
The song.
Okay. Fucking. I didn't get to see a single second of that video.
Glad I didn't waste my time doing that.
Wow. So, hold on. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find it. AC, you really ruined that.
AC was
the one who ruined that.
Oh, I found
AC was the one who ruined that, but
there you go.
I didn't hear it.
We did. That's all that matters.
Didn't you say this is what Sweden is peddling? Her thing says Girl Scouts USA Southern Nevada.
No. The song is being used here. You should see the one with the like group of middle-aged women like acting like it's gonna save the world when they're singing it, but I don't have that version. So we're gonna watch this one.
Your sunk cost fallacy is way too deep. You're way too invested in getting this.
I need to leave the call for a minute and come back, I think.
Man, should we play the song that Random 11 made in the interlude?
We can play it if you want. It's bad, but we can play it. I'm working on it.
And then I can bring up the cover art. The beautiful cover art.
No. Maybe we shouldn't play it then.
No, not the one for your song.
No. I understand the one that you're talking. The one that you're. I know what the one you're talking about. That's why I said let's not play it. Let's not go down that route.
What's so bad about the picture?
X sample says no.
No.
Denied my song, unfortunately. When you said my song, I thought you meant the one I made, not the one you made.
I am meaning the one you made.
Oh, well then what does your cover have to do with it?
Nothing. I just said we could have it on screen while you play it.
Oh, well no. that art should never see the light of day ever again.
What, you don't like the bookshelves and the waifus?
What?
Do I have
Oh.
to show you to remind you the
No.
bits?
Oh, that's the art you wanted to show? Okay. I thought you were gonna show the other art for your
No,
song.
the profile picture that I added?
Yeah.
No. Not yet. That's for another time.
Old man posted the YouTube link, I think, to try and help you.
All right, we're gonna give up on the no square. The version that started playing was way too hip.
This is my no square.
The song is a semi-masterpiece. It will be finished. I will make it better.
Yes, it's not on Spotify and released everywhere yet.
Not yet.
Oh, did you guys already play it?
No.
No.
We
I
didn't play
fucking
it.
missed it if you did.
We're talking about original music here with up-and-coming artist Randy 11.
Oh. Example says, no, play the song.
Random 11 took that as no, don't play your song, Random 11.
Oh, I don't know.
Would you like to clarify, Example?
Okay, I found it.
Encore. Oh God!
I found it. I fucking found it.
We need a train wreck button. Like,
yeah,
just like
sound effect. A sound effect that indicates the brakes. I found it. I fucking found it. Oh my God, yes. Okay, share. Copy the link. Yes. How did I already close for
Is it the same link that old man linked? Like, please tell me it's the same exact link that he linked like 10 minutes ago.
Well, somebody could have opened their fucking mouth 10 minutes ago.
I literally did as you joined back in. I said old man linked the video.
I find that
in his
hard.
defense, he did. He did AC.
That was during the time when I tried to jump in and couldn't hear anything.
You were in the call. Whether you could hear things, I don't know.
Is that the one I just downloaded? Yeah, it is. Thank you, old man. All right. Yeah, that is the one. Okay. It finished downloading. Sweet. Okay, here we go. Sorry for the wait. Here it comes. I guarantee it will no longer be worth it.
Have you edged hard enough?
Reese, hold on. It's okay.
Reese is edging hard.
We're only 3 hours into the podcast.
He's giving off the exhaust.
All right, here we go. All right, this is
I have to go to the hospital soon. I can't keep it this hard this long.
So imagine imagine the Girl Scout video, but instead this is what plays.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no square.
I guess
Wow.
restaurant.
I got to see one frame of that.
Why is the guy? Oh no! Wait. What did I ask?
If you had played that clip the first time, it would have been way better.
Thank you. So you're tacitly agreeing that it was worth it.
No. No.
That absolutely wasn't worth it. But
that's not what I said at all.
If the no square is only down there, then I guess breasts are on the table.
Example says he
Didn't think about that, did you?
He's always had my back. All right. In support of the study's claim that gaming communities are rife with identity-based prejudice, harassment, and bullying that are ultimately harmful to boys and young men, the Gina Davis Institute cites such facts as streamers used some variation of the ableist language "crazy" in 1 in 5 gameplay segments. and nearly 1 in 4, 23.7% of male characters express anger. Fuck! Oh my god, a human emotion is expressed? God damn, we can't have that.
It's toxic to be human.
As for the two new zoo studies, their results are called into question by the fact that not only is its information based entirely on self-responses, but the conclusions they extrapolate from this data are completely out of pocket. Look no further than the fact that in their 2022 report, as produced in partnership with the Anti-Defamation League, you could just end it right there, right? Point made. The organization claims that roughly 12% of respondents reported that they had been on the receiving end of a swatting call. On the report, the ADL and New Zoo assert that their information is based on a nationally representative sample of nearly 100 million American adult gamers. And that's not even counting their teenage respondents. Meaning, should one follow their informations to its presented conclusion, means that at least 19,400,000 players in the US had experienced being swatted. However, as they admitted at the end of the report, their information truly only represents the 2,134 Americans who play games across PC, console, and mobile platforms that they actually sampled. As of writing, which devs will inevitably use Microsoft's guide as an actual reference document remains to be seen. Now, that Park Place wrote their own article about this, and they had something in here. My highlights are gone. I'm pretty sure it's just this part. So Microsoft's head of Gaming for Everyone and Sustainability, Katie Jo Wright, informed games industry that the framework is not compulsory, telling the outlet, the framework is not a checklist. It's not a mandate. Even internally, it's not that at all. It's just a way for you to get your game into the hands of more players in a meaningful way. However, the Help Customers Feel Seen product inclusion action page does provide a checklist to help achieve the goals developers come up with. The third step specifically states 3, create and surface content that depicts diverse character stories and creators. Create playable characters that reflect the broader population. Review how identities represented on screen, gender identities, races, sexual orientations, ability status, ages, and body sizes match up to the broader population. You know what? Dead by Daylight making a character that has the abilities of Ricky Berwick was so stunning and brave. I'm so happy they did that. Now I get to play as a deformed cripple. Wonderful. Make sure that characters are not tokenized or stereotyped based on their identities. Review how identities represented in your products, such as gender, race, sexuality, nationality, cultural, ability, age, and size, compare Biggs. We talked about validate. You know what Biggs' last name is?
No, I didn't pay attention to that.
They didn't show it. It's Biggs Smallson.
How creative. With a name like Validate, obviously. How creative.
Biggs Smallson. Anyway, where was I? Make sure that the characters are not tokenized or stereotyped based on their identities. No person or character can be a monolith to represent all people with that identity. Practice inclusive casting for any talent required to bring representation to life in your product. Validate your execution for your inclusive listening system. Consultants, advisory councils, user outreach. So anyway, there you go. I don't want to. We could pick this whole thing forever, but water is wet, right? Let's just move on. All right. So in response, Manga Lawyer says, history of Xbox gaming console. How it started in 2020 how it started in 2003. How it ended in 2024. Wow. That was some big hands.
The main character?
I saw somebody had they had removed the long hair and like with Photoshop or whatever, and it gave it a man's haircut, and it completely changes what you're looking at.
Oh god.
Oh man. Okay, so also somebody else chimed in. They said this is Cortana's evolution makes a lot more sense after the reveal of Microsoft's inclusion guide for game devs, huh? Yeah.
Randy, which one do you think is the best?
They're all pretty awful, to be honest.
I'm liking 2012 as well.
They seem a little
2012
saggy.
looks the most like a proper female.
Yeah. I just don't like the line work. It just looks a little off.
I was never really a fan of it.
I think 2007
That's
design
the
wise,
style I know and love, but 2012 definitely has a nicer render.
yes. Give me the design.
Saggy tits, and she's too fat. I'm sorry. Like,
Give me
her
the
hips are too
design of
fat.
2007 in the rendering style of 2012, and we're good.
Yes. Wait,
Right,
where's
we've all
the Halo
agreed
2?
peak Cortana is someplace halfway between 2007 and 2012.
Do they have the Halo 2 remake version of her there?
Not that I saw. Fuck, I got bit by a mosquito. Okay. Microsoft cautions developers to avoid curvy female characters. This is Microsoft's proud creature, they, them, from modern gaming Halo. Are they
them?
Are they evoking anger? That's not okay. You can't evoke anger. You're not allowed to be human. We've also got this take. Boy, Twitter, it would be so awesome if you loaded quicker. In a recent statement, Microsoft declared war to women by demanding to stop making fictional curvy female characters for Xbox games. These are their proud console-exclusive UN-approved characters, so it's just the same sort of dealio here. It haunts my dreams, truly. Truly
Agreed.
It's almost The Room bad. Like, it's almost a bad movie level. Like, you tried so hard and failed so far.
You got so far, and in the end, it doesn't even matter. What?
Microsoft cautions developers to avoid curvy female characters. Or as Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper put it, Microsoft cautions developers to avoid making money. Dear Lord, the amount of tweets we have to go through in a minute is too damn high for the internet to be like this.
I'm gonna step out from it.
Also, this chair leans one direction, and I'm hating it. All right, so this is Pokemon Go. This is Pokemon Go. Captain Futanari, do you hear me as you left? Pokemon Go is ESG approved. 2024 changes. The viscerocranium of the female. Okay. Remove the chest, modify the hip, expand the chin, broaden the shoulders, delete the makeup. You know,
but did they get a penis and a vagina at the same time?
It looks like it. They got a bigger package.
All right. You know who this looks like to me?
Reese?
Open image in new tab. Oh, come on. Why are these the smallest images in the world?
I think it's
Damn it.
probably best you don't
Okay.
have
here you go.
side stories in this podcast because it's going to get
Here we go.
bottlenecked.
So this is the new playable character in Pokemon. Is that not
Yeah.
the energy it gives off?
It definitely does because they got rid of the dynamic pose, so now it's just like
it
borderline
literally
T-pose.
it literally looks like the male model in the women's model outfit.
Did the male model change to look more feminine?
Not that I saw being reported, at least. Here's another version of the same thing. Tell me that's not the male model.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Some
I wonder
thick shoulders there.
What's up?
Some thick shoulders.
Yeah. Big hands too. Anyway, there you go. George Alexopoulos, or whatever the hell the guy's name is, made this. Research shows 69% of female gamers feel underrepresented in video games and wish more characters looked like real women. Barely making it up there. And
Someone needs to make a game like that where you can choose to play as the obese character and you have reduced stamina and everything.
since Microsoft officially declared curvy women illegal, I'm sure the company won't be looking for the horny male characters, right? Dragon's Dogma, rated M for more. Xbox, more. Xbox now has a black woman president for the first time ever. Wow.
Microsoft against curvy women.
So, allow me to open these, please. For the love of God, open in the correct order. I don't need this. Oh, fucker. Okay, I'm gonna stop there for now. I'm gonna scroll that to the top so I know where I left off. Cool. All right, Cabrutus asks, which way, Western man? And the picture, which is definitely going to load in a reasonable amount of time. Oh my God, kill me. On the right is the headline for the article. Microsoft cautions developers to avoid female characters. And on the left is Eve's ass, right? Apparently, IGN France did not feel the same way because they scrambled to backpedal after writing off Stellar Blade protagonist Eve as, quote, a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman. So, no, motherfucker. Hello. What the? Oh, okay. No, I guess it's just. Nope, that is the first article. We're okay. I just cut out a bunch of shit, I guess. Okay. So the design of the game, in particular its character, highlights an obvious bias. We're going to beat up the alien, but if we can do it while pleasuring the eyes of the men, that's a bonus. Yes, actually, yes. Believe it or not, you've inadvertently hit the nail on the head. That is the bonus. Above all else, I want a good game. But if you can make the character I play as easy on the eyes too, fuck yeah, shut up and take my money, right?
Who says women won't appreciate the beauty of the character?
Mm-hmm. Says, and the result really doesn't really work. It's not new, and other games have made the choice to highlight the asset of their female characters. but where Bayonetta bears an iconic character design, or 2B from Nier Automata inspired an entire generation of cosplayers, Stellar Blade's Eve is just boring. Playing devil's advocate, let me just turn on the loop function here in our video clip player. I would like to show 2B is unparalleled. You will not top it. The design is too good. Okay? And I'm not just talking about like the sexy body. I mean like the actual design is too good. You like, truth be told, Eve does not actually hold a candle. Catwoman and Bayonetta look like a parody. Bayonetta perhaps intentionally. They look like a parody of a woman, the way they're walking. Do you agree?
I think 2B, like, she just looks super distinct because she has this, like, white ball hair and then the eye patch. If you get rid of that, though, that's, like, half of her uniqueness. Otherwise, she looks not insanely, like, innovative or anything.
So the Japanese...
I think I like 2B better than all of them, yes. I agree.
Yeah. The Japanese have their design
bodysuits.
The Japanese design sense is based around kabuki, where striking imagery is the foundation of their design. And I think 2B creates a more striking silhouette, a more visually interesting contrast of light and dark and everything than I think the other characters do. Right? I just think it is a fucking stellar design. Right? No pun intended.
I think it's better than these ones because they're all basically just black bodysuits, but I think there's a lot of other designs that are definitely better than 2B.
So the tweet that this is from is saying they're decrying Eve as looking slow and stiff compared to the other characters, which, I mean, you cannot look at Bayonetta and not think that it is like a parody, right? It just looks absurd.
The whole point of her walk is like that's the point of the game.
I get it.
Funk.
I get it. Like, and I think it's okay because of what it is. Like, that's the point of it. I just think Catwoman looks like a parody that, like, Bayonetta hits the nail on the head as an intentional parody, and Catwoman seems to parody unintentionally. So, the person writing for IGN France said, a doll... Let me go back to this. So, Stellar Blade's Eve is just boring. A doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman. Is this it?
By the way, what does your wife think about her design?
My wife's not in here, but I would ask her if she
Does she feel degraded and like
I doubt it. I doubt it. She's a pretty
a connoisseur.
Yeah, she's a connoisseur of Korean media, so I think she probably likes it. But let's see. I've got a couple more things here. So Ash Parrish, this is the person who wrote that one article that intentionally left out the chronology of Sweet Baby Inc.'s campaign to try to get Kabrutus get his Steam account banned and everything, the malicious attacks from Chris Kindred and stuff. She says there is a subtle but important distinction between empowering sexuality a la Bayonetta and male gaze ass and titties sexuality. Oh, I'm sorry, sexuality, because she can't proofread things. And, you know, she's a journalist, so, you know, whatever. I've got here the left, empowering, strong, independent woman. The right, gross, yucky, gooner, gamer, pandering. Every game journalist hated Bayonetta for years. They complained about everything from her design, her attitude, her horny as fuck fan base, etc. The only time they didn't is when they were calling her an LGBTQ icon due to her bond with Jean. And then they lost their shit over this, indicating she's not queer. Because this is their first anniversary or whatever, right?
Now all the Coomers can't have her because she's taken.
I've been holding on to this for ages. Literally. Twitter rees over this, but you know,
She-Hulk, Megan Thee Stallion, that's empowering.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, it's like Stella Blade exists.
Oh, you bitch.
She-Hulk, let's twerk, draw attention to our.
I have been blocked. I don't even remember what this is now. Oh yeah. Weird gamers. You can't make sexy women in games anymore. I'm sorry, but did all of you losers miss how feral everyone was going over Lady D? We love sexy characters. We just don't like your unsexy version of sexy. Okay. I do recall people going quote unquote feral over Lady D. And you're all a bunch of sick degenerates, right? I played this game. Awful. Awful, off-putting, disgusting, right?
But if you played, what is it, Resident Evil 6 or whatever, and then you go on to this one, I don't know. There's a lot of people that are like, step on me, mommy.
You mean Resident Evil 7 and go on to this one, or Resident Evil?
Oh, sorry. Wait. Damn it. This is Resident Evil 8, right?
Yeah.
So Resident Evil 7.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say because I was trying to make sure your point wasn't look at how hot that character is.
I mean, honestly, you could make the argument for either of them. I mean, I guess she's fine, but she's not like, I don't know. Well, the thing is, she also has her little daughter, so you can have a family orgy. No,
but you're talking about
the other girls in the picture. That's her daughters.
Yeah. I know. I defeated them in various ways.
They didn't defeat you.
Very off-putting. Anyway, so the point is, this is an example of safe horny, right? Your unsexy version of sexy. What? Feminine? You don't like feminine women? It's so strange that the only women these weirdos allow you to like are those outside the realm of normal male attraction. Women that are muscular, taller, stronger, etc. Safe horny at its peak.
Not dangerous horny.
So sexy it becomes hostile. The only women that are acceptable to salivate over are the ones that break gender norms. If you're attracted to women that are in keeping with natural inclinations, you are evil. I'll never forgive them for turning tomboys into Reddit horny. That was a follow-up to that same thing. Just heads up. Anyway. Now, I will say, the design for Eve, if I'm giving them, full devil's advocate here, she is a doll in the sense that her body proportions and like the way that she moves in the animation of like the battles and stuff very much kind of looks like a Barbie doll in terms of like the super long straight legs, kind of thing occasionally that she does. So I do kind of agree with that sentiment. But I'm not buying the game because she's drop dead bombshell. I'm buying the game because it pisses you off. So I don't really care at the end of the day. Like my dick gets hard from your collective reeing. I could give a shit what she actually looks like.
Well, even then, I don't think most people are going to even care if it's like, oh, this is a precise, like, like she's this many degrees of a realistic or sexy-istic non-Barbie doll. Like it's still plenty enough, like compared to all the other games we get nowadays. This is like 17 kilometers, in the other direction. Because everyone's
the
like, we
pendulum
can't make
is
sexy
swinging.
characters.
The pendulum is swinging in the other direction. I expect to have more successful games following a similar, line of logic. Oh, fuck. Let me open all of these. Don't fuck up the order. All right, cool. Fingers crossed. Okay. The CEO. No. We're going to read this one first. Okay. I love this. Yoko Taro is literally a proud horn dog for 2B and expected people to be horny over them. When asked about why does a combat android have heels, I love this. They don't even bother to give you the translation of what he said. It says in brackets, elaborate answer at the end. But the biggest reason is I just really like girls. Like, why does she have high heels? Because it's hot, right? Anyway, so
yeah, I do love how he's just like, yeah, send me all of your fan art of her, all the lewd fan art.
So the CEO is currently married to the Shift Up concept artist Jun Che, and obviously this is rebutting the statement that he's never seen a woman or whatever, because obviously Eve is based on Shin Jae-eun body scan, right? As we covered previously. And the CEO is married to the artist, the concept artist at Shift Up. So BIGN France tries to trash Stellar Blade and say Shift Up CEO has never seen a woman. Meanwhile, Shift Up CEO is actually married for over 10 years, and his wife is a prolific artist. So when you're playing Goddess of Victory Nikkei, there's a good chance that those jiggly body parts were drawn by this woman, right?
Were conceptualized by her.
Conceptualized, yeah. So there you have it.
You can thank her later.
IGN France soon found themselves facing a massive wave of backlash from the general public regarding their lack of journalistic integrity. However, rather than respond to this outrage by admitting to having completely missed the mark, remember what I said earlier about the customer is wrong, hating the customer, doubling down because not doing so would be ceding ground to the racists and sexists and istophobes of all kinds? Yeah, exactly that is happening. Rather than responding to this outrage by admitting to having completely missed the mark with their accusations, the writer and outlet instead moved to try and cover up their shoddy work by blaming the public for having misread their original statement, changing their insulting description of Eve from a doll sexualized by someone who's never seen a woman to a doll sexualized by someone you would think has never seen a woman. Now it's not defamatory, right? Like, so
they're also wrong. Like,
yeah, the author Osola,
people I know can speak French, said, "Nah, that's what I said." No one misunderstood nothing.
Let me address.
Yeah, but we speak Quebec French. Okay, it's completely different language than France French.
I'm sure adding tons of bureaucracy to the creative process will have no negative effects whatsoever, right? I can't stand Cortana in the last Halo game. She was cringe incarnate. She looks like she belonged at a Target checkout. Fucking nailed it. Yes. That's exactly what that looked like.
She is a different character, though, right?
Image on the right is the brother cosplaying as his sister on the left.
Cortana.
Yeah, so that's why they had the excuse to put her in like full military clothes. It's
This is the Pokemon. This is the Pokemon design. Yeah. Thickanetta. Catwoman looks a bit stiff and hunched over. Thank you. I was going to ask AC how much RAM he has in his laptop, but then I remembered he has an Apple product, so it's probably not upgradable. Insert sad violin here. Well, my friend, here's the thing. My RAM is
ramming you in the ass. How about that?
64 gigs.
It probably is upgradable, assuming you didn't max it out when you bought it.
I did max it out when I bought it, but the ones they sell now go up to like 192 gigs. So
you could also get a PC for probably half the price and get the
probably
same
could.
Could probably get better internet too.
Possibly.
Can I?
Old man says my vote is for
and a better
2B.
house.
The official stance of the podcast is that 2B is best girl in gaming. The most popular mods for the Resident Evil games are all not safe for work. The only mod more popular is the mod manager itself.
I don't like that character, the fucking D, Miss D or whatever.
Lady
She's ugly.
Dimitrescu.
Yeah.
Yeah, ugly as sin. Yeah. Like the only people who are interested in Lady Dimitrescu are the people who furiously masturbated to episodes of I Love Lucy in black and white. That's it, right? That's the vibe you get when you're playing it. It's like she stepped right out of a black and white Nick at Night show, right? Maxim Korea released a video making fun of IGN France. Oh, did they really? Oh, fuck. I know that Shin Jae-eun, the girl that Eve was photo scanned from, was put on the cover of Maxim recently for Maxim Korea. I didn't realize they actually made a video making fun of her. I can't click on that link, unfortunately. But
we may have to do a Google search.
Yeah. I missed whatever that's about. This has always been about jealous, ugly, or unappealing females. War never changes. This is why I started with the song from Kyle, because I thought it nailed it so fucking well and hit all of the like right side of history. What was the line? Love me or your
not a bigot.
No, there's like love me or you hate queers, like or something. Like just every goddamn line was fucking amazing. Oh boy, we got to play that again at the end of the show. Ugly or unappealing gals will always do this. Either make peace with your ugliness or work at making yourself a better version. The thing that blows my mind, like really, like when it comes to this whole thing. Now look, there are serious issues hitting the human race, right, that are causing identity crises across the board, right? But the thing that blows my mind the most is there's this thing they call the incel to trans pipeline. And there are numerous men who find it easier to get attention sexually by becoming women. And what I find is crazy about this is the amount of these guys I have seen on the internet or even people I know in real life who, if they just went to the fucking gym, could be decent looking guys, but instead of getting in shape and becoming a decent looking guy, they choose instead to become a hideous woman. Out. Right? Like it's not just the easy way out. It's like I have resigned myself to not try. So I am going to go and become the thing that you're not allowed to criticize when they don't try. That it becomes problematic for you to acknowledge that I am hideous. Right? And it fucking blows my mind the number of guys I have seen who could be attractive if they put in a minimal amount of effort, instead choose to be hideous. I just can't fathom it. Maxim Korea. Which of the following has a realistic body shape? Maxim News, insert into YouTube search bar. Okay. Oh, is that what the video's title?
I put the link to the video in the private chat.
Thank you. save the day. It's already on YouTube, so that means there's no problems, right? See, this is the problem. I can't do anything.
Try restarting your device.
Yeah. Honestly, that's what needs to happen, but I'm afraid of doing that because my recording. Yeah. So if somebody else wants to pull it up, you have got my blessing. I'm going to let it do that while I go back to this, and I'll hear it if it starts playing. All right. So changing their initial description of Eve from a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman to a doll sexualized by someone you would think has never seen a woman. The author then added the pompous disclaimer in English that, quote, the last sentence has been slightly edited for French-speaking people pretending not to understand what we meant, and the English-speaking mob who Google translated the initial text. However, since then, IGN France has amended the disclaimer to instead claim that the article was edited following death threats. They also changed the byline to not have the original author's name and instead say IGN France as the author.
I guess the entirety of IGN France is stupid.
I assume we were adding this to the story later, but like they then went and deleted the whole line entirely.
Mm-hmm. That's
like
coming up.
Okay.
So IGN France edited the website, claiming English speakers don't understand context about the insult they threw against Stellar Blade director. Well, it just so happens that the user sending me the info before edited is French, and the context was absolutely clear. So this is the person sending them the context, and then that person replied to this and said, for those who need the translation, I told that the author says Bayonetta's design is amazing, ultra sexualized, but says that Eve's design is bland and that she's just a sexualized doll made by someone who has never seen a woman. To mention further the model who was used to model Eve, it's so hypocritical. So, again, I think the person is being they're reeing, right? It's a reeing into the sky over disliking the game and the creator and stuff. But I do have to agree that when compared to 2B or some other characters, Eve really is a little bit bland, right? In the sense that although she's got nice proportions, at least what I've seen so far from it, she doesn't seem like she has a lot of like character to her. You know what I mean? Like,
I'll be real. I don't think like I haven't played Nier, but she doesn't feel like she has much character either. She's like a friggin' android.
I think that yeah, but see, it's hard to explain. This is going back to the design sense of the kabuki stuff, right? That the Japanese have this way of creating designs that just they sort of have an energy to them, right? They have like a personality just in the design. Like you don't even have to hear the character talk or whatever, right? The design itself is the statement, right? And I think that 2B achieves that, and Eve does not achieve it to the level that 2B does, right? And that's the point I'm making, right? I still think that that Eve is gorgeous, right? But if I'm trying to play devil's advocate and agree with the take that she's a sexualized doll, to a degree, I would say that yeah, there could be more done with her. You know, like she could have more going on. A couple people I saw, they're talking about one of the characters that's like the leader of the group is named Tacky, and they're describing she's the one with the longer hair that's not like, you know how Eve has like a super long ponytail but like shorter hair. Tacky's the one that has like the more, uniformly long traditional Asian hair. A lot of people are saying that she looks more attractive or whatever, right? Like they like her design better. To each their own. I don't care. I like the shorter girl personally, but I just think like if you're going to take it from the perspective of if we are going to give them, you know, like that she's a sexualized doll, I can at least see where that argument is coming from. Like it's not 100% pulled whole cloth out of thin air, right? There is, if you were to really try to criticize, like to try to critique, you could argue that there is a little bit of a stiffness or whatever that isn't feeling as, you know, like the character's not as alive as some other characters that like really bring personality. Like for example, Faye Valentine has like a personality to her that is more than just the design. Like in motion in the show with the voice acting and stuff, it brings more to the table than just look at me, I'm pretty kind of thing. You know what I mean? And I think that with Eve, at least from what I've seen, and I've avoided most of the stuff. Like I've seen the GIFs and little clips on Sankaku Complex, right? But I haven't really watched the trailer. I sort of avoided all that stuff intentionally. But just on the periphery, what I've seen feels like I can see the point they're making, even if I don't fully agree with it, because I think that it's more about a dunk than an honest critique. But I do think that it's rooted a little bit in like I could see where they would come from to grasp at that rather than a different straw. You get what I mean? Anyway, moving on from here. IGN apologizes to Stellar Blade developer Shift Up Corporation for describing game's protagonist Eve as a doll sexualized by someone you would think has never seen a woman. Did I highlight anything? Or it's super short. Okay. IGN issued an official apology to Celebrate developer Shift Up Corporation for IGN France publishing a preview on the game describing the game's protagonist Eve as a doll sexualized by someone you would think has never seen a woman. IGN France initially published their Stellar Blade preview on March 27th by Ben Osola and criticized the design of the game's protagonist Eve, writing, quote, "The design of the game, particularly its characters, highlights an obvious bias." This is all stuff we already read. I'm guessing there's highlights in here that didn't load. Fuck. They must have changed something on the article.
Right 11, the site works again.
The outlet would then issue an edit that reads, "The last sentence has been slightly edited for French-speaking people." Now IGN has issued a formal apology that is listed atop the game's preview article, and the article has removed Osola's name, crediting to Team IGN France. It states, recently IGN France produced and published a preview of Stellar Blade containing an offensive passage that should never have been kept. The text has now been edited, and here is an official apology to Shift Up Corporation studio staff. Also, please note that IGN France is an independent branch of IGN, and that IGN's editorial staff had nothing to do with this incident. I love that. We wash our hands of this. It wasn't us. IGN is blameless. Next, it reads, the original text of the Stellar Blade preview contained comments that were out of place. While it was never our intention to disrespect Shift Up or any of its employees or their work, we recognize that the phrase taken in its literal sense was inappropriate and we regret it. To anyone at Shift Up Corporation who felt personally targeted and insulted by this passage, we are truly sorry and sincerely apologize. And then IGN France editor-in-chief Erwan Lafluriel, motherfucker. That Park Place has just updated their website. The layout has completely changed. All of my highlights are going to be gone for everything after this. For fuck's sake. No. God damn it. All right, we're just going to read the headline on this one because it's not that important. Editor-in-chief Erwan Lafluriel implies Eve's design of Stellar Blade is killing women and accuses gamers of becoming too fragile due to being fed the patriarchy. Oh, I gotta read one part of this. It's a shame that women also like the character design. Guys who are afraid of hypersexualization as if it were dirty. Long live the Neo-Puritans. To which he replied, yes, no problem. Go tell that to the women who are hit, killed, denigrated, or who commit suicide because they cannot live up to the fictional standards expected by men. Damn. I'm okay with that. All right. Oh.
Whoa.
What? Which of the following has a realistic body shape?
That one, that one, that one, that one.
Wow, she's so real.
That one.
I could almost touch her.
That one. That one. Why isn't our news like this? Where's our hot babe presenter for this podcast?
One second. Those are the max. That's the maximum shoot. So I guess there you go. Now I don't have to include it a different way. Let me go to my dark manager. Let me search for. I like how they like blurred out whatever the thing behind it was. Behind her head. Okay. I think we're done. But to answer Hoodnum's question about where are our sexy now is the only time I will ever be able to use this, so I'm throwing it in. That Mexico has the best weather girls if they do Ava cosplay while reporting on the weather.
Damn.
So apparently in Mexico, Oscar Langley reports the news. And I show you, but my internet is having some issue.
We hear.
Oh, do I sound awful too?
Yeah.
Fuck.
You bet, bitch.
Do you want me to try to leave and come back?
No. I can only imagine that causing more issues.
All right. Where was I? Okay, so Stellar Blade demo gameplay shows more sexy skin suit action. Stellar Blade recently got a demo on the PS5 that further shows the sexy skin suit in action. Where the fuck is Greenline? The skin suit costume.
Hold on. You did kind of say we're gonna do it Wednesday, and then pop, we're doing it Tuesday last minute. So
this is Tuesday. It's not even Wednesday. Whoops.
Yes.
I just noticed myself. Oh.
Yep. Okay, so Stellar Blade recently got a demo on the PS5 that further shows the sexy skin suit in action. The skin suit costume is more of a hidden skin, as it becomes available by simply removing any costume, which makes the game more challenging. While several users uploaded gameplay footage on Twitter showing the sexy skin suit, some mentioned being unable to upload the same footage on YouTube without it getting flagged for nudity. Oh, fuck. I'm so excited. So there's the skin suit. The skin suit in Stellar Blade disables Eve's shield, making gameplay more difficult. Quote, the skin suit has no defensive function, and since you lose your shield, you will take a lot of damage and may die quickly. The gameplay difficulty will increase dramatically, so I recommend that you wear clothes as much as possible, says the director. He says the skin suit is a skin-colored fabric. Quote, the skin suit is designed to cover bare skin with skin-colored fabric. Somebody said it's hard mode in more ways than one.
I can't wait till they unlock Super Giga Hard mode when you take off the skin suit.
That's called mod mode. Shout out to Reset Era for pointing out the sign. I didn't even notice while playing. I had the demo at 9 out of 10. Now it's a 10 out of 10. It seems overt. These devs just don't give a fuck. They should. So yeah, so it's like a sign that says boobies. right?
So what you're saying is this set in the space standing universe?
Yep. Game of the year. So I would show you. The whole point of this was to show you some of the skin suit, but apparently that's not going to be possible. Thank God I didn't try to shove in a whole bunch of different clips for us to watch. Maybe I have some in the brand, actually. Maybe I... Nope. Just one. All right, anyway, we're going to move past this. There you go. Stellar Blade gets a playable demo in March. The only thing worth noting, and this is for Green Line, for those who complete the demo stage, you can carry over your save data when the full game releases on April 26th, starting from the last checkpoint. Please note that the save data must be stored on your PS5 system. I don't know where else you would store it. So if you were to play the demo, you could grind levels and shit and get resources while you wait for the full game to come out. And then, I don't know, have more levels or whatever by your skill tree or whatever the fuck it's going to... I don't know. I haven't played it yet. But that's the thing you could do. So they said, haven't played yet? Now is the time to play the demo Celebrate. This is Adam, because you play as Eve. This is Adam in the game because they're super clever like that.
Wow.
Kyle said, who said Stellar Blade demo on March 29th? The most downloaded demo in PlayStation history. My God, the death of woke character design before my very eyes. In addition, Grums tweeted, Stellar Blade creator Kim Hyung Tae worried about Western journalists slamming his game. Let's show him some love in the replies. Journalists have no power. Looking at pre-orders, Stellar Blade is on track to be #1 worldwide. It is the #1 pre-order in USA, Japan, China, 30 different countries. It is #1. Right? Do antis not remember what their hate and harassment campaigns did for Hogwarts Legacy last year? They are doing the exact same thing with Stellar Blade, and is going to happen all over again. I am ready. Most pre-ordered game in their region. So, Stellar Blade director rejects microtransactions, promises the game will not require players to spend any additional money beyond what they paid for the package. So, basically, he said, we want to make it clear at this point that Stellar Blade will not require players to spend any additional money beyond what they paid for the package. He then proceeded to note that despite his best intentions, there did exist one such situation where the Shift Up team would be required to charge for the DLC, and that's crossover costumes with other established franchises. So, for example, if 2B, if her outfit was added to the game, it would require them to charge for it, because in order for those crossovers to happen, the only way the company would want to do that is if they're making money, right? That's the point of it, right? So I've noticed, I don't know, like, I've just seen a lot of clips about Stellar Blade. She has this like super long hair, right? This is Taki, by the way, the other character. She has this super long hair, but on a couple of the playthroughs I've seen, like sometimes the same area as other ones where she's had the long hair, her hair is like half the length. I wonder if that's a customizable thing.
I know the different, even Eve, like just different skins have different hair lengths. So,
well, I noticed in the costume with like the red checker, she's got much shorter hair. Now it's loading. Okay. So like her hair cuts off here on this one, right? She got a whole different haircut. Oh yeah, no. So this is the haircut I usually see on this outfit, the much shorter one. I don't know. Interested to see how it goes. I think that's everything from this article. Last but not least, Breaking Stellar Blade. Oh, I could have just gone here. Anyway, Breaking Stellar Blade will receive New Game Plus and free skins after its launch. The game will not feature microtransactions. Music to my ears. How Shift Up getting so many things right. Game of the what? GOTG, is that a slang?
Game
I don't
of the
know.
year?
Game of the generation?
Oh, maybe.
They're basically the new CD Projekt Red of like
basically
oh my God, all the stars are aligning.
It's funny. How are they getting so many things right? They're literally just taking everything the West is doing and doing the opposite. That's it. Like that's how you win. It's like the West is Wimplo and Kung Pao, where they purposely trained us wrong.
Purposely trained him wrong as a joke.
Yeah.
I don't think they meant Guardians of the Galaxy, so.
Guardians
I guess Y
of the
is somewhat,
Galaxy.
Y
Okay.
is somewhat near G in the keyboard.
Somewhat near it.
All right. Where am I? We finished. Okay, yeah, we're moving on to the next topic here. Oh my god. No tweets. There weren't any tweets at all. Gamergate doesn't even exist on Twitter, so there's not going to be any problems. None whatsoever. All right, I'll be honest with you guys. I am not enjoying talking about every aspect of Gamergate, especially because so many of them are like not that big of a deal. Government broadcaster Radio Canada accuses Sweet Baby Inc. detected Steam curator group creator Cabrutus of leading a cyber harassment campaign. Water is wet. This is the same shit all over again. See how I highlight all in red? The point here is it's another government-run broadcaster, Radio Canada, right? BBC gaming presenter Jules Hardy calls for current Sweet Baby Inc. discourse to end with a, quote, final purge of ideological opponents from the medium. Hardy, perhaps best known to viewers of the government-funded British programming network for her having served as the host of 2021's Top Gear gaming show and 2017's The Gaming Show, shared her opinion in response to a tweet from the narrative consulting company Black Girl Gamers. Note that it's not actually about Sweet Baby Inc. Retweeting a now deleted post which proposed the creation of a Steam curator page similar to the Sweet Baby Inc. detected group, meant to inform customers of the games in which Black Girl Gamers had worked on. Conspiracy theory. I'm going to grab my tinfoil hat right here. I think Black Girl Gamers created this account and this group. It seems advantageous to them to fake a harassment campaign where one fucking person draws them in to highlight and bring attention to themselves so that all the allies run to their defense and support them and follow them and increase their social reach and all that stuff. So retweeting a now deleted post which proposed the creation of Steam creator page similar to Sweet Baby Inc., but meant to inform customers of games in which Black Girl Gamers had worked on. Quote, Black Girl Gamers, you wanted to defend Sweet Baby Inc. with all you could possible. Again, I'm just saying, it wasn't Black Girl Gamers that had the Danny Lalanders, right? That was that other company that she worked at Sweet Baby Inc. and then went on to work on the Marvel Black Panther game. I was going to make a joke because she said, sometimes white people think it may okay, but it really a microaggression, right? I'm like, it's exactly how she types. Like, with all you could possible. Well, here is your page because you wanted to finish Sweet Baby Inv when I know that you both work together on projects and forced DEI is nothing more than racism. Black Girl Gamers mocked, we really got you pressed just by existing, LOL. We've never worked with Sweet Baby Inc. You all saw black and consulting and decided that we all work together. Sounds like racism. We're not stopping, so have fun. Does it not seem like the post was made for them to clap back at their imaginary like?
Well, like how many people are in there? One member, literally. Like,
yeah, literally. Like, holy shit! I am 100% convinced that this was like a false flag attempt here. Nobody fucking cared. Nobody really even paid attention to Black Girl Gamers. We're going to look at it in a minute. Like, the only reason it's even on the radar is because That Park Place wrote an article about them, and then they threatened to sue That Park Place over it. And the article that they wrote was completely innocuous. Like, any person would look at it and just be like, okay, that's it, moving on, right? Which honestly is a lot of the Gamergate news here, right? And I just want to pull us back for a minute and remind you, this is actually about Jules Hardy calling for the final solution, right, in games. So Hardy would eventually retweet the company's post and ask her followers, quote, can we agree that for round 2 of this, it can be the final purge of these kinds of gamers? It's 2024. I've been arguing about this for decades. Can we have a last full detox of these dude so we can get back to the positive gaming community we have been creating?
who's we? The fuck out of here.
Right? So this person said, so I started looking into this Sweet Baby Inc. stuff, and I cannot fathom why game studios would hire a narrative consultant group. Isn't that what lead writers are for? Why not just hire a better writing team and keep it in-house? Tell us you don't understand the gaming industry without telling us. Please don't keep feeding the trolls. Honestly, we've been doing this for years, and trolls always come. But for us, it's not necessarily about feeding them. It's about showing an opposing narrative. Because sometimes non-endemic companies / agencies will go online, see one perspective, theirs, and take it as gospel. It's also in defense of Sweet Baby Inc., who work in a similar lane to us, who do great work. It's nice to see solidarity when being attacked online. Also shows us our audience who block too. Okay. It may okay. All right. So, Mark Kern said, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed BBC gaming presenter would like to talk to you about her final purge to the gaming problem. Says she created gaming and was here first, and you have to leave now. If not, she and her friends will bake pies out of you. So this is in reference to the article headline we just read. Right? Her saying, final purge, gaming community we have been creating. When nerd hobbies start being trendy, you'll be the first to leave. Stop being trendy, right? I've been here longer than you, so... Psst, we were here first, you tourist. I highly doubt that. Anyway, Fuck Korok said, a BBC presenter calling for the final solution for gamers. We really are the most oppressed group in the world. Children's BBC host Jules Hardy calls for final purge of gamers after boycott list created for consulting black girl gamers. I hate the fact that you guys updated your site fucking today of all days. So I'll remind you, Black Girl Gamers worked on the Square Enix game Forspoken. That's where their like claim to fame is. So here's the thing. I don't know. There's probably something in here that I had highlighted. Oh, right. She has another post here. Yeah. So Melody Mac said, AKA, you want to purge real gamers in favor of activists who can't hang in multiplayer lobby without having a meltdown, or who can't navigate a single player game without yellow paint, shiny ledges, and the character telling them what to do. Jules Hardy responds, nah, I want to purge the hate and vitriol from gamers who refuse to allow gaming to evolve and adapt as we humans are doing. I have no problem with opposing viewpoints, but hate, violence, and aggressive behavior isn't okay in any realm you live within. To which Grums holds her feet to the fire and says, you fucking liar. Your exact words were a final purge of those types of gamers. That means people, not emotions or ideas. People. Yeah, she said, get rid of those guys or whatever. And then a base take from Thor Odinson here says, this is why gatekeeping your hobbies is a good thing. The people who call you a Nazi do so to gain power and leverage in your hobby. Once they get it, those same people then start talking about doing a final purge of the people they don't like from the hobby. Never mind that anything that will kill the thing they've infected. Sorry, never mind that anything like that will kill the thing they've infected. They don't care if it's successful or not. All they care about is having power over it and taking something away from people they hate. These people tell us who they are and what they are about over and over again. Believe them. Somebody else was saying that the fact that she's calling it a final purge also indicates that there has been a purge going on all of this time. All right. Let us take a brief moment to catch up on chat. I hate how hypocritical they are. Any and all male fan service is okay, but women are all hit with the ugly stick all the way down the evolutionary ladder. Yeah, you were talking about the Resident Evil mods. The most popular ones are all the ones that make it not safe for work.
Well, even more specifically,
Kotaku wrote an
Leon.
article promoting the nude Leon one, right?
I was gonna say, yeah, the Leon mod was not banned. Everyone praised it, but then the what's her face? Oh, that's horrible and unethical. Even though she's 21 or something in the game.
Oh, Ashley.
Yeah,
the president's daughter.
Yeah.
Oh, that felt wonderful. Asmongold tried the skin suit and immediately died. The hair is a toggle in the settings. Good, because I don't like her super long hair person. It's under gameplay settings. You spoil me. Now I know exactly what to do. It'll be right in there when I go look y-axis invert on. Your hair length off. Right? Sweet Baby has been rebranded as Bridge. I don't think Sweet Baby has been rebranded as Bridge. I old man, I don't know if you're in the Discord or any of our other ways of contacting me. I think you've got a Twitter, right? Send me the details for that. Maybe we'll talk about it on Sunday. I've been hearing about Bridge. From what I understand, Bridge is like there's a controlled demolition going on right now for DEI.
Wow, that's insensitive. Controlled demolition to destroy bridge after that bridge got destroyed? How dare you?
Too soon.
There's a controlled demolition occurring in the DEI space to be replaced with this thing they're calling Bridge. That's the thing that Kirsha was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
The other idea about Bridge is that they want...
Yeah. Kirsha has a thread on Twitter about Bridge. All the YouTubers are talking about it. Yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with Sweet Baby Inc. other than the fact that Sweet Baby Inc. was the DEI aspect of they're rolled into that portion of the discussion.
It's DEI stuff. They just want everyone. It's basically they want you to have a DEI credit score is what people are saying.
Yeah,
don't know
so
if that's true, but
effectively,
that's what they're
the
saying.
left operates on language, on manipulative language, right? And so when language starts to lose its power, they have to change the language. Or when there's too much heat on a certain term, they have to change it to something else, right? So the government did this with the Taliban and Al Qaeda. They changed the name of it to ISIS during was that Obama's presidency, the second term? They'll shift the focus and give things like multiple names in order to make it confusing to the general public, so that they don't have a firm enough grasp to be able to argue why we shouldn't be waging war with them, or why we shouldn't be, and that's just been a strategy going back forever of intentionally obfuscating things to make them ungraspable to the general public, right?
It sucks
And so,
because in the one game I always played as ISIS, like under the Egyptian god.
okay. Okay, so where were we? We're on the next. Okay, this is the only topic I thought was really worth bringing up from Gamergate, but there's some funny shit that happened outside of it that we're also going to look at just because it's funny. And there's also some cringe shit that happened that we'll also talk about because it's cringe. Okay. So, Forspoken consultant Black Girl Gamers threatens legal action against that park place and claims they are committed to diversity and inclusion, including their non-discriminatory hiring practices. I am going to play a quick snippet for you from a podcast 250 where we read the article that they were threatening legal action against that park place for writing. I cut this segment down significantly, but what you're getting out of it are the things that you would consider, like actionable against that park place for what they said, right? Because we had like a 30-minute discussion in the middle of it about basically the same discussion we had in the sort of opening monologue tonight. So I cut all that out, so we have to relive that. But Forspoken consultant Black Girl Gamers appears to discriminate in their hiring practices while claiming they are being harassed. Back on February 19th, the organization appeared to post a job opportunity on Twitter, limiting the applicants based on race and gender. The organization wrote on, quote, looking for Black women content creators that make Dungeons and Dragons content for some potential brand work. Hit us up. Ironically, a little less than a month later, the organization claimed it was being harassed while not providing any evidence. It posted on Twitter, quote, the amount of harassment we've had recently due to this Gamergate 2 is not surprising. Gamers that thought the industry revolved around them and their comforts are now realizing it doesn't. We've had emails, comments, and threats, but you know what? We're not going anywhere. Stunning and brave. Interestingly, in a post shortly after that one, the organization implied that telling it, quote, you're not being harassed is harassment. It wrote on Twitter, you're not being harassed while simultaneously partaking in the harassment is insane. Black Girl Gamers shared what it offers via consultancy. Our services range from aiding studios and developers in their game/character development, consulting on go-to market strategies, diversity, equity, inclusion, recruiting strategies, influencer marketing strategies, and more. The company is run by J. Ann Lopez, who described the organization to Game Rant in April 2023. I'm the founder and CEO of Black Girl Gamers, which is a community-powered organization that specializes in heightening Black women's voices and equity in the gaming space. We've been doing that since 2015, originally starting as a Facebook group. Since then, we've been instrumental in helping change the narrative regarding diversity inclusion, showing content creators how to work with brands, and kind of changing some of the dynamics in the industry. We also have a niche agency internally to help broker Black women for opportunities, sponsorships, campaigns, TV, etc. Wow. Saw about one frame of that again. That's nice. Progress. Anyway, so yeah, the statement effectively is they said things like they appear to be discriminating in their hiring practices by saying things like, actually, let me just, since all my highlights are gone, we're gonna wing this. Looking for black women content creators that make Dungeons and Dragons content for some potential brand work. Hit us up, right? That was, wow. Like, I'm kind of surprised that Park Place even wrote the original article, right? Like, I'm a little bit dumbfounded that it even needed to be written to begin with, right? So following the publication of the articles that covered this stuff, Black Girl Gamers took to Twitter to address it. I'm just going to read their thread. And
I would just before you read that thing, I would like to say that when I was originally highlighting that article, I did notice some lines in that article that kind of stretched the truth. Namely the one where they were like, she likes to change white characters.
And then the actual quotes, like, for everything is like, it's a little bit of a stretch to say.
Yeah,
that,
it has nothing to do with her actually changing
Totally
white
agree.
characters. So
yeah.
But whether it's sue worthy, I don't know. But
yeah. So this is their thread here. We're addressing the recent allegations published on thatparkplace.com about discriminatory hiring practices within Black Girl Gamers. These claims are false and were made without prior fact-checking or verification from us or our representatives. Black Girl Gamers operates as a contracting organization that collaborates with both freelancers and content creators from all backgrounds to work on various projects and initiatives to amplify underrepresented voices in gaming and make the community more inclusive. Contrary to the allegations in the article, Black Girl Gamers has contracted freelancers of all races, genders, sexual orientations, religions, and ethnic backgrounds. We have also included representation of all genders and backgrounds in our content at our events and in our marketing, consultations, and research projects, some of which are not publicly disclosed due to NDAs. That is a very strange thing to include. That to me almost sounds like, well, of course, we've hired white people in our marketing and consultations and everything, but well, those are the ones that are under NDA. Like, doesn't it almost seem like that's what that's meant to say? Like, of course we've hired and worked with white people. There's an NDA, so I can't talk about it, you know?
that's when you have I've seen TikToks where they're talking about like applying for jobs, and whenever the hard questions come up, like, okay, well, what's your current NDA. Yeah, what's your current salary? That's NDA. I signed an NDA. Well, what was your kind of role at your old job? That's under an NDA.
Yeah. So I just want to.
Well, what are the stipulations of the NDA? That's also under the NDA.
Yeah. I just want to reiterate before I get sued by Black Girl Gamers that if you watch the full version of our talk in podcast 250 that I snipped that part out of, I go on to say that I am an advocate for Black Girl Gamers to discriminate in their hiring. I think they should have the right to have an organization that does not need to be every color of the rainbow. That they should be able to choose who they want to work and associate with and be able to advocate for the furthering of certain groups. With that in mind, so should every other group. Like, nobody should be forced to work. You imagine mandating that a Jewish company needs to employ Arabs. Right? Like, just imagine that. Imagine that your Ukrainian-run mom and pop store needs to employ Russians during the conflict. You know what I mean? Like, just imagine that shit. So I am fully in support of their right to discriminate. 100%. I actually, like, we're going to look at some stuff where they're like, oh my God, we make a group just for black women, and y'all want to get involved. I don't care. I don't want to be a part of your group. I don't want to be hired by your company. I don't fucking care. And nobody else does either. The reason they're pointing it out is because you're claiming not to discriminate. And you are. I think you should be able to, but that's why people are criticizing you, because it's the hypocrisy, right? So anyway, evidence demonstrating our commitment to diversity and inclusion, including our non-discriminatory hiring practices, is readily available and easily searchable. They fucking hung themselves out to dry with some of the things they felt the need to say in this. Upon discovering these false and defamatory allegations, we have taken steps to obtain legal counsel to take action against the publication and journalists, as well as subsequent content creators who have reshared the false allegations about our organization. We will continue to pursue further action against anyone who persists in spreading false and defamatory information about Black Girl Gamers, its founder, and its contractors and partners. We value the talent and contributions of our collaborators, and we are committed to continuing to do so. Thank you to the community for the ongoing support. So following the publication of their legal threat, Mark Kern dug into Black Girl Gamers' alleged hiring practices that are, quote, readily available and easily searchable, and noted that he could not find a published hiring policy on their website. On top of that, he shared that the company's job board section of their website requires a password to access. He wrote on Twitter, Black Girl Gamers goes on to state that evidence of their non-discriminatory hiring practices is, quote, readily available and easily searchable. So I did some searches for Black Girl Gamers and hiring policy or consultant and was not able to find anything. In fact, the website has no published hiring policy that I could find. In fact, job posting listings are password protected and require that you first reach out to Black Girl Gamers to obtain access. This does not seem easily searchable. He went on to point out Black Girl Gamers' own website claims to be 100% minority operated. I've seen minority owned, but what does minority operated mean? It is unclear if they mean 100% of management or 100% of all staff. The 100% minority operated claim, the sealed job board, and the lack of hiring policy on the website seem to contradict their claims of their hiring practices being, quote, readily available and easily searchable. Mark Kern also shared an application form from the company's website to access its community, which it describes as a, quote, exclusive community of passionate Black women and non-binary gamers. The application form states, quote, do you identify as a woman or non-binary person? By selecting yes, you acknowledge that Black Girl Gamers does not permit self-identifying men to join our private community groups. Thank you, old man. You just sent me a thing. On top of all this, on the company's frequently asked questions section of their website, one question asked, frequently asked question, can my white husband join? He's Black on the inside. The response reads, and I don't even know what this means, if you don't leave that man at home. Dot, dot, dot. If you don't leave that man at home. I don't. How do you read that? What does that mean? Does he have to be non-binary too? Like, is that right? Another question regarding the company's consultancy business asks, how can my company benefit from your consultancy services? I think if you want to read it, It's in the doc. I remember specifically skipping that for time. So Legal Mindset reacted to the threat saying, the most insane thing here is that the company in question has likely made statements about other parties that are closer to defamation than the news outlet. There is zero chance this hits the actual malice standard. And beyond that, opening up that particular company to discovery may yield some dirty laundry that they do not want to come to light. When asked about reposting the article by Mark Kern, Legal Mindset replied, just shooting this off the cuff, but I believe a simple retweet without comment is typically not republication, whereas a quote tweet typically would be. So let's look a little bit deeper in this. So Master of the TDS, I don't know what that's supposed to stand for, but I'm guessing it's not Trump derangement syndrome based on the posts he makes, says, so Black Girl Gamers says they will go after anyone sharing the article on that Park Place. So I'm going to leave it here. You definitely shouldn't share it everywhere and make them look even more stupid than they already do. So the point of sharing this is like, this is how I'm perceiving this. Like, they are threatening to sue people. People are like, fucking come get me, right? Streisand, right? YouTube cut Stuttering Craig's stream on Black Girl Gamers suddenly. He continued on other services just fine, including Rumble. Do you believe in coincidences? So you can watch this video as they're talking to this girl here, Gothix TV, who is a former member of the community that Black Girl Gaming runs. The Facebook group sort of community, which is known as the Cookout. She's on the call talking about her experiences, and YouTube's feed cuts, but the stream continues everywhere else, right? Now, this same girl, Mark Kern talks about her here, says, former Black Girl Gamers member Gothix claims that Black Girl Gamers never cared about diversity, and she was kicked out for refusing to hate white people. After leaving, she was harassed for months by the consulting company. Black Girl Gamers worked on Square Enix failed Forspoken. So this is Vanessa saying, this is Gothix. As a former Black Girl Gamers member, I can confidently say these people are full of crap. They do not care about diversity. They promptly kicked me out for being anti-black, aka not making an idol out of my skin color and refusing to hate white people. I was harassed for months after the fact and received an onslaught of vitriol from many of their black members. You know how Black Girl Gamers responded? They blocked me and literally scrubbed my existence off their platforms. By the way, most of the vitriol I received from many of the members made it into the final cut of the Gothix documentary. So if they want to talk about receipts, boo-boo, I have them. So I watched this documentary yesterday. You can get a free trial, 7-day free trial to the, if you go to gothixfilm.com, it'll go to Laura or whatever the thing's called. And you can watch it there. 7-day free trial. As soon as you get in, just go into your settings thing and cancel the renewal and watch the thing. It's actually a really good documentary, very well put together. And it's actually really fucking funny the way that they start the documentary, because they talk about this girl who dropped out of high school. This is Vanessa Rosa or Gothix here. She dropped out of high school and she had many different jobs that she tried. She tried being a photographer, graphic designer. She did some like alternative modeling, because she's into goth, like that's sort of her thing. She sort of really bonded over that growing up.
Is alternative modeling the word for OnlyFans? No,
it's like modeling like goth, like hot topic modeling, I guess. I don't know.
Goth.
Anyway,
X, where?
But it's funny because what they do is they set it up like she was a photographer, she was this, she was that, right? And then it says, then she became a Twitch streamer, which is what the documentary is about. This documentary is about her failing at that too. Like it's the way the thing starts. It is so fucking funny. What she got kicked out of Black Girl Gamers for was tweeting, "You shouldn't assume that a person disliking the casting of Ariel in the live action Little Mermaid is because of racism."
Damn, that's racist.
That tweet got her annihilated. And like they have like a fucking 5 minutes straight at least compilation of the horrific things that this specific community said to her.
How intolerant of Gothics.
For not liking what was her name? Halle
Bailey.
Berry, right?
Halle Bailey,
yeah, something like that. Anyway, yeah. So anyway, it's a pretty great documentary. I would recommend watching it just if you have some time. It's like an hour and a half, and it's pretty well put together. And it's an interesting story to see her journey. And I'll be honest, actually, I really value having watched it because it makes me look at Sweet Baby Inc. and Black Girl Gamers differently. Because one of the things that happens in the documentary is it follows her through, like they started filming the documentary like 2 years before it got released, right? So some stuff happens in it that is almost like happening in real time. And one of those things is the death of George Floyd and some other stuff. Like she joins the walk away movement, which is like she gets red pilled in the process of getting canceled and eventually starts looking into politics, starts reading Thomas Sowell, like completely turns around her way of thinking about politics and stuff. And it's really amazing to watch her go from fighting and like separating from her best friend for many years over her friend voting for Trump to then herself voting for Trump, right? And that kind of thing. It's a really well put together documentary. And what it sort of helped me understand is there was like a collective psychosis occurring around COVID and most specifically the George Floyd riots. And I think that a lot of the perception, and it's sort of like what I was talking about with DEI earlier, where these people have gotten fixated on the idea that people who oppose them are racist to the point where they can't entertain criticism, like, you know, general, like, hey, you shouldn't do that kind of advice becomes, you know, like they're trying to stop me because they're racist kind of thing, right? And it really kind of skewed my way of looking at things to where I kind of realize that it is that mob mentality sort of the George Floyd and some of these other things that occurred that has really set Black Girl Gamers and Sweet Baby Inc. sort of over the edge, right? In a lot of the stuff we're about to look at here. So anyway, continuing on here. Grums, Mark Kern says, right now, Black Girl Gamers, the Sweet Baby Inc. style game and movie consulting group, has issued new legal threats, including a cease and desist. Meanwhile, they have mobilized their 10,000 plus members to harass and call critics racists in an attempt to deflect from the allegations of their discriminatory hiring practices, including of one of their own ex-members, Gothics TV. This is again an attempt at reframing the issue while burying the fact that they started all this by threatening to sue everyone and Streisanding their alleged hiring practices. Nasty women. So again, just like with Sweet Baby Inc., the controversy that people are writing about, the controversy they're putting at the center of this, like, oh, gamers are toxic, racist and stuff, is that the company came after us first, right? They came after that Park Place with a legal threat and then a cease and desist, right? I've got that cease and desist here. So Valiant Renegade put this out there. So let's read real quick the cease and desist against Trent, which is the person who runs that park place. Please be advised that our firm has been retained by Miss J.Ann Lopez. That's the leader, CEO of Black Girl Gamers. As you may know, Miss Lopez and Black Girl Gamers are well known in the gaming community. Nope, nobody's ever heard of them before. Our firm was retained because Miss Lopez observed a series of unwarranted and defamatory attacks against her character and reputation made by you and various online commentators who follow or share your views. These false, unwarranted... Honestly, I wish we could take the time to reread the fucking article that they are sending the cease and desist over. Because it is such a ridiculous claim that article is the cause of like vitriol in the gaming community. Like, it is so milquetoast, the statements being made. It is quite the reach to claim otherwise here. A series of unwarranted and defamatory attacks against her character and reputation made by you and various online commentators who follow or share your views. These false, unwarranted, and defamatory attacks are also directed at Black Girl Gamers. Additionally, Miss Lopez observed that you have publicly used her name, image, and likeness without her prior authorization on your website. We demand that you immediately cease and desist from posting or displaying any videos and or comments about Miss Lopez and Black Girl Gamers. We demand that by April 5th, 2024, you remove any and all links and references to videos, i.e. YouTube or Twitch, that comments upon or visually depicts Miss Lopez and or the Black Girl Gaming brand. Video commentary and comments posted online that attack Miss Lopez's moral character and accuse her and Black Girl Gamers of engaging in unlawful and discriminatory hiring and retention practices are hurtful, baseless, and defamatory. The accusations that you levied against Miss Lopez and Black Girl Gamers are simply untrue and demonstrably false. The accusations, when he said they appear to engage in discriminatory hiring practices by asking for Black women who play D&D, like, how is it defamatory to state they appear to be utilizing discriminatory hiring practices? I don't follow. These defamatory public accusations have resulted in racist, sexist, and misogynistic communications directed at Miss Lopez and Black Girl Gamers' public brand. I promise you, that post that was made by that account that was called like GTA or whatever was made by them. Like that's the only way I can read this. That like they are creating the vitriol, they are creating the death threats and or whatever you want to call it in order to use it as ammunition against people who it's like when the ADL is able, like they've got the Holocaust to lean on. So whenever they need to silence you talking about a member of the Jewish community, they just say like, well, the Jews have suffered so much, you can't be doing that because they suffered so much, right? With Black Girl Gamers, they're like, well, we got to have a reason that this is unacceptable, so let's make it. That's how I read it. That's what it feels like to me. These defamatory public accusations have also resulted in various communications directed at Miss Lopez's threatening violence against her person and the company, resulting in a law enforcement referral. These reprehensible comments and video posts have damaged Miss Lopez's personal reputation and placed her in reasonable fear of bodily harm. The false accusations of discrimination levied by you has adversely affected Miss Lopez's personal life and damaged Black Girl Gamers' business reputation and public profile. Please note that this law firm does not attempt to restrict legitimate free speech, and we believe the internet is an important medium for dissemination of accurate and truthful information and for fair comment on issues of interest. However, the defamatory comments made by you unlawfully encroach upon our clients' rights. Do you think they included that in there just to say, like, so that you can't turn around and claim that they are restricting your free speech without it becoming defamatory against what they said. It seems like such a strange thing to just randomly include in there.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, a little bit more here. This letter puts all on notice that should there be further defamatory comments about Miss Lopez and Black Girl Gaming, we will have no choice but to recommend that our client pursue all legal causes of action, including the filing of a lawsuit to protect her interests. We will pursue both monetary damages and attorney's fees and costs incurred by our client as a result of the legal action. It is our hope that this correspondence will alleviate the need for any such filing or legal action. Thank you for your attention. Anyway, so that was the cease and desist that was sent to that Park Place. Here's the response that Ron Coleman sent on behalf of that Park Place. Dear Mr. Morris, we represent that Park Place is its principals and employees, and we write in response to yours of March 27, 2024. We have reviewed your demands and, on consideration, find them both meritless and ridiculous. For these reasons, your demands are rejected in whole, and we consider the matter closed. Please direct any further inquiries you may, as may be necessary to the undersigned by email. Yours truly, Ron Coleman.
Nice.
So Ariel Knight says, she all just out here attacking anything in the gaming space with black people running it? You know y'all parents tried that same shit, right? It didn't work back then either. Seriously, like, show me you have absolutely no idea what's happening without showing me you have absolutely no idea what's happening, right? Again, the knee-jerk reaction, well, I'm black, therefore, something that has the word black in it is being talked about negatively. Racism, you know? Is that not exactly what's occurring? Like exactly what I said at the beginning of the podcast? So this person said, it's incredibly telling that the quote tweets are once again full of knuckle-dragging, bigoted white men. Sorry, real gamers who do nothing but try and fight progress in the gaming space. It's pathetic. Black girl gamers don't owe anyone any kind of statement or apology. Lunar Archivist, based, says, it's amusing how you consider reintroducing segregation and trying to turn the gaming community into an apartheid state progress. Black Girl Gamers is allowed to have a space that doesn't include you. What if we in all white space are all male? You have. Since the dawn of games, comics, and cinema, we quite literally live in a white patriarchal society. Black Girl Gamers was made out of necessity. That door swings both ways. If you're allowed to have a space that doesn't include us, then we're allowed to have a space that doesn't include you. Except all you wokies do is whine, bitch, and complain that we need to let you into our spaces because diversity, TM, and inclusivity, TM. Gene Gentry says, if white people made a group where only whites are allowed, everyone would call it racist. If men made a male-only group, we'd call it sexist. We can't say it's okay for black girl gamers to openly discriminate while not maintaining that standard for other groups. Country clubs, the KKK, etc. We already have this shit, LMAO. Another person making a similar point. Black people doing black things in black spaces. Wow, sunshine and rainbows, amazing. I love it. Racist. I'm going to make an only white and male organization. How would that make you feel then? Well, that's called the KKK, sir. So, Gene says, and the KKK is viewed as a racist group, correct? So you are proving my point, right? And again, I'll just say again, I think it's perfectly fine for them to have an exclusive group that is limited only to themselves. It's the part where you won't allow other people to do the same, right? Like, I am all for it. I think people People should have the right to associate exclusively with the people they would like to associate with in the groups that they create and maintain. Everybody should have that right. You don't get to come in and weasel your way in to the groups that you didn't create. You have to go make your own, right? See, because what we've seen time and time again is that you do weasel your way in, and then you force the people who created the group out, and then you tell them to go make their own thing. See, that's where the problem is. Black girl gamers create their own safe space because you excluded them. They become successful even when you excluded them. History has shown y'all made fun of black girl gamers since they started, and now y'all want to pull this stunt? Look at me dramatically standing up and walking away. Successful? Luminous Studios was shut down after their god-awful work on Forspoken, which cost Square Enix tens of millions of dollars. How was that successful? By any stretch of the word, unless by that you mean successfully bankrupt. Mark Kern says, Warner Brothers and Square Enix ought to be the ones suing. Sweet Baby Inc. and Black Girl Gamers ruined sales and crashed studios that were worth hundreds of millions of dollars with poorly written DEI nonsense. So I shared this at the end here. This is the original article. We're not going to look at it. I shared it at the end because when I was prepping the doc, this article was taken down. It's back up now. There you have it. But for a moment there, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Are we really going to capitulate to these people? Because that's what it looked like was happening, right? All right. Let's pull up these last little bits here.
What do you mean by these people?
Do we have any chats? Can you pull it up? So it says one comment for me.
You have defamed us, Black Girl Gamers.
Yeah.
Come at me, bro. The part place.
All right. I'm glad I got everything I got into the doc for tonight because it's going to make Sunday not as much of a trash fire as well. All right. So, you guys remember GDC just happened?
I remember. I didn't watch any of it.
Yeah, Irena Pereira says, Come on. Two women sharing intimate stories about getting our periods in the GDC 24 merch store is the state of the game industry. This is a parody, right? Fully serious. It's nice to have other women in this industry and to be vulnerable and real with them in a way that we can't be with the majority of devs. This GDC was the most female-powered of any of my past GDCs. I am 100% here for this.
Female power!
Shouldn't the GDC be talking about, I don't know, gaming instead of periods and screaming at the sky?
No, what it should be about is introducing a period simulator so men can know the pains and struggles that women go through on a daily basis and get rid of their toxic masculinity.
So, again, this is about what they talk about at GDC. This is what they talk about. The industry is so unbelievably out of touch with its audience. They don't care at all about creating great games anymore. Just about teaching each other how to push the message harder. Marxism is great for a designer. Marxism takes a deterministic approach to history. Before socialism, there must be capitalism. It may sound like crazy talk, but when you turn it into a design, it's great to work with. Picture of Karl Marx. Lessons learned. The invitation, the selection process, education, privilege and oppression, microaggressions, white fragility, call-out culture. Meanwhile, for contrast, This is what Yoshi P and his team presented as the lessons they learned working on Final Fantasy XIV. What we have learned: never forget the fans. Fun comes first. Never back down. Don't forget your roots. Yeah. Easy steps to failure. An unhealthy obsession with graphic quality. A surprising lack of MMORPG knowledge amongst development team members. The mindset that the solution to every problem could be patched in a future update.
Is that why Andromeda had such ass graphics? Because they're like, we're being woke and progressive by having horrible graphics.
If a dev team is the government, then players are the citizens. If citizens disapprove of your policies, they'll move to Canada.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, clarity, vision, and willingness to listen are keys to success. Without these, the government develops into a dictatorship. Amazing contrast here. Learn to listen and adapt. A complaint is worth twice a compliment. You know what a complaint gets you anywhere else in the West? Sexist, racist, cancel them, right? The silent always leave first. If citizens are complaining, it means they still care. Creators must be players in their own realms. If the leaders don't live there, why would their subjects? Does this or does this not make you want to support Eastern gaming more? Right? So Mark Kern says, well, this sucks. I found out that I know at least one of the devs on Haven, a good one. I can only recommend that the studio founder retract her anti-male, anti-white, anti-gamer stance and let the game succeed. Can't give it a pass just because I know someone. Just wait until they notice that none of our starting characters in our alpha build are white males. None out of 6. Oh! Imagine if you wrote black males. How would that look? Equality, not equity. Considering that 95% of video game characters are white and male, a poor representation of the diversity of actual players, I thought it would be a fun experiment. We started with all female characters. Wow. So how's that working out for you? Oh, I thought DEI virtue signaling was supposed to be good for business. She's protected. And the game company that she runs is protected. Interesting. Let's take a look at their website. Huh. A lot of white males there, huh? Oh, interesting. Let me move. Why don't we go over to the About Us? Let's see what we can find in the press kit, which I already have right here. Here's the photos of the team. Wait a minute. Is that all white people and the white adjacent token Asian? What? No, that couldn't possibly be true. Could it? Damn. It's almost like you are projecting. Holy shit. All right, let's talk about another wonderful person. Meet the global head of marketing for Xbox. Raise your hand if you're not a white man and you buy video games. No hate to white dudes. It's just another day in the gaming industry that minorities have to fight to prove they exist. Elon Musk says, it should not be acceptable for any company in the gaming industry to be racist and sexist against white guys. This is what Elon was talking about. When Microsoft and Xbox's global marketing manager starts off with no hate to white dudes, you can fully expect hate to white dudes to follow. Thor Odinson says, hey, I'm not a white man and I buy video games, and never, not once, have I ever needed you to speak on my behalf. Minorities are not your shield, so kindly piss off. The hero nobody wanted. The hero nobody asked for. Minorities need me to speak for them. The virtue signal. Okay. Niche Gamer wrote, while we do agree with the base sentiment of gaming companies overplaying their hands per se, unfortunately, we can't cover this particular story or more stories like it without potentially getting punished by the PR firms hired by those same game companies who we have to rely on to get access to video games for review and coverage purposes, ranging from smaller devs to mid-sized operations to even AAA gaming companies / publishers alike. Because a lot of those same PR people support the people who hold these similar views like what Elon is referring to here. We're already having significant issues in experiencing roadblocks regarding getting access to AAA titles because we have covered the Sweet Baby Inc. stories alone. It's quite unfortunate. Mark Kern says, I understand where Niche Gamer is coming from. AAA is pressuring them. I'm giving up a lot too. It is unlikely I will ever be approved for an Xbox port. It's okay. We have Steam. But this is a price I decided was worth it to help restore gaming. So, Mark Kern offers sympathy. Vera offers no sympathy. Xbox, PlayStation, Warner Brothers Games, Square Enix, Capcom, Ubisoft, Bandai Namco, Amazon Games, companies I have received denials from for game codes. Most of these give codes to creators with reaches far smaller than mine. So why deny me? I criticize their business practices. Have I stopped live streaming games? No. Have I stopped covering the ridiculous things these companies do? No. Because I just run their roadblocks over. By saying anything negative about them, you're on their shit list. Even a statement like this will get you kicked out of their sphere. Holy shit.
Wow.
Even a statement like this will get you kicked out of their sphere. I'm only successful and able to stream so many games plus cover so many topics because of my amazing audience. It would never be worth it in a million years to go against who supports me for a few codes or press releases. The fucking balls on this woman. Holy shit. Niche Gamer over here like, boo-hoo, I can't talk about this because then they won't give me game codes. And she's like, you son of a bitch, get back in the battle, you asshole.
Yeah, that's always been a thing with the ethics in gaming is that they'll be like, yes, this game's fantastic. This copy was provided by Sony. Please send me more games because if I trash it, you're not going to send me more games.
Honestly. Vera's got bigger balls than half the people in this battle. I mean, just like fucking reach through the monitor and strangle the life back into them. Like, so, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers said, this is a strange response that ultimately won't help them keep access. Bottom line, if you bend the knee in any capacity, they own you forever. Either shill for that access and stay quiet or call the bullshit out and live with being called racist and sexist like we all do. The fans will figure out who's authentic and who isn't. Like, fuck, man. Like, Niche Gamer, I can't believe you even made this tweet and you didn't delete it. I mean, I archived it, but, you know, still. We made this post last night because we're fed up with the status quo. To anyone saying we're bending the knee, this post is to say that we're not. Making that post will already irritate the people causing us issues, and it's time we stopped placating them. We are committed to free expression and enthusiast press. That means we want people to make and play the games they want to play, and we want to share the news you care about. That's what we stand for, and that's what we're going to do. Wow. Forgive me for having very little faith in you after the other tweet. So when I first was consuming all of this stuff that got curated and sorted and put into the, the format that we've just gone through it. When I saw the tweet about them, like, we can't even talk about this because we'll lose access. I thought that was in reference to the Black Girl Gamers lawsuit thing. And I'm like, you dumb fuck. If you seriously think that you are going to just be like, well, we don't want to get sued. It's like, you have literally given them the answer to what they need to do to get you to shut the hell up. And it's just threaten you with legal action. Fortunately, it turned out to be about this other thing, of which is even less of a big deal. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Oh, I can't talk about that girl saying, no offense to white dudes, but we need to lift up minorities who have to fight to show they exist. Holy fuck, man. Anyway, do you guys have any thoughts on that before we move on to this last topic in games news?
All the thoughts are evident.
Example says hammer and sickle. Yeah.
That was so tiny. I thought it was a little bunny rabbit.
Nice. Get a bigger hammer. All right. Last thing, Nintendo Treehouse job listing asks for DEI awareness. Localization product specialist, Japanese. Uh-oh. While Nintendo Treehouse has long been known for its liberal localizations of source material, it doesn't seem that the American division of the company is planning on changing anytime soon, with the new job listing still asking for awareness of culture and DEI. The job listing, which is for a localization product specialist localizing from Japanese, calls for maintaining awareness of culturalization and DE and I related topics, identifying issues and proposing solutions as needed. I bet you they will start calling it DE and I, so didn't earn it won't apply anymore. Right? Like that's going to be how they try to skirt around that. However, if that's the case, I do have some alternatives. Of course, I can't read any of them, so we're just going to find out which one is which by opening them up. Dear God, why? Okay. DEI equals don't expect intelligence. Destroy, eradicate, infest. Dismantle every institution. They all apply. Is DEI a racial slur? Rise in term outrages Black Americans. Calling someone a DEI hire isn't the racist part. Hiring somebody because of DEI is. Based. All right. Identifying issues and proposing solutions is needed. The Treehouse staff also needs to work with management to help with the coordination of global localization, such as Nintendo of Europe. Even putting aside Nintendo Treehouse's previous attempts at censorship, compared to Nintendo of Europe, which does mostly straight translations, Treehouse has been known to spice up translations with unnecessarily immediately dated memes. All right, I got one more thing I want to share, and then we'll be done with games news.
Finally.
You've been awfully quiet when you're not falling down the fucking stairs.
Sorry, my dad, he came over, he went to bed, which is why I unmuted myself about 20 minutes ago. And he comes back out with a friggin' toolbox and pulls the pliers out and sticks it in his mouth. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Apparently, a piece of dental floss, he couldn't pull it out of his teeth, so he had to get the pliers to pull it out. It's like, Jesus Christ. I thought he was pulling a friggin' tooth out with a pair of pliers. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Wow. Okay. All right. Dear Gamergate, here's a reminder about how Wikipedia operates. I'll just remind you, this is exactly what they did to cancel Vic. How to make a media narrative. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Gawker Media writes an article, and they talk about Gamergate, saying Gamergate is misogynist. Kotaku says so. Meanwhile, Kotaku writes an article, Gamergate is misogynist. Gawker says so. Polygon writes an article, Gamergate is misogynist. Kotaku and Gawker say so. BBC writes an article, Gamergate is misogynist. Most games media say so. Wikipedia says, look at all these sources. It must be fact. So that is effectively how you infiltrate and control and control the narrative, right? All right, right stuff.
That's my cue.
That's your cue.
How do I do this again? It's been so long.
It's
Google.
been 4 years.
All right.
I'm gonna step out for just a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, let's see how fast my tabs open. Alright, so we've got Monogatari series, the final season complete set Blu-ray.
Took long enough. The thing is, it doesn't have what is it, Kizu Monogatari? Not, which I mean, I guess it's not part of a season, but it's not like you can have. Yeah, it is. That's what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
It's the movies, but it's like this isn't going to complete your like the compilation of Monogatari things. The problem is, I mean, I was about to say the problem is, but they might have a potential solution in the future, is that you get season 1 limited edition, season 2 limited edition, which honestly I don't even remember if they did standard editions. And then you have this single little whatever Tsubasa cat or whatever thing.
And that's
then
all,
there's
that's
second
all,
season.
Yeah, I think they did a complete second season. And then they like all these are like the
I have the complete second. I'm talking about the stuff that's not in a box set.
Oh, is that, would it be in here?
No. This is the final season, not the first season. I'm talking about Baki Monogatari, Nisei Monogatari. They have this like Tsubasa cat, whatever, single little release. It's not a limited edition that sticks out like a sore thumb. And then you have second season. And
Right there. See it? Sue. I see Sue.
I'm pulling a name out of my head. Why would it be in the final season?
That means the Suki Monogatari. I don't know.
Wow, good job. So all I'm saying is they could save it. They could save it if they make a first season box set, which would be kind of annoying.
Well, that's Baki Monogatari.
What's that?
But that's Baki Monogatari. And did a box
Are you listening to what I'm talking about? I'm saying that the first season has this little jank thing going on because you have Baki Monogatari, you have Nisei Monogatari, both in limited editions. They have this tiny little Tsubasa cat, whatever it's called. Then you have the season 2 box set, the season 3 or final box set. So they could remedy it if they do a first season box set, in theory. Now, at the end of the day, this release is goddamn expensive, $343. So I can't wait for the UK release because that's what I did with the second season.
Was it 42 episodes or something? Yeah.
That still doesn't justify the like.
I'm just saying that's how much.
$100 per 10 episodes, roughly.
Well, then it's doing pretty good because it's 42 episodes.
Yeah, 42 episodes. That's so good.
But it's also sub only, so yeah. No,
remember, Aniplex strives to give the highest quality releases, which is why it's sub only, and why Rascal Does Not Dream of Spiny Girl Senpai is starting to get dubbed, but not on disc.
All right, moving right on. Is You Order a Rabbit? Season 1 is getting a re-release.
Probably not dubbed, right? Probably didn't add a dub.
Yep.
Of course they didn't.
And My Love Story is getting a re-release.
I can't wait to pay full price for this not new release when you could have gotten it for like how many dollars before on the Sentai sale? That's the one thing about these re-releases, because now they have the new pricing instead of
Well,
the
this
sale
is
price
actually
they
a
used to.
cheaper price than the old price.
Was it act? Oh, okay. I'm saying on Sentai sale, because we all know Sentai
Well, yeah,
sales like
of course.
get for $10.
Yeah, see, it's even on sale. It's still more expensive. Here,
Is the old
anyway.
one problematic?
No, I don't know. 99.98 versus 79.98. Anyway,
I'm sure they charge that full price. Oh, here's the fun part.
yeah, Oshinoko Season 1. This is the standard edition. And they also have a Steelbook edition, which you can buy at Crunchyroll store, which I wasn't sure of, but regardless. So, here is the listing on Sentai's website, and available for pre-order only, limited print run. Quantities available for pre-order while supplies last.
In other words, buy it now or you're screwed.
Yeah, if you want it, get it now. If you live in one of the handy states that don't charge tax from Sentai, it's cheaper to buy Sentai directly from them instead of going through Crunchyroll, even with the premium membership that adds tax on top of it. This is still cheaper here. And also the Steelbook comes with a third disc, which is a special features disc. So
Post the link in the chat.
Okay.
Private chat.
I'll do that after I'm done here.
I need to buy that shit before the supplies run out.
Oh, you didn't do that? Okay, fine. I'll do that right now. There's that private chat. All right,
Thank you.
All right, so Digimon Adventure 02 The Beginning is coming out in June. I think, yeah, June 11th.
Anything else from Sentai I should be picking up right now?
Shit.
I'll just browse while I wait.
Good idea. Okay, so this is a tweet from Shout Factory or Shout Studios, and this release is going to come with a limited edition Digimon Liberator promotion pack that features one of 6 possible cards for the new Digimon card game. So that's cool.
Wait.
So the answer to that question is yes. Akiba Maid War
Is it on sale?
$48.99.
Check Amazon. I got mine off Amazon for like $33.
Hold up. Are you saying that's the Shout exclusive one?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, it doesn't say that. Well, that's cool. Problem is now I have to buy 6 of them. No.
And hope you get the well, I'll send you mine when I get mine.
Is it the special slip cover or what? What's going on? I missed
The
it.
card. It comes with it comes with the special promotion card.
In just apparently, seemingly just normally, kind of like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Pyramid of Light promo thing.
Yeah, you just stick a card in the case.
Oh, the legendary hero is dead is also on sale on Amazon.
So the first Slam Dunk is coming out also in June.
Yes. Sounds great. Watch it.
Blu-ray only. And then Sailor Moon, Sailor Stars is coming out with the 5th season complete version. Complete 5th season. So that's coming out in May. And then Mashal, Magic and Muscles season 1.
Yay. When's that come out?
Yeah, but it's Aniplex.
For $107.98.
Wow. Motherfucker.
That's
believe it.
I mean,
Reese
comparing
Cope
it
coming. Reese Cope incoming.
Compared to freaking Promised Neverland, which is the same length for
Mhm.
$22 more. This isn't bad. I mean, it's not good, but it's at least a little bit better.
Wow.
I'm not buying it anyway.
Compared to getting shot with a 50 cal, like a pistol ain't bad.
And this even has a soundtrack CD. So
When I search,
right, it should be more.
when I search Mashal on Amazon, a movie comes up titled "The Torture Chamber of Dr. Sadism."
Oh boy.
Yeah.
You should know Aniplex stuff are Crunchyroll exclusives.
Yeah, I figured. I was just double checking.
And if you buy it off, I don't even know if Right Stuff used to have a third party seller on Amazon. I don't know if they even have that
K?
anymore. Yeah,
You mean
Sean
Sean Kleckner's own?
He probably shut that down. So yeah.
Hey Reese, you know what else came with the soundtrack? Psychopath Season 1, Queensblade Rebellion, Infinite Stratos.
Whoopie-doo. I'm just saying it's actually coming with more stuff than Promised Neverland, and it's cheaper.
Man, that AR-15 didn't hurt as much as the 50 cal.
That's a good way to look at it, Funam. Look on the bright side.
And you're complaining. You're making it sound like me doing that is a bad thing. Come on.
It is. You're just like, Aniplex is okay. Come on, guys. Let's not hate Aniplex that much.
I wasn't
Give them
saying
some
that.
credit.
I'm not saying that. I'm just not saying that it's
You
good.
are saying it's not what you're explicitly saying. It's what you're implicitly saying.
I'm not
just
saying
saying
all
it's
white
they're-
people
they're-
are
they're
dangerous.
getting
I'm just
slightly
saying.
better.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying sometimes you do something you think may okay. What? We've obliterated that woman. I hope she ever recover. Okay. Oh, are we done? Checking out. I was checking out over at the Sentai. Okay, so somebody said, I think there's an animation error in the Blu-ray of Digimon Adventure Disc 3, Episode 39. For a brief moment, another scene plays during the scene where they open a portal. In the same episode, there appears to be missing frames of Garamon in the credits.
Very frustrated.
Yeah. So Discotech said, well, fuck, we have to at least look like we're doing something. So they put together this very important Google form, which I am now putting into the chat. You need, in order
Now
to
this-
fill it out, I'm glad
Yeah,
I'm
this-
doxing myself.
This is
Thanks
the
for hiding
dub
that.
Digimon set.
I'll
by the
scroll
way.
past it. There we go. Stunning and brave. Okay. Yeah, you need to send a photo of the disc with your address and name and everything.
Which you fill out in the form itself too, so your handwriting can be
Mhm.
shit like mine. So not like it's the end of the world.
The
but-
two
You could
details you need to know.
print it out if
Yeah.
you were worried
But
about your
this is
handwriting.
basically confirmation that you're not double dipping on discs.
Mm.
Well, that you're not scalping it, that you're not just saying it.
Basically,
But,
this is a small barrier to just make sure that somebody's not going to use a picture of their friend's disc.
So
That's it.
the thing we're not saying that people might want to know is that supposedly, if you pre-ordered it, that was the batch that had it, really the first batch, and
Yeah.
the current ones in circulation do have the fixed disc. So the proper way to figure out if you have
honestly,
the
just
discs
be
that
easier
are
to buy.
screwed up. No.
Yeah, there's a way to
It's
see it on the disc, right? The disc has like a number 2 or something on the ring.
You have to look at the number. Is it
says
in
at
this
the
doc
bottom
that
there.
it's? I was
Yeah.
gonna say yeah. You can literally find wherever it says, and I meant on the page, not the disc. It'll tell you the exact number, and the fixed one has a B
Okay.
at the end. So that's how you can check if you're unsure.
I put my disc in and checked and manually.
I'm pretty sure it says on the form, but anyway, yeah, it's.
What pissed me off about this is, hold on, we're still on the Digimon. What pissed me about this, they didn't make any kind of announcement about this when that happened, when it came out January of last year.
Yeah. Like, I would have filled this out way long ago if I had known. I'm sorry I didn't fucking open the disc and read it and watch it right away.
For 6 months. Yeah, exactly. That was huge dick move on their part.
This, I've said this before, but this is the first like big, like knock against discotheque.
Discotheque.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only because this chronologically happened before Jello Apocalypse.
No, I don't even care about that. I think they handled it great. They said, fuck that guy, we're not working with him again, and you know, they've at least publicly messaged.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
it was Footnum who said,
Well, hold
notice
up,
how
hold
all the stuff that they're using as ammunition for how they didn't fuck it up has been crowdsourced by other people.
Yeah, no, I don't think they did a very good job in the way of like.
Well, the thing is, they said it went through someone on Discotheque's team, like verifying it and all that stuff, right? So someone is responsible on Discotheque, regardless of how much they had the full hands-on of the production.
Mm-hmm.
Something.
Yeah, they could have done better with it. They definitely made some mistakes, but with how they handled that, like, I mean, but they were small mistakes. This and the way they verbalized like how they're going to fix those mistakes, I approve of all of.
Which was that they aren't fixing it at all, except to not work with them again.
Yeah, that's all I need.
Hey,
well, actually, no.
Question.
Sorry, one
Does
more.
Does it hurt more when you get shot with a 50 cal or a 9mm?
I don't get that reference. But,
you at least block it off.
We need to make a shirt that's just like entry wound 50 cal. Entry wound.
I really don't get the reference, but if they came out and said, now they deleted it, we'll see what the update is, so I'll give them a chance for that. But they came out and said, we're not working with the guy anymore. They said that the dub is accurate, and they didn't check everything, but they did check some things that were brought to their attention by the internet. I don't really give a shit about the dub, so personally, I don't care that they ever, like, would go back and fix it. I know they already came out and said there wouldn't be a dub without that company basically giving it for free. So it's not really on them to be like, okay, well, it's that or nothing. Like, you know, whatever. And then they also have made multiple messages saying, we think that we should keep the translations close to the original. We're not there to put in our own beliefs. They've said that multiple times, and they repeated it. So as long as they don't go against that, then I'm fine with that. So overall, that whole scenario, yeah, they had some hiccups there, but like overall it was good. This one, it's like, no, this one they actually said fuck you to the fans, and they said, oh, did you pre-order this? We're gonna sweep it under the rug and hope you didn't notice.
I mostly agree with your last your last evaluation with the the Lovely Complex, the way they handle it, with the exception of change it from not working with that guy to not working with Sound Cadence, because Jesus Christ.
Well, again, they offered it for free, so like,
yeah, but the ones that they're going to pay for in the future, I am worried about.
Yes.
Example says he's still upset that we made fun of his small hammer.
His small commie energy.
All right, so Justin Savakis says, finally, Media OCD store is up. Pre-orders are live. And now I can share this, the story of how we found and saved too much sleep. So there's a YouTube video documentary.
This is another like potential. I haven't dealt with it yet, so I'm not sure how they're going to handle it. But for Justin Savakis specifically, when he bought Animego.
Animego?
He seems to not really give a shit about Canada distribution. And so, depending on how Animego had a Canada distributor, distributor, so
I advocate that you guys run for public office in Canada and you fuck things up so dramatically on purpose
That they deport
that
them
the,
both.
that the U.S. Annexes Canada and you just become northern, instead of North America, you're North United States of America. and then
they just take all the provinces and make them former states.
Yeah. Anyway, so the Media OCD store is up. This is the store. There are currently what do you call them?
Covers?
Exclusive covers for the whole grain picture stuff. There will probably come a time when the Animego stuff gets reprinted with exclusive stuff. Yeah, that's going to be a pain in the ass, right?
I don't think they'll do it for the old stuff, but for the new stuff, for sure.
Blu-ray with exclusive slipcover.
I hope they re-release some of those other things that had like Bubblegum Crash and whatever the other DVD one was on Blu-ray. That'd be nice.
AD Police?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love that on Blu-ray.
Dagger of Kamui. Isn't that the thing that got the new Netflix one?
No. What? You're talking about the Adult Swim one.
Oh, I don't know.
And it's not Dagger of Kamui, it's just called Kamui.
Ninja Kamui.
Ninja Kamui, yeah. Thank you, Reese. All right.
I don't know.
Let us remind everybody that if they would like to support 5 hours, oh man, I think we're going to pull this off before 6.5.
Well, we skipped a topic I wanted to talk about, but we'll catch it next Sunday. Sorry.
What was the topic?
The isekai thing.
Oh yeah, that's in the doc for Sunday. Yeah, we'll talk about it then. I wanted to get this exhausting day out of the way. I've been up since 4. I just wanted to knock this one off there, cut our losses, and never, ever,
hopefully never,
ever go 2 weeks ever again.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else.
Do another show.
Never ever talk about
Gamergate.
Yeah.
So let me just ask the audience: is there any value to you in us covering Gamergate? Because most of it is bullshit. There isn't actually any news. It's absurd that the games journalists have decried Cabrutus and Sweet Baby and Protected as being part of like Gamergate 2.0 and everything, because it's not that big of a fucking deal. Like, no, so much of it has not really materialized into anything important. So there is there's stuff that it's like, yeah, we might want to point this out, but I want to start figuring out how to cover it on like the whatever we say must fit on us on a Post-it note, like that's going to be my job from now on. Just figure out a way to condense this down to just a Post-it note. That's all we're covering. No more highlights. It's just what's the Post-it note say, that can't be updated and removed. All right. So if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, you guys can shop at stealthweave.com. I need to remember to update Staple Food is Loved One. I have to do that soon. There's also, I won't scroll down. Cringe.org. Let's do that one. Remember, you can buy yourself a soy wax candle. Cringe.org. That's a thing you definitely want to spend almost $20 on. Not sure if maybe I should change that. All right. Digivices have been updated with color screens for Digimon's 25th anniversary. Any thoughts?
That's
heard of them.
like long overdue. I thought we had colored TVs in the 70s.
Back in my day, they were all black and white and pixely.
Would it
Yeah,
be
they
funny?
added the resolution over time too.
It'd be funny if instead of doing the Digivices in color, they just remastered the show to look like it was filmed for a black TV, black and white TV.
A black
Black
TV.
TV.
There isn't a lot of picture if it's all just black.
Just like
Biotis Mon is in blackface. All right. Anyway.
Hold on.
Yes, you wanted to say something, but your mouth for some reason couldn't open.
I prefer not to interrupt people when they're talking.
You're too kind.
Whoa!
You and Greenline need to learn how to grow a pair of balls and say, "Hey, motherfucker, stop!" so I can say something, you bitch.
So there's 3 versions of this. There's the white one, and then there's the blue one and the orange one. And the transparent blue and orange ones are for the movie or whatever. And they come with the crests as well, like the digicrests, with the crest symbols.
Only $120. Holy fuck!
Yeah, and I had to buy 2.
Crest of friendship first.
You get all the crests, so I'll have them all.
So canonically, in universe, they have the Nintendo 64 clear plastic controller material.
I think it's representing when they glow when they digivolve. That's it.
Yeah.
Terrible.
The ultimate Digivolutions.
So I don't really give a shit about the orange and blue one, but I want the fucking crest. So obviously I'm a sucker, and I had to buy the
Why
orange
didn't you
one.
buy the crests separately when they had them on like P Bondi store instead?
Did you tell me about them? I would have bought them. You didn't tell me about them, and now I'm buying.
It's your fault.
Did you tell me you cared about that?
I'm pretty sure I told you about the orange Digivice, didn't I? Or the Digivice in general.
What?
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm forgetting. Anyway,
I have P Bondi sending me newsletters all the time, and I've seen so many waves of Digivices available. I'm like, great, another thing that I'd like to have, but I really don't feel like spending like $100 on it right now.
I am so fucking thrilled at the idea that if we actually do this right now, we could finish before my bedtime. So
all right, let's move on then. Fine.
Cool. So somebody ate this 6-pack bread.
That's cool news. All right, next.
Yeah,
you gotta get to your bedtime.
It kind of looks like a crab. Oh, no.
Whoa,
riveting.
Well, I want kitty bread.
That's basically what you have.
Now available at the OCA podcast store. Titty
You can
bread.
think of it as just 8 separate titties.
Oh God!
Pull apart titties.
The fuck is that? Why is it diseased?
It's diverse, okay?
Why? No.
I feel like this article was so worth covering, and
Yep, it was. All right,
definitely
samurai
needed to do
armor,
that.
bandage underpants. Let you channel the soul of a Sengoku warlord.
The sheath isn't long enough for me.
It's called the Saya.
Not long enough for my sword.
Well, don't you see
Looks
the
like a
camel
camel
toe? It's
toe.
clearly.
Whoa.
It's so you're supposed to use your built-in sheath, man. All right. Chun-Li statue unveiled in Capcom founder's hometown. And just to make sure to give a big fuck you, they use the ugly modern woman face version of her. Just to make sure you know. All right. In Misk News, if anybody is still watching, I
No,
invite
no
you
one's
to
watching.
enjoy.
There's
We got
some
so many
Twitter
people
bots.
watching on Twitter. Thank you, Twitterins.
Twitter bots.
Thank you,
Holy
Twitter
crap.
bots.
18 on Jesus.
Thank you, 18 people who fell asleep. Bride feels lied to after finding out her husband has a micro penis on their honeymoon.
God damn.
She didn't ask. You didn't tell.
Does it matter? Does size really matter? You are in love.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think she was sizing him up, and then they get married, and the whole time she's just like, damn, he looks so well hung. And then when they got up to the room, she starts undressing him. And what is this? What is this? 4 socks wadded into your underwear for? Oh no. Perhaps for cultural or religious reasons, some couples will wait until their honeymoon to consummate their marriage. Well, this may work for some.
Kind of hard to consummate your marriage when you're not married.
You could have it on the marriage night, Reese.
So, no, he's saying that the concept is you consummate the marriage. But if you're not married, then you can't consummate a marriage because you didn't get married.
Right.
I think we all understood that.
Apparently not, because you felt the need to say something.
Well, no, I'm just saying the article says some people like to consummate the marriage until after the marriage. Like,
And Reese said
that's the only time to do it.
no.
Oh, well, wait.
and
Okay,
I
okay.
said
Because it says some couples will wait until their honeymoon to consummate their marriage, and you're saying you could do it the night of the marriage, meaning that yes, technically the honeymoon is the day after usually the wedding. Got it. Okay. Well, this may work for some.
We're on the same page now.
For one newlywed, this certainly wasn't the case. The then 27-year-old bride opened up about how her then 32-year-old partner refused to have sex with her during their 6-month relationship. He told her that he's old-fashioned and wanted to wait until after tying the knot. Turns out this was a scam. The pair went out for 6 months before getting engaged and then spent another 6 months preparing for their wedding. We got close to fooling around a couple times, but it never went far, she recalled in a viral Reddit post. I tried, but he always stopped after it went too far. Well, she wasted no time after getting back from her honeymoon to recount the moment she discovered he had a micropenis. Now, hold on. I learned, perhaps it was even last podcast, that a man named Ant Smith had a micropenis that was 4 inches long. And if you ask me...
erect 4 inches long.
If you ask me, you should not be measuring a micropenis based on its flaccid state. I think it muddies the data.
It does.
I think... if you ask me, the term micro should be reserved 1.5 inches at most, right?
Gorilla style, King Kong style.
Imagine
when we're doing the measurements, we got to do it from like a shaved position. You know, we can't have bush getting in the way. You know,
imagine your penis threshold is monster, gorilla, average, micropenis. All right. It's like it ramps up quickly. Am I the asshole for reading into this and being upset that I waited until my wedding night to find out that he probably isn't as old-fashioned as he says he is? I'm not going to shame him. You are. You're doing it right now. And honestly,
I think all of these "Am I the asshole?" posts are just AI. But anyway, go ahead.
I don't even know how I'll broach the topic. I'm not seeking advice. Did we read about like penis elongating surgery? They shoot the same thing that those weirdos put in their biceps, you know?
No, that's thickening. The elongation one, they cut some tendon, and then they let it. Then it hangs low. But it can't extend your max length. It only extends your flaccid length.
Example says my hammer is not small. I remember we played when we were playing Minecraft, and what was it? The lighthouse. What was that guy's name that we had? That he wrote, like, we had a skit on one of our episodes where Herbert, right? Herbert, was that his name? Herbert's lighthouse. People made fun of him because it was too small. Anyway, you have a microwave. Oh. I honestly just acted like nothing was out of the ordinary and went to town with him. But I don't know. I kind of feel lied to, like a half-truth, or something was intentionally withheld from me. This was unexpected, to say the least.
You went to town.
Yeah. For how long? You went to town for 10 seconds or 10 minutes? Or like what?
You went to town, you bought the clown, all right?
Things really
You must have
kicked
been
off.
really thirsty after a year of abstinence.
As her Reddit post from 20, well, not if she's been satisfying herself with a foot-long dildo before finding out her husband is an inch long.
You can just peg her with a strap on.
The dildos still count.
Good solution, right?
You can't get around the rule by using a dildo.
Listen, lady. Does a butt plug feel as big as it's the Magnum tongue? Things really kicked off as a Reddit post from 2019 went viral, and unfortunately for the venting wife, her husband apparently saw it. She wrote in an update that he wanted to end the marriage and even sue her for defamation of character.
End the marriage and sue her for lying about being a virgin.
I like
she's seen a dick or two.
I like the idea that that he takes her to court and the judge makes him disrobe, right? And it's like I regret to inform the plaintiff that this is not defamation.
No, but is she not a virgin? Wouldn't she be a
No,
virgin?
the defamation of character, saying that she feels lied to, like he saying he lied to her.
How does she even know what average length is?
This does not fall under
there's
the
this
statute
thing called
of micropenicity.
Look, man, she's into the food of porn, just like that Canadian who wants the dick and balls with his vagina on the side.
Side giant.
Really in a jar on his table.
Whoa, it's kicking in. All right. She wrote an update that he wanted to end the marriage and even sue her for defamation of character. He was worried that it was only a matter of time before his name was leaked. However, she confronted him about why he didn't tell her about his private parts before they got hitched. She explained in the update that her husband was worried she would call off the wedding if she found out, and then their families might discover the reason behind the move. Some people took to the comment section to say that the size of his penis isn't the issue, but the trust between them was. That's the issue for sure. Holy shit. Clearly it wasn't, because he accurately predicted that she would leave him over it. This is a serious trust issue, one person wrote. It's not the size of the issue here. It's the fact that, one, he didn't trust her enough to tell her, and two, now she cannot trust him to not be dishonest.
So I'm curious how this would turn out.
I'm curious what the actual length is, because all I've been hearing is micro penis. And look, I'm just saying, Ant was 4.5 inches. I mean, yes, it's small, but micro in my mind is like I need a fucking microscope to see it.
I ain't breaking anything.
Thimble out.
I'm just saying.
Are you wearing your medieval condom? Yes,
Your
ma'am.
thimble, yeah. You could just reuse it.
I've got my thimble on.
Is that my knight in shining thimble? Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious, like, what would be the backlash if the roles were reversed and she had a blue waffle?
You mean a macrogina?
No, I'm just saying something else in that vicinity. You know, that
Maybe I don't know what a blue waffle
obviously
is.
unpleasant.
A blue waffle is just like a disease. It's not the size of your member.
But I you know what I'm trying to say.
Okay, hold up. Okay, we can go there. What if?
Let's not.
What if he gets married? I have a confession to make, wife. Unzips. I have a micro penis. Oh my God, I accept you because I also have a micro penis.
Oh.
Oh,
Unzips.
dear.
I have a micro penis. Unzips. I have AIDS.
Someone else said he did deceive her, though. She was more than willing to test drive, yet he denied her the possibility because he knew she'd discover his little secret. Wow. Oh. Well, that's an interesting article.
This is truly a phone cross-eyed.
Dr. Shock. Let me throw up prematurely. Shocked doctor discovers 30-year buildup of smegma under the foreskin of married man who was suffering agonizing pain in his penis.
Wow.
Wow. This man has had as much sex as the guy with the micro penis.
He definitely did not read Jordan Peterson's book.
Clean your
Wait,
room
what?
and your dick.
Wash your penis.
A married
Wash
man
your
rushed to the doctor
penis.
after finding a stomach-turning 30-year smegma buildup in his penis. The patient was taking a shower when he felt pain in his genitals, and bits of hardened dirt began to fall into the... Oh, no. Oh, why are there photos? Mistaking them for kidney stones, who wouldn't? He hurried to urologist Dr. Chen Zhao. No, really? Wow. Oh, I'm sorry. This is in Taiwan. Wow, a new twist. The medical professional peeled back the man's foreskin and beheld the revolting accumulation of sickly yellow-brown smegma. Now, I know what it is, but I'm amazed the article has gotten this far without giving us the dictionary definition of smegma. As Dr. Chen cleared up the calcified scales of dirt, oil, and dead skin, a foul odor began to fill the clinic.
Oh, Jesus.
Why? Why did you feel the need to pick it up like a dog poop?
Because it smells like that.
What is this?
Why do you feel the need to show us?
What is this shit? You have a picture of the doctor like posing like a fucking model? What the
Maybe
fuck?
it was just an advertisement the entire time.
The medic, the director of the Zhao Urology Clinic, said, quote, "We think this buildup was there for 30 years. The whole thing broke apart like stone, giving off a powerful odor." I don't think of stone as something that breaks apart. Like, I don't, that's not, breaks apart like cheese. You know? His private parts hadn't been active for 30 years. Listen, I know you think that I know you think that a 30-year-old virgin becomes a wizard, but actually you just get stinky smegma. If we hadn't found it, his partner might have discovered his treasures first. I don't see how. It's been 30 years since he's been active. I imagine that means he's not had an erection. The man was reported to have a rather long foreskin. Oh. Oh, no.
One might call it a five skin. I've always had that joke in the back of my mind because of how like Naruto's like Sakura has a 5 head or whatever and all that. So I'm just like, oh, 5 skin.
You saved it for the right moment. Thank you for using it. Dr. Chen continued, no one seems to have told him that the foreskin can be retracted to expose the entire glands to be cleaned. He added that he sees patients with excessive smegma buildup around every 2 years. The urologist urged men to clean their penis and foreskin daily with water and a little soap while showering.
Make that penis a cleanest.
He appealed to the male public. There is currently sufficient health information in school education and on the internet, and the accessibility of medical resources in Taiwan is also very high. If you really have a problem that you don't understand, it is recommended to seek medical advice from a specialist. Meanwhile, the aged smegma was sealed in a specimen bottle at Dr. Chen's office. No, it fucking wasn't. It was tied in a dog poo makeshift fucking glove. All right, I've got an article here. That was supposed to be our SpongeBob, but this one took the cake. Naked driver crashes car after dropping acid with friend during Kung Fu Panda. Where the fuck? Scroll down, goddammit. What? Is this the article? What is this shit? There it goes. A vehicle traveling in the southbound express lane struck the barrier dividing the express and local lanes and lost the tire before coming to a stop in the right lane of travel around 1:30 a.m. March 21st. Responding officers found the driver yelling gibberish while tugging in his penis. He said he had Kung Fu Panda penis.
Whoa. More like Kung Fu Panda.
Officers then found a man outside the vehicle and learned that he was a passenger. He said they had gone to see Kung Fu Panda at a theater and had taken acid during the movie. He said the driver was supposed to drop him off in Cleveland after the movie, but began driving erratically and got naked. Eventually, he lost control of the vehicle and struck the barrier. The driver was subsequently strapped to a gurney for safety reasons and taken to a hospital. The Macedonia man, 25, was charged with OVI and failure to control. What is OVI? Operating vehicle intoxicated?
I guess.
A woman said on March 19th that she had 5 cell phones delivered to her phone, but the package had been stolen earlier that day by an unknown male suspect. Police have since arrested a 24-year-old non-U.S. resident in connection to the theft. Wow, fucking wonderful. What is this shit? Is there anything else?
I don't think so.
I need more Kung Fu Panda. You give me more. Ah! Oh. Kung Fu Panda penis.
We're not watching Kung Fu Panda for the watch party.
No. Kung Fu Panda porn parody. All right.
We're not watching furries screw each other.
Good point. Okay, so is there a song that Footnum has produced that I haven't seen yet? What's going on?
Sorry, what was that?
There's this mythical song I'm supposed to hear.
That one you'll hear behind the scenes, but we have an outro if you'd like me to play it.
I was just gonna play the song from Kyle again, but
no, it has to be. It can only be done this podcast.
Okay.
All right.
Well, then,
I will put the
guess
lyrics
let's
up
go for it.
as it goes. I think it just does this the rest of the song.
ErotikaLand, where pleasure's dreams come true. ErotikaLand, where pleasure's dreams come true. ErotikaLand, where pleasure's dreams come true.
What movie?
That was your
They gotta-
girlfriend.
They gotta
I
work
feel
on
like
their
I've got a better song to play.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking around with us. I'm going to play Kyle's song again because it's just that good. And we'll see you next time.
They made a game with a hot girl, I'm upset. As far as I'm concerned, she's unrealistic, 'cause she doesn't have a flat chest like I do. He's gonna coom, it's a typical Goons Day night. He's stripping girls and the kinda games I don't like, 'cause jiggle physics are Holocaust Part 2. She wears short skirts, I look like yogurt. She gets attention and I get my feelings hurt. Dreaming about the day when I wake up and find that I was a different gender this whole freaking time. If they could see that actually I'm what's beautiful, there is more to life than Sydney Sweeney's titties. Sydney Sweeney's titties. Sydney Sweeney's titties. Stupid male gaze and photoshopped magazines. Filters should only exist for people like me. Tweeting in the girls' bathroom, thinking to myself, I make them all queasy. Her body, my choice, cover your femininity. I'm saving you from objectifying misogyny. Gratuitous displays of jiggling boobs have ruined my whole freaking weekend mood. I am right here, love me or you hate queers. Heterosis normative behavior has me in tears. Dreaming about the day when I wake up and find that the capitalist patriarchy go bye-bye. You stupid sexist bigot coomers just love porn. That's the only reason girls get you horny. But never girls like me. Stop resisting our pronoun gaslighting. Big stupid boobs are not that exciting. You harm society. Jerking too pretty. Stop jerking too pretty. Have you ever thought that pretty is me? It is, ma'am. It is, ma'am. Oh, I'd have sand in my vagina if it weren't a cock and balls. Gonna infiltrate your media, give women massive jaws. Mandate butch and gay, no titty masculinity. Ugly reach into your dreams, Freddy Krueger on his knees. Can't you see the modern audience demands you change your standards of beauty, diversity? Not token pandering. Shaved head, dyed hair, piercings, androgyny. Everything will suit my sensitivity. He's only bigots disagree. Right side of history. Accept my conditioning. Frick Sydney Sweeney's titties. I identify as pretty. Identify pretty. You identify as pretty. a padded cell, and a straight jacket. You hear that? Straight jacket.